Hey there, sleepyheads. Welcome back to the channel. Before we drift into the classic journey of Rick Sanchez from Rick and Morty, I'd love to know where in the world you're watching from tonight. And what time is it for you right now? Drop it in the comments below. It's always magical seeing how far and wide this sleepy little community reaches. All right, lights low, blankets up. Let's begin. The night sky stretches endlessly above Rick Sanchez as he stands, gazing at the universe through the window of his lab. Outside, the stars twinkle like distant promises of discovery, wonder, and perhaps of answers. But for Rick, those answers always seem just out of reach. And the more he searches, the more he finds himself swallowed by the vastness. The weight of his genius bears down on him, and with it, the isolation that comes from knowing far too much about everything. Rick's life has been one of remarkable brilliance, but that brilliance has come at a cost, the loneliness of knowing he's alone in his understanding, the burden of seeing how small and fragile everything else is. His mind is a labyrinth of scientific theories, equations, and discoveries, but there's no one to share them with. No one who truly understands what it's like to exist at the edges of the multiverse. Sometimes, in the stillness of his lab, Rick wonders if his genius was a gift or a curse. What good is knowledge when it only serves to isolate you? His family, despite their love, can't begin to fathom the depth of his thoughts, the vastness of the universe as he sees it. His daughter, Beth, always searching for approval, never quite seeing the man behind the science. Morty, his nervous, naive grandson, has been dragged into a world of chaos and danger, his innocence shattering with every adventure. But Rick is the one who carries the weight. It's a weight that's not just intellectual, but emotional, too. The more he discovers, the more he realizes how little there is to hold on to. His relationships are strained, his heart is guarded, and yet beneath that cold exterior, there's a part of him that still yearns for connection, for meaning, for someone who can see beyond the genius, the science, and the infinite realities. He turns from the window, glancing at the cluttered lab around him. His inventions, portals to alternate dimensions, machines that bend time and space, they are the fruits of his labor, yet they serve only to remind him of what he has sacrificed. The family he once had, the happiness he might have known, all drifted away in the pursuit of knowledge and power. Rick lets out a quiet sigh, the sound almost lost in the hum of the machines. This is the burden of being Rick Sanchez, a genius without peer, a man whose mind stretches beyond the limits of time and space, yet whose soul is heavy with the weight of those very discoveries. The more he learns, the more he feels like he's lost everything that truly matters. And as he walks through the halls of his home, the echoes of a family who never quite understood him follow him like a shadow. Beth, always seeking approval, now lives with her own struggles. She sees her father's intelligence, but can never seem to pierce the layers of his indifference. Morty, so eager to please, now seems to fade in and out of Rick's view, a reminder of the relationship Rick once had with his own daughter, one filled with love, but now marred by the cracks of neglect. Even the quiet moments with his family, when they sit together at the table, feel distant, Rick's mind constantly wandering to the next scientific breakthrough, the next adventure, the next discovery. He never asked for this. He never asked to be the smartest man in the universe, to carry the burden of knowing too much, of seeing the infinite number of lives, worlds, and possibilities that stretch before him. But it is the reality Rick faces, and it is a reality that weighs on him in ways that words cannot capture. As the night drags on, Rick sits at his workbench, staring at a half-finished invention. The bright light of the lab flickers for a moment, and the world outside seems distant, almost unreal. For just a second, Rick feels something that he hasn't in a long time, a quiet yearning, a desire for something more than science, something more than discovery. But just as quickly as it appeared, the feeling fades, swallowed up by the cold logic of his mind, the burden of being Rick Sanchez. A burden that neither genius nor time can ever fully ease. The soft buzz of the portal gun resting on Rick's workbench hums gently in the background, a constant reminder of his gift, his curse, and his escape route. Whenever life becomes too tangled, too close, too painfully real, he opens a portal, a blink, a flash of light, and he's gone, whisked away to another reality, another version of the same problems. But it's never really escape, is it? Because wherever he goes, Rick is still Rick. In a universe full of infinite possibilities, there's an infinite number of Ricks. And the cruel joke of it all is that not one of them seems to be truly happy. Some are richer, some are more successful, some hold prestigious seats of galactic power, and some are so broken they've dissolved into madness. But not one Rick has found real peace. It's a truth that haunts him more than anything. For all the dimensions he's jumped through, all the lives he's touched and destroyed, he has yet to find one where he can stop running. From pain, from grief, from himself. In the solitude of the night, Rick sometimes returns to a memory. Not a dramatic one, not some grand scientific achievement. No, it's a simple image. Beth, as a child, sitting in the garage asking question after question, her eyes wide with curiosity and admiration. She wanted to be like him, and for a brief moment that filled him with something warm. But that moment, like so many others, drifted away, because Rick, for all his genius, doesn't know how to hold on. He's mastered how to let go, how to numb, how to distract himself with chaos, with adventure, with substances that dull the sharp corners of his mind. But holding on, loving, staying, those are equations he's never been able to solve. And so the pattern continues. A mission to steal a crystal from a four-dimensional empire. A battle with time-traveling squids. A dinner interrupted by a vengeful parasite. Rick's life is a carousel of madness, and he rides it like a man who doesn't know how to stop. To the outside world, and even to his family, Rick is confident, untouchable, even arrogant. But inside is a storm. He knows the exact molecular makeup of a star. He knows how to twist gravity, how to shatter existence into fragment. But what he doesn't know is how to sit quietly with himself and not feel like he's fallen apart. Sometimes when Morty is asleep and the house is still, Rick walks the quiet hallways. The light from the stars spills through the windows, casting shadows on the walls, reminders of all the versions of himself he's tried to hide. And in those moments, he wonders, is there still time? Is it too late to change? He's not sure. The portal gun lies idle. The flask is still in his pocket, and his thoughts, like always, are louder than he wants them to be. Tonight, he doesn't run. Not yet. Instead, he steps outside. The wind is soft, the stars are dim. And for a second, just a brief, fragile second, Rick Sanchez allows himself to feel small. Not because he's weak, but because in this massive, sprawling universe of possibilities, perhaps being small, being present, is the most human thing he's done in a long, long time. The garage door creaks softly as it swings open behind him. For a moment, Rick doesn't turn around. He simply listens. It's Morty, of course. The boy's hesitant footsteps are as familiar as his nervous voice. Rick? You okay? That question. He hears it more than he cares to admit. And every time he answers with a grumble, a joke, or a dismissive wave of the hand. Anything to push away the concern. Anything to avoid vulnerability. But tonight Rick doesn't joke. I'm just thinking, Morty, he says, voice low. Thinking about stuff. Morty doesn't press. He sits beside him instead, both of them looking up at the sky, a sky that looks peaceful, even though Rick knows it's full of monsters and mayhem just waiting beyond the atmosphere. There's comfort in the quiet in Morty's simple presence. No need to explain string theory or justify dimensional escapades. Just two silhouettes against the backdrop of the stars, grounded, if only for a moment. And it's in this stillness that Rick allows himself to wonder about what could have been. What would his life have looked like if he hadn't walked away from the people he loved? If he hadn't lost her, the woman he once considered his everything? That pain, that loss, shaped him. It sharpened him into someone who hides behind sarcasm and intellect. Someone who believes love is a liability and family is a vulnerability. But he's starting to learn something, even if slowly. The more time he spends with Morty, the more often he finds himself being pulled into quiet family dinners, or fixing the house's plumbing, or simply hearing Summer laugh, the more he realizes how desperately he wants connection. How badly he wishes he could be someone they don't just tolerate, but trust. It's a journey, though. Healing for someone like Rick isn't a breakthrough moment with fireworks and tears. It's a quiet process, a series of small choices, staying in the moment, listening without sarcasm, being there when it counts. He thinks about the citadel of Ricks, that cold monument to egotism and fragmentation, a place built by minds like his, convinced that they are the center of everything. And yet, it collapsed, imploded under the weight of its own arrogance. That, too, was a lesson. No matter how brilliant you are, no matter how many universes you can conquer or escape to without meaning, it all dissolves into noise. Rick turns to Morty now, nudging him with his elbow. You ever think about how none of this makes sense, but somehow it still matters? Morty gives him a look, part confusion, part curiosity. Yeah, I think. Rick chuckles. Not at Morty. At the irony of it all. That a boy who barely passed his science class might be the anchor he never knew he needed. Because what Rick is beginning to see slowly, gently, is that life isn't about outsmarting the universe. It's about letting yourself be in it. Flawed, lost, hopeful. He takes a deep breath. The cool air fills his lungs. No running tonight. No missions. Just this. Him, Morty, and the hush of the stars. For a man who's seen the edges of reality and stared into the collapse of time, this might just be the bravest thing he's ever done. Time stretches in that moment between Rick and Morty, not through the twisting mechanics of a time portal, but through the simplicity of shared silence. The stars overhead blink slowly, as if the universe itself is taking a breath. And Rick, he allows himself to feel something rare. Stillness. For a man whose life has been spent in motion, moving from planet to planet, dimension to dimension, thought to thought, this grounded moment is unfamiliar, but not unwelcome. He watches Morty yawn beside him, eyes growing heavier. The boy's head gently leans to the side, almost touching Rick's shoulder. Rick doesn't move away. He lets it happen. And though he'd never say it out loud, there's something in that fragile contact, something more valuable than any element he's synthesized or anomaly he's destroyed. Connection. It comes without fanfare, without the hum of a machine or the flash of interdimensional travel. It comes softly, like a breeze on a quiet street, or the warm glow of a memory that decides to stay. As Morty drifts into sleep, Rick remains awake. His eyes trace the moon's path across the sky. His thoughts slow, soften, taking shape in quiet musings rather than rapid-fire equations. Is it possible to be both brilliant and broken? Can a man who's shattered so much still hold together the pieces that matter most? The answer doesn't arrive in a burst of insight or scientific clarity. It arrives as a feeling, a hunch. The same kind that once told him how to bend space or cheat death. But this time, the hunch is something deeper. That maybe, just maybe, there's redemption in the pause, in staying, in being known not for what he can build or destroy, but for the way he chooses to show up. He looks back at Morty, sleeping peacefully against his arm. A lump forms in Rick's throat, and for once, he doesn't chase it away with a drink or a joke. He just lets it sit there. This is the side of Rick Sanchez that few ever see. The side buried beneath the layers of sarcasm, ego, and scars. The side that aches to be understood but doesn't dare ask. And yet tonight, in the hush of a world that spins quietly around them, that side of Rick breathes a little easier. Maybe he can't fix the past. Maybe he'll still fall into old habits. But for now, in this moment, Rick chooses stillness. He chooses presence. He chooses Morty. And that choice, fragile, quiet, utterly human, is the beginning of something deeper than any invention he's ever made. Not the end of the burden, but maybe the beginning of understanding it. He closes his eyes just for a moment, and as the stars drift overhead and the wind whispers softly through the trees, the universe continues its endless, beautiful spin, with Rick Sanchez silent and still beneath the sky, finally at peace, if only for tonight. Not the end of the burden, but maybe the beginning of understanding it. He closes his eyes just for a moment, and as the stars drift overhead and the wind whispers softly through the trees, the universe continues its endless, beautiful spin, with Rick Sanchez silent and still beneath the sky, finally at peace, if only for tonight. There's something about silence that feels louder when it surrounds someone like Rick. In a lab where ideas once danced like fireflies in his mind, we find Rick alone, surrounded not by invention, but by the aftermath of it. Fragments of failed gadgets, test tubes of unnamed chemicals, a flickering screen showing countless timelines he's altered, abandoned, or destroyed. This is the beginning of a chapter not written in equations, but in consequences. You see, long before the portals and the pickles and the exploding planets, Rick was a father, a husband, a man who once wanted what many of us want: a home, a family, a quiet kind of happiness. But the world, or perhaps his own brilliance, had different plans. There's a theory, unconfirmed yet deeply believed, that in one timeline, Rick invented something so powerful, so reality-defining, that it shattered the life he knew. A multiversal engine, a perfect equation. The kind of discovery that forces the cosmos to take notice and then retaliate. What followed was loss. Profound, undeniable, the kind that sinks into the bones, that echoes in a quiet house where laughter used to live. His wife gone, his daughter, little Beth, left without answers, and Rick became a wanderer. Not of roads, but of dimensions. He became the father of destruction, not just because of what he built, but because of what he left in ruin: love, trust, innocence. All things fragile in the face of a mind that saw too far, too fast. And yet, in that wreckage, something survived. Not warmth, no, but responsibility. In his own twisted way, Rick still sees himself as a protector, a watcher in the shadows. He builds weapons not just to conquer, but to shield. He destroys worlds sometimes to save a single life. Maybe his morality isn't dead, just buried under too many layers of guilt and irony. There's a particular night remembered by some fans, a moment when Rick collapses, drunk and mumbling beside his workbench. The camera lingers. The room is quiet, and you hear it, a faint sniffle, a tear falling from a man who swore he didn't feel anymore. That wasn't a punchline. That was the truth, peeking through the sarcasm. He's not just a destroyer, he's a man haunted by the things he couldn't save. It's easy to focus on the chaos Rick leaves behind, the black holes, the mutated cities, the exiled aliens. But the deeper story lies in why he does it all. What is he running from? What silence does he try to fill with explosions? Some say it's the grief, others the guilt. Maybe both. But there's another angle, too. Maybe Rick, for all his intellect, doesn't believe he deserves peace. Maybe destruction is his penance, a way of paying a debt the universe never asked for, but one he can't forgive himself for owing. There's a peculiar contradiction in Rick Sanchez. For every planet he leaves in ruins, there's a brief moment, often unnoticed, where he hesitates. A second where his fingers hover just above the button, as if part of him's asking, do I really have to do this again? But the decision always comes, and with it, the fire. We've seen it in episodes where Rick has destroyed entire civilizations, for what seems like petty reasons, a slight insult, a bureaucratic annoyance, a cosmic inconvenience. But look closer, and you'll often see a pattern. These weren't random acts of cruelty, they were defenses, preemptive strikes, and sometimes cries for control in a life that feels increasingly unanchored. Rick's genius didn't just allow him to create it, demanded it. His mind is constantly building, dismantling, modifying the universe around him. That kind of power can be isolating. And in Rick's case, it manifests in volatility. He's always one step ahead of destruction because, in some ways, he is destruction. But in the quiet spaces in the time between adventures, you can almost hear his regret. Take the Citadel, for example. A place that represents everything Rick detests about himself, yet also what he can't seem to escape. Structure, conformity, consequence. It's built by Ricks for Ricks, but none of them are quite him. He walks through it like a ghost through a house he once built in a dream. Detached, resigned, haunted. His interactions with other Ricks, particularly those in positions of power, reveal his deep disdain for systems and hierarchy. And yet it's impossible to ignore that he's the one who made it possible. Whether he admits it or not, Rick has influenced more than timelines. He's shaped an entire culture of versions of himself. And that might be the most painful destruction of all, the splintering of identity. Imagine facing thousands of reflections of yourself, each one a little more broken, a little more twisted. Rick's legacy isn't just in the galaxies he's destabilized or the technologies unleashed. It's in the fragmentation of his very soul, scattered across the multiverse in the form of other Ricks. And still he keeps moving. There's a memory that sometimes resurfaces not on screen, but in the expressions he wears when no one's watching. A baby's cry, a woman's voice calling him to dinner, the smell of something burning on the stove, domestic things and normal things, the life he once had, or maybe never really did. These memories are like stars seen through a telescope, beautiful, distant, untouchable. And so Rick leans into destruction, not out of malice, but because it's familiar, controlled chaos. He creates and dismantles universes not just for the thrill, but perhaps because if everything around him is constantly changing, he won't have to sit still and feel the weight of what he's lost. He is a man at war with time, with memory, with the echo of simpler days that no longer fit into the equation. And yet there are cracks in the armor. The way he looks at Morty when Morty isn't looking. The softness in his voice when he tells Summer, in a rare moment, that she's strong. The deep sighs that follow his harshest jokes. These are not the signs of a man who feels nothing. These are the signs of a man who feels everything, but doesn't believe he's allowed to show it. That's the irony of Rick Sanchez. He is the father of destruction, and yet he mourns what he destroys. There's a poignant moment easy to miss unless you're really looking where Rick stares into the remnants of one of his own experiments gone wrong. Not with anger, not with regret, but with something quieter, acceptance. A nod to the truth that even he can't outthink the consequences of his own brilliance. In the world of Rick and Morty, destruction comes dressed in humor, witty one-liners, absurd dimensions, talking pickles. But behind the laughter, Rick stands in silence, like a storm that's just passed. You feel the devastation, even if it isn't spoken aloud. His reputation across galaxies is a mixture of legend and warning. The Rickest Rick, a title that's both a badge and a chain. Wherever he goes, there's a shadow that follows, the knowledge that he's already been there, already broken something, already walked away. And yet this isn't pride, it's weariness. Because Rick knows that every genius act carries a cost. There's an episode where Rick creates a miniature universe inside a battery, a microcosm of society, unaware it exists solely to power his ship. It's clever, it's inventive, but it's also deeply unsettling. Because Rick doesn't just manipulate science, he manipulates people, even entire realities. And when those realities gain consciousness, it's not celebration he meets, it's confrontation. The deeper meaning is clear. Rick is a builder of cages. Not always out of cruelty, but because he doesn't know how else to keep the world moving without someone or something being underneath it. You can see it in the way he relates to family, too. Even when he's helping, there's often a power imbalance. He gives Morty adventures, but only when it suits him. He saves the day, but reminds everyone it was him who did it. He apologizes, but only with a joke wrapped around it. Love for Rick is a risk, and power, that's his armor. It's not just physical destruction Rick leaves behind. It's emotional wreckage, the kind that lingers long after the explosions fade. Beth, his daughter, carries it like a quiet echo. Morty, though still eager, now walks with a heavier step. And even Jerry, often the butt of the joke, has had to face what it means to live in a world where Rick's approval is nearly impossible to earn. Yet this destruction is not directionless. Rick has a code. Twisted, yes, but present. He punishes those who manipulate others. He retaliates when innocents are hurt. There's a logic, a rhythm to his chaos. Like a conductor orchestrating a symphony where the instruments are galaxies. Still, one can't ignore the toll it takes on him. Sometimes Rick drinks, not because he's celebrating, but because he remembers. Faces he can't forget. Realities he abandoned. Friends he betrayed or lost. He numbs the pain not just with chemicals, but with motion. Always on to the next portal, the next fix, the next distraction. And in the rare moments when he's truly alone, when the mask slips, you can almost hear the thoughts he doesn't speak. Was it worth it? Could I have been different? Would it even matter now? It's in these quiet moments that Rick feels most human. Not in the jokes, Not in the swagger, but in the stillness. He's not just a genius. He's not just a destroyer. He's a man who ran from his past and ended up chasing himself across infinite possibilities. And no matter how far he travels, he's never quite free from the version of himself that still remembers love, that still remembers loss. Because for every universe Rick leaves in ashes, there's one truth that always lingers behind. It wasn't just the worlds that crumble. He did too. There's a scene that quietly lingers in the background of Rick's vast, chaotic life. A dream, or maybe just the memory of a garage that smells like solder and old coffee. The tools aren't humming, and for once there's no beeping from interdimensional gadgets. Just silence. And in that still moment, Rick isn't a renegade scientist or cosmic menace. He's a father, a husband, a man with trembling hands and too many regrets. But the dream always ends. Because Rick doesn't let himself stay in places that feel safe. Safe is fragile. Safe gets destroyed. He knows that better than anyone. The story of Rick Sanchez isn't just about destruction. It's about distancing. He distances himself from consequences, from people, from vulnerability. And not because he's cruel by nature, but because he's learned that letting things in only makes the loss heavier when they're gone. One of the most haunting ideas in Rick and Morty's universe is the Citadel of Ricks, a city filled with countless versions of him from infinite realities. It's meant to be a parody of ego, a monument to Rick's arrogance. But there's something deeply hollow about it. When you realize that even in a place built entirely by himself, for himself, Rick doesn't belong. He's an outsider even among his own variants. Why? Because even when faced with infinite versions of himself, none of them truly understand the pain he carries, or worse they do, and they've all dealt with it by shutting down the same way. That's the real tragedy. Rick is not one of a kind because he's smart. He's one of a kind because he's still capable of asking himself why it all hurts. And sometimes, even if only for a fleeting second, he lets that hurt show. There's something deeply moving in the way Rick treats Morty, not consistently, not always gently, but hidden in the chaos and the yelling and the panic attacks is a strange kind of care. He teaches Morty things. He pushes him, sometimes too hard. He yells at him, but also saves him over and over again. And when Morty does finally stand up for himself, Rick listens. Not always well, but he listens. It's as if some part of him wants Morty to be better than he was, to not fall into the same traps, to carry the knowledge without the scars. Of course, Rick fails often. He says things that hurt. He takes things too far. He self-sabotages. But every now and then there's a flicker in his eyes, that unmistakable glint of guilt and longing. A longing for something softer. A moment of peace he doesn't believe he deserves. And yet, the universe never stops spinning. So Rick keeps running. Through dimensions, through timelines, through his own mind. He hides behind absurdity, the fart jokes, the dancing aliens, the endless one-liners. But behind it all is a man who once believed in something beautiful, and who now tries to recreate that feeling in every science project, every portal jump, every broken boundary. It's worth remembering that Rick wasn't born this way. He became this, through pain, through choice, through desperation, to make the unbearable feel bearable. That's what makes his story so compelling and so achingly real. He's not evil. He's just tired. Tired of pretending not to care. Tired of outsmarting feelings. Tired of being the smartest man in a multiverse that doesn't seem to need anyone at all. And maybe, deep down, Rick still hopes there's a reality out there where he got it right, where he didn't run, where he didn't build a fortress around his heart, where he didn't lose her, where he held on to the people who mattered. But even if he never finds that place, he keeps searching, because for all his flaws, all his chaos, Rick Sanchez is still human, deeply, tragically, brilliantly human. And sometimes, just sometimes, being human is enough to keep moving forward, even if you're the father of destruction. There is something mesmerizing about the quiet chaos of infinity. Imagine a swirling web of glowing threads, not string, not light, but something in between. Each strand pulses softly with possibility, carrying whispers of moments that happened, or might have. In the center of this infinite cosmic embroidery stands Rick Sanchez, or a Rick, or all Ricks, woven into a tapestry too vast for even the smartest being alive to comprehend fully. The multiverse in Rick's world is not just a concept. It's a reality he can walk through like a hallway. Open a portal here, and you're in a world where time flows backward. Step through another, and Earth never existed. A third might reveal Rick as a peaceful gardener, nurturing alien flowers under twin suns. And yet another might lead to a world ruled by fascist shrimp. And yes, Rick's been there too. Each reality a reflection. Each one a distorted mirror of his choices. But the real madness begins when Rick starts to realize that no matter how many times he rewrites the story, no matter how many alternate versions of himself he meets, he cannot run from who he truly is. Because the multiverse doesn't forget, it reflects. And Rick, for all his genius, cannot outsmart the echo of his own pain. Sometimes he finds comfort in the randomness of it all, the knowledge that he can never truly be trapped. There's always another door, another version, another dimension. But that comfort is fleeting. Because in every dimension, Rick Sanchez remains burdened with memories that don't fade when he crosses realities. He carries them like shadows, quiet, heavy, constant. There's a multiverse where Beth never died. A timeline where he stayed, raised her, loved her mother, and grew old surrounded by warmth. But those aren't the timelines Rick chooses to live in. He never stays, never settles. He dips into those possibilities like someone replaying a song from an old mixtape, not to relive it, but to feel what it once meant. That's a madness. Not the creatures, not the paradoxes, but the repetition of grief. Over and over again, he sees versions of himself trying to change, trying to be better, only to end up in the same spiral, jaded, drunk alone in a garage filled with unfinished ideas and half-forgotten laughter. And then there's Morty. There are infinite Mortys, too. Some brave, some broken, some filled with hope, some corrupted beyond recognition. And Rick sees them all. He tries to pretend it doesn't matter, that they're just interchangeable sidekicks, disposable variables in an equation he mastered long ago. But it's a lie he tells himself to sleep at night. Because one of the few constants Rick allows himself to believe in is his Morty, the one he chose, the one who stuck with him, the one who challenges him in just the right way, the Morty that makes the madness a little less lonely. But even that relationship is tested constantly by the endless expanse of possibility. Every time Rick jumps through a portal, he's reminded that bonds can break in the blink of a quantum flicker. One wrong choice, one unspoken thought, and the person walking beside you might become a stranger. Or worse, a reflection of your own failures. Still, Rick keeps going. Because in the multiverse, there's always the hope, however faint, that one version of him might find peace. One version might forgive himself, might find a reason to stay. And in that possibility, that faintest shimmer of grace, there's something achingly human, something real. There's a particular moment Rick keeps revisiting, not in time, but in thought, the way you might return to an old photograph, not because it's beautiful, but because something about it feels unfinished. It was the first time Morty saw Rick fail. Not just stumble, but break. They were in a timeline where the laws of physics were unraveling, where the sun bled into the sky like spilled ink, and entire cities floated upside down. Rick had promised to fix it. He always does. But something about that world resisted him. His calculations spun into nonsense. His machines melted, and he just collapsed. Morty, small and terrified, watched his grandfather, the man who bent reality, sink to the floor and whisper, "I don't know how to fix this." For a long time they sat in silence. The universe crumbled softly around them, like a dream falling apart at the edges. And in that silence, Rick did something rarer than genius. He let himself be held. Morty reached out, unsure and shaking, and placed a hand on Rick's shoulder. No pep talk, no scolding, just presence, just warmth. And for a brief moment, Rick didn't run from it. Of course, the moment passed. Rick rebuilt himself, sharper than before, with new gadgets and thicker walls. But something about that collapse and that comfort stayed lodged inside him like a splinter. It reminded him that even the smartest man in the universe needs saving sometimes, and that vulnerability isn't weakness, it's human. Still, Rick doesn't indulge these memories often. He distracts himself with invention, building devices that let him speak to stars or harvest energy from forgotten emotions. He battles space serpents. He escapes dreamscapes. He crafts entire realities just to feel something, and then destroys them when they feel too real. Each version of Rick scattered across the multiverse is a shade of the same tragedy, a man who can do anything except heal. Some Ricks are crueler, more chaotic. They've given up entirely and letting their genius rot into nihilism. They terrorize worlds, enslave minds, treat Mortys like disposable tools in a cosmic experiment. These are the Ricks that the Citadel once gathered a Council of the Broken, parading as rulers of a system they barely understood. And yet, even among those versions, there are outliers. A Rick who started a school to teach young minds not how to control the multiverse, but how to live in it with kindness. A Rick who turned his back on portals and settled on a distant moon, raising bees the size of pianos, writing poetry no one would ever read. A Rick who married a scientist from another dimension and gave up drinking because he wanted to remember every moment clearly. These stories whisper through the multiverse like wind through trees, gentle. Hard to believe, but impossible to forget. They offer glimpses of something Rick won't admit he desires, peace. But it always comes with a cost, and Rick hates paying. So instead he drifts, he tinkers, he dives deeper into the chaos, deeper into paradoxes and black holes, running from a stillness that terrifies him more than any alien warlord or collapsing dimension. There's a universe made entirely of memories encoded in sound. In that world, Rick once heard a lullaby his wife used to hum. He didn't expect it. He wasn't searching for it. But when the notes wrapped around him, he froze. Time stood still. And for the first time in decades, he cried. Not a clever tear, not a performative sob, but a raw, aching outpouring of something he couldn't define. Then he erased that memory, or tried to, but even the best erasers leave smudges. The multiverse doesn't just test Rick's intelligence, it tests his heart. Because in every universe, There are people who love him who try to reach him. Sometimes Beth, sometimes Morty, sometimes a stranger who sees past the arrogance and into the sorrow. And every time Rick must decide, does he let them in, or does he run? Most often he runs. But every so often he hesitates, and in that hesitation, we glimpse the man beneath the genius, the child who lost too much, the father who blamed himself, the scientist who thought knowledge would fix the pain only to find it sharpened it. And maybe, just maybe, that glimpse is enough. Because for all the damage Rick has done to timelines, to people, to himself, there is still something inside him that aches to be understood, not praised, not feared, just understood. In the end, that might be the truest madness of the multiverse. That a man who knows everything still doesn't know how to love without breaking. Sometimes, late at night across dimensions, Rick finds himself in bars that don't exist on maps. They appear only when he's most exhausted, neon-lit watering holes that hum with forgotten songs and strange laughter. The bartenders don't speak unless spoken to. The drinks taste like memories. And the patrons are versions of Rick. All of them. Quiet, reflective, waiting for a reason to stop running. There was one such night when Rick sat next to another Rick, who had no gadgets, no portal gun, just a pencil and a napkin. Trying to draw a way out, Rick asked, half smirking. The other Rick didn't answer right away. He sketched a shape instead, a crude heart with cracks running through it. Trying to remember, he finally whispered, what it felt like before I became this. Rick looked away, because he knew. He remembered too, and he hated that he did. In that moment, surrounded by echoes of himself, Rick realized something profound, that for all his escapes, all his inventions, all his infinite selves, he was always sitting across from the same person. A man who had once loved, who had once been full of hope, who had lost too much to ever feel whole again. Not broken by the multiverse, but by grief. It's easy to overlook that part of Rick, the part beneath the sarcasm and swagger, but it's there, in how he holds on to a particular photo of Beth, in the way he adjusts Morty's blanket when he thinks no one's looking, in how he sometimes pauses before opening a portal, as if weighing the decision to leave all over again. And though the multiverse offers infinite distractions, none of them truly quiet the ache. Rick knows this, deep down. That's why the most dangerous places he visits aren't other planets or timelines, but the moments when he sits in silence, when there's no adventure, no crisis, no excuse, just himself. Those are the moments he fears the most. Because in silence, the truth comes louder than any explosion. He misses her, his wife, his real one. The one who saw him not as a genius, but as a man. The one who laughed at his dumb jokes and held his hand in grocery stores and told him he wasn't too much, even when he felt like it. And in every universe, in every echo of their home, he's searching for some version of that life, a place where she didn't die, where Beth didn't grow up without him, where he wasn't swallowed whole by guilt. But even when he finds it, and he has it, never feels right. Because Rick knows it isn't real, it isn't his. And pretending only deepens the emptiness. So he leaves, again and again. Leaving behind traces of himself, fragments of almost love, whispered apologies that never quite reached their destination. The multiverse offers endless possibilities, but none with peace. Because peace requires surrender. And Rick Sanchez has never been good at that. Still, there's a quiet hope woven to the chaos, a thread he never fully severs. He teaches Morty. He protects Summer. He builds safety nets into his inventions. He leaves clues behind for those who might one day understand him. It's not redemption, but it's something. A soft resistance against becoming completely lost. Because no matter how far he travels, no matter how many Ricks he meets or destroys, there's still a small part of him that believes in something more. Something worth fighting for that isn't just survival or power or pride. Maybe it's connection. Maybe it's forgiveness. Maybe it's just the chance to be better than yesterday. In a way, that's the real madness of the multiverse, not the endless timelines or the strange creatures or the collapsing realities, but the quiet, stubborn persistence of hope, even in Rick Sanchez, especially in Rick Sanchez. And so, as this segment draws to a close, we leave him there drifting through the stars, one eye on the past, 1 foot in 1,000 futures, searching, wrecking, hoping, still mad, still brilliant, still human, and still dreaming, somewhere deep inside, that one of these universes might finally feel like home. There are moments, soft, quiet ones, where even Rick Sanchez lets his defenses drop. They don't come often. They don't last long. But when they do, they feel like fragments from a different life. A life where connections mattered more than equations. Where people were more than variables in a larger experiment. These are the fleeting bonds Rick sometimes allows, sometimes stumbles into, sometimes loses too quickly to even say goodbye. The clearest of these bonds, and perhaps the most complicated, is with Morty. Not just his grandson, not just the sidekick to his chaos, but a mirror, a reflection of the boy Rick used to be. Curious, naive, nervous, hopeful. Before the scars, before the loss, before the mind unraveled from chasing too many cosmic truths. Morty, for all his awkward stumbles and panicked outbursts, grounds Rick. Not in science, not in logic, but in something far more fragile, affection. There are countless timelines where Rick ditches Morty, where he replaces him, where he never even meets him. But in this one, the one that keeps pulling us in, he stays. Why? Because Morty cares. And Rick, despite every sarcastic jab, every cold dismissal, every explosive outburst, he notices, he feels it. Even if he doesn't say it. Especially because he doesn't say it. There was once a night, after a particularly rough mission, alien warlords, betrayal, time distortions, the usual madness. Morty, exhausted, collapsed onto the garage floor. "I can't do this anymore," he whispered, half asleep. Rick didn't reply. He just sat beside him, leaned back, and for a rare moment, let the silence settle. No jokes, no inventions, no escape. Just stillness. He didn't tuck Morty in. He didn't offer comfort, but he didn't leave either. And for Rick, that's everything. Because when he stays, it means something matters. Then there's Summer. Sharp-tongued, fiercely independent, often overlooked, but never truly forgotten. Rick sees himself in her too, though he'll never admit it. Summer challenges him in ways even Morty can't. She questions his choices, his ethics, his plans. She calls out the hypocrisy. She rolls her eyes at the theatrics, and sometimes she even saves him. Not with gadgets, but with the brutal honesty that Rick rarely receives. He doesn't hate it. Not really. There's a strange sort of pride in watching her take the lead, in watching her defy gods, rebel against interdimensional cults, or simply choose not to be afraid. It reminds him that maybe, just maybe, his chaos left behind something strong, something worth continuing. He once gave her a portal gun prototype, just slid it across the table without a word. She raised an eyebrow. "Training wheel?" she asked. Rick didn't reply, just smirked, took a sip of whatever dark liquid sat in his flask, and said, "Use it wisely, or irresponsibly. Whatever. I'm not your dad." And he wasn't. But in that moment, he almost sounded like one. Because deep down, in his fractured, sarcastic, acid-tongued way, he does care. He just doesn't know how to show it without breaking something first. Then there's Bird Person, the most unexpected bond of all, a warrior poet, a friend from Rick's wilder, younger years, a relic of a time when rebellion was romantic, when fighting the Galactic Federation felt like a cause instead of a compulsion. With Bird Person, Rick didn't need to explain his pain. He didn't need to wear the mask. They spoke in half sentences, shared long silences, fought shoulder to shoulder. And in one of Rick's darkest hours after another betrayal, another mistake, another loss, it was Bird Person who said the words no one else dared. "You are not alone in your grief, Rick. You only choose to be." It hit harder than any laser blast, because it was true. Rick had built walls higher than galaxies, defenses thicker than neutron stars. But Bird Person always found a way through, not with force, but with presence, with patience. Even when Rick failed him, even when their paths diverged into blood and ash. The bond remained, not unbroken, but unforgotten. And in the spaces between adventures, Rick sometimes hears his voice not as an echo, but as a reminder of what he once had, of what he still might have, if only he stopped running. But bonds don't only live in the past. They evolve, they linger, they surprise. Unity was one such surprise. A hive mind entity spanning an entire civilization, what started as a reunion between old lovers became one of the most subtly painful arcs in Rick's journey. At first it seemed perfect. A being who could think like Rick, anticipate him, engage with him on a scale no human ever could. He was drunk on the control, on the symmetry, on the ease of it all. For once, Rick wasn't too much. He wasn't too smart or too unstable. He was at home. But even perfection has cracks, and those cracks came not from unity, but from Rick himself. His chaos couldn't be contained. His demons didn't rest. Unity realized that Rick, for all his brilliance, was drowning, that no amount of affection, not even one drawn from an entire population, could fill the void inside him. So Unity left, and Rick, well, he broke. Not loudly, not violently, but quietly. He returned to the garage, moved in silence, played an old song, stared at the ceiling, built a ray, paused and lowered it, collapsed. And for a few agonizing minutes, we saw Rick, not as the smartest man in the universe, not as a god of science, but simply as a man heartbroken, alone, and lost. Unity's departure didn't just end a relationship, it carved a scar. One that Rick doesn't speak of, but one he still feels every time he drinks, every time he jokes, every time he pushes someone away just before they get too close. Because that's the pattern, isn't it? Rick connects, then severs. He cares, then deflects. He loves, then escapes. It's safer that way, easier. Because true connection means vulnerability, and for someone who's seen entire realities collapse, that's more terrifying than any apocalypse. But sometimes, despite himself, Rick lets the light in. Like with Mr. Nimbus. Yes, the rivalry is absurd. The flamboyance, the aquatic diplomacy, the passive-aggressive banter, it all feels theatrical, and it is. But beneath that oceanic surface lies a strange history of mutual respect. They go back, far back. And in between the fights and flexes, there's something like fondness, A twisted, ridiculous kind of friendship that refuses to admit itself. Because that's how Rick operates. Always with layers. Always with masks. And yet, when Mr. Nimbus calls Rick Richard, there's weight to it. A name used only by those who knew him before the madness consumed him. It's a reminder of a man who once believed in partnership, in shared battles, in friendship forged through chaos. Then there's the odd warmth he shares with certain versions of himself. Yes, alternate Ricks. In a universe bursting with infinite possibilities, Rick is never alone. But that doesn't mean he feels any less lonely. Some Ricks are cruel, some are tragic, some are mechanical. But every so often, one emerges who understands deeply, completely what this Rick carries. Pain, regret, genius, and a wish to be something more. They clash, of course. They argue, they sabotage each other, but buried in all that is recognition, a nod in the dark, a whisper of "I get it." Because no one gets Rick like Rick, and yet no one frightens Rick quite like Rick either. To see oneself reflected back, not through memory, not through imagination, but in real time is haunting, especially when the reflection reveals the paths not taken and the damage done. Still, Rick returns to the Citadel from time to time. Not for politics, not for order, but for fragments of understanding. Because even among versions of himself, he's searching for the version that made peace, searching for the one that figured it out, or at least lived long enough to stop hurting. But perhaps the most revealing bond Rick forms is with simple, quiet beings, those who demand nothing. Like Snuffles, the family dog turned sentient. What began as a joke spiraled into something touching a creature who found intelligence, then grief, then purpose. Rick helped create that path. And when Snuffles left, not in anger, but in growth, Rick was, once again, left watching something he touched walk away stronger. It happens a lot. He gives the spark and ends up in the shadows. Because Rick Sanchez builds genius, builds connections, builds worlds. But keeping them, that's the hard part. They slip through his fingers, like sand, like stars, like time. Then came Bird Person. Not an invention, not a mistake, but a true friend. Their bond was different, old, unshaken by the absurdity that surrounded them. Bird Person was never dazzled by Rick's genius, never afraid to challenge him, and never short of clarity in moments when Rick spiraled. There was calm in him, a quiet resistance to the chaos. They fought side by side in wars that bent time and reality, shared moments between dimensions, and exchanged words that went beyond their usual cynicism. To see Rick with Bird Person is to glimpse the version of Rick that might have lived had love, trust, and friendship endured. But trust is heavy in Rick's world. It costs, and when Bird Person was betrayed, captured, and turned into a weapon, Rick didn't flee. He went in, risked everything, to save someone who once saved him. That rescue wasn't loud, it wasn't showy. It was layered with memory, with pain, and with confrontation. Rick entered Bird Person's mind not just to retrieve him, but to face the moments he buried. Moments of war, of laughter, of their youth, of a time before bitterness took the wheel. Within Bird Person's fractured consciousness, Rick had to meet himself, his younger self, a more hopeful, more reckless version, and that reunion, though metaphorical, was more painful than any gunfight. He had to admit he was lonely. That Bird Person was one of the only real connections he had left. And even then he almost lost it. But he didn't. Bird Person came back. And while the scars remain on both of them, so does the bond. It's one of the few that survived. Others weren't so lucky. Noob, the unlikely intern who admired Rick more than anyone expected, was discarded then remembered. A symbol of how Rick often overlooks loyalty, only to crave it later when the silence settles. Then there was Tony, a stranger, a man Rick met in a public restroom of all places. Their interactions were brief, odd, and surprisingly intimate. They debated existence, happiness, the illusion of control, and in those conversations, Rick met someone who refused to be broken by grief. Tony saw through Rick's armor, gently, persistently. And though Rick pretended it meant nothing, his visit to Tony's home, the hesitation in his steps, betrayed a different truth. When Tony passed, Rick was left with the echo of those conversations, of what might have been a genuine friendship had time allowed. And again he was left with absence. It's a pattern that loops endlessly. Rick meets someone, they see him truly see him, and then they're gone. Whether by choice, by death, or by Rick's own defense mechanisms. Even with Morty, the one who's lasted the longest, the bond wavers. There are universes where Morty turns on Rick, where Rick loses him, where he clones, replaces, resets, and rewrites his own reality just to avoid facing the grief. And yet, despite it all, Morty remains. There's something about that, about enduring each other, that holds more meaning than Rick would ever admit out loud. He teases Morty, berates him, tests his limits. But in the quiet spaces, when the universe isn't imploding and the jokes are on pause, there's care. Unspoken, but real. When Morty disappears, Rick notices. When Morty's hurt, Rick reacts. And in the rarest of moments, when Morty challenges Rick's choices and wins, there's a flicker of pride. It's not parental. Not exactly. It's more complicated than that. It's partnership, born from chaos. Rick has pushed Morty into situations no one should ever face. He's turned Morty into versions of himself, but somewhere in all that trauma, a connection formed. Not healthy, not traditional, but resilient. And that resilience, that refusal to give up on each other, is what keeps Rick tethered, even when everything else drifts. Because for all his bravado, Rick is terrified of being alone. Not physically, existentially. And so he keeps testing bonds, keeps poking holes in them, keeps asking without saying the words, will you still be here if I ruin everything? Some stay, some don't. But each leaves a mark. And Rick, in all his brilliance, carries them quietly, hidden under sarcasm, behind blue portals and blackouts. There are no perfect relationships in Rick's world, only fleeting ones. Flickering lights in the vastness of space, warming him for just a moment before they blink out. And sometimes, Rick lights those candles again, not to relive what was, but to remember it ever existed. He revisits old haunts, not just planets or bars, but emotional spaces, places where laughter once echoed, where an ally once stood, where a mistake was made. These visits are quiet. There's no monologue, no adventure, just stillness. The camera may pan across empty rooms, scorched earth, hollow dimensions, but in those frames lies something deeper, a longing for what he once felt but couldn't hold on to. Even unity, the collective hive mind Rick once dated, was a bond both extraordinary and tragic. Unity loved him, in a way no one else possibly could. They adapted, they danced, they mirrored. They offered him everything, belonging, purpose, power, and Rick was tempted. But again the same wall rose. He couldn't believe he deserved that love, so he sabotaged it. And when it ended, Rick didn't rage. He didn't run. He just sat. in silence, alone with a bottle in a trembling hand. That moment, that unspoken cry for help, was perhaps the rawest the show has ever dared to go. No jokes, no alien invasions, just Rick, broken under the weight of his own mind. Because that's the cruelest trick of genius. You see everything. Every flaw, every loss, every could have been. And still you move forward. You rebuild the ship. You invent the portal. You crack another joke. You pretend it didn't matter. But it did. It always did. For every broken connection, there's a story Rick never tells. A goodbye he never voiced. A regret stitched quietly between the layers of sarcasm and swagger. The truth is, Rick doesn't need hundreds of friends. He needs one. Just one person who stays. Who doesn't flinch when he pushes, who understands the chaos, the brilliance, the cruelty, and chooses to care anyway. Sometimes that's Morty. Sometimes it's Summer. Occasionally it was even Jerry in his own clumsy, clueless way. And other times, it's no one. That's the real burden of Rick Sanchez. Not the science, not the intergalactic chaos, but the isolation. To exist on every frequency of the multiverse, but be heard by so few. So he builds new versions, clones, AI. He crafts simulations and backups, hoping to capture some flicker of past warmth, and yet they always feel colder, emptier. Because connection, real connection, can't be engineered. It must be risked. And risk, for Rick, means vulnerability. The kind he's been running from ever since he lost his original Beth, or perhaps even before that. That loss sits at the root of everything. The lab, the inventions, the cruelty, the disconnection. It all spirals from a moment too painful to face. So he loops instead. Another mission, another Morty, another joke. Until something or someone breaks through. It doesn't happen often. But when it does, it lingers. A simple touch, a word left unspoken. A memory that returns when he least expects it. Rick keeps these like souvenirs, not on shelves, but in moments of hesitation. In that pause before opening a door. In the glance he gives Morty before they leap through another portal, in the deep sigh before sleep. He'll never say it. But these bonds, however fleeting, matter. They're the anchors in his storm, the gravity in his black hole of thought. And while he may never escape the orbit of his own defenses, sometimes, just sometimes, he slows down enough to feel the pull. The audience rarely sees Rick cry, but we've seen the silence after the storm, the haunted gaze, the way his hand lingers just a second longer on Morty's shoulder, the way he looks at Beth when she speaks of childhood, the way he listens, ever so briefly, when Bird Person speaks of loyalty. These are his confessions, silent, subtle, but real. They remind us that even in the vast, indifferent sprawl of the multiverse, connection matters. And for Rick Sanchez, who has seen the beginning and end of countless worlds, the rare, fragile moments of human connection remain the most powerful forces in existence. No portal gun can replicate them. No invention can fix them. No science can explain why they hurt, and why we still seek them anyway. Rick does, in his own way, through sarcasm, through sabotage, through quiet, trembling pauses. The fleeting bonds may never last, but they shape him, every single time. There comes a point in Rick's story where the scientific spectacle begins to blur into something more profound, something deeper than gadgets and galaxies. Beyond the portal gun and past these screaming timelines lies the aching, quiet truth. Rick Sanchez is a philosopher, a thinker, a man who questions everything, not just the nature of the universe, but his place in it. This is where we explore the burden of that kind of mind. It's not a loud burden. It doesn't crash through doors or destroy planets. It's quiet, heavy, slow. It presses on the soul in quiet moments, late at night, between sips from a flask, when the laughter fades and only thought remains. You see, Rick isn't just aware of the vastness of the universe, he's burdened by it. He's tasted its infinite flavors and still finds them lacking. He's lived 1,000 lives, met endless versions of himself, solved problems before most even knew they existed, and still he searches, not for answers anymore. He's found those, but for meaning. And that's far harder to pin down, because science answers how. But philosophy, it asks why. Why bother? Why go on? Why care? For Rick, those questions hit differently. They linger like echoes in a hollow space. He knows the chemical compositions of stars, the anatomy of interdimensional gods, the inner workings of minds, both organic and mechanical. But when he looks inward, it's murkier. Perhaps that's the curse of brilliance, to understand the everything but not the self. He's played God. He's unraveled entire systems. He's toppled regimes with a joke and created life from a soda can. But when he sits quietly with no mission, no enemy, no plan, the thoughts come creeping in. What am I really? A father? A friend? A monster? Or just noise in the chaos? The Rick we see in fleeting quiet moments lying face up on the garage floor, staring at the ceiling while music plays softly in the background, that Rick is more real than the one crashing spaceships into government labs. Because in stillness, there is reflection. And Rick reflects constantly, he just hides it behind noise. Behind science. Behind his self-appointed identity as the smartest man in the universe. But intelligence, as heavy as it may be, cannot protect against meaninglessness. And Rick feels that void often. He fills it with invention, with sarcastic remarks, with danger, with distractions. But it always returns the black hole of why. Take, for instance, his relationship with time. Rick could live forever, and in some timelines he has. He can pause, rewind, branch off, reprogram existence itself. But the more control he gains, the less satisfied he becomes. Because control isn't peace. It's merely a more sophisticated illusion. He knows that. So he pushes further. Into absurdity. Into darkness. Into philosophical games that make entire worlds question their reality, like that time he built a battery that contained a universe filled with intelligent life, whose only purpose was to generate electricity for his spaceship. And when those creatures began asking the same questions, who am I? Why am I here? Rick shrugged. He didn't answer, because to answer them would mean facing the same questions in himself. So he walked away. That's how Rick handles deep thought. He wades in, feels the weight, and backs out before it drowns him. But he never truly leaves it behind. Every sarcastic remark, every cruel joke, every self-sabotaging decision, it all hints at something deeper, a knowing, a pain, a philosopher's burden. Even in his most absurd antics, the questions remain. Is morality real? Is love just chemistry? Is freedom possible in a multiverse where everything already exists? He doesn't answer these questions in words. He acts them out. He lives them, plays them out in 1,000 different ways, hoping perhaps that one scenario will finally make him feel something real, something true. But truth is slippery, especially when you know too much. Rick's burden isn't that he doesn't understand the universe. It's that he understands it too well and still finds it hollow. That hollowness isn't the absence of things. It's the absence of meaning within the everything. And meaning, for Rick, can't be found in the lab or on a mission. It comes in the smallest moments. In a hesitant apology. In a reluctant hug. In the way he looks at Morty when Morty doesn't realize he's looking. It's there, flickering. It's what keeps him from falling completely. But it's fragile. It's easily buried beneath sarcasm and spite. And Rick often chooses to bury it, not because he wants to, but because it hurts too much to hold. Because once you believe the universe is meaningless, you either collapse or you build your own meaning. And Rick, he tries, every day, in his own broken way. Rick's attempts to build meaning aren't always noble. They're not even always conscious. Sometimes it's just a half-hearted gesture, a reluctant decision, or a small act of kindness that slips through the cracks of his carefully constructed persona. But they exist. These are the moments that whisper, there's still something inside. Take Bird Person, for example. A friend from a distant past. A symbol of a time when Rick still believed in causes, in resistance and brotherhood. Their bond wasn't built on witty banter or mutual convenience. It was rooted in shared pain and hard-won respect. And yet Rick walked away. He always does. Because real connection brings risk, and risk brings pain. Still, when Bird Person needed him, Rick returned. He fought. He bled. He broke rules he created, just to save a friend who represented a part of himself he no longer knew how to embrace. And when Bird Person, in turn, saved Rick, there was no clever remark, no joke, just silence. That silence said everything. In that quiet moment, we didn't see a scientist or a god or a drunk. We saw a man. A tired, broken, but deeply human man. And that's the crux of Rick's burden. No matter how far he pushes, no matter how hard he tries to numb it, humanity pulls him back. It tethers him to a reality he pretends to be above. It reminds him of his limits, of the people he once loved, of the daughter he can't fix, and the grandson he's too afraid to lose. Rick's mind is a fortress of logic, but his soul, it's a battlefield of emotion. That's why we see glimpses of guilt when Summer cries, when Morty's trust breaks, when Beth calls him out. Rick doesn't deny these things because he's heartless. He denies them because he feels too much, and feeling has never led to peace in his experience, only ruin. So he isolates. He builds walls of invention. He hides behind layers of arrogance. But even the strongest walls crumble with time. And Rick's have cracks. They always have. Look closely. And you'll see them in the way he lingers in the garage after everyone's gone to bed. In the way he adjusts his flask to look like he's still drinking, even when it's empty. In the way he re-watches old memories, but skips the parts that hurt. Pain for Rick isn't just a side effect. It's a compass. It points to what matters. And the fact that he feels it at all means he hasn't lost everything. Now let's talk about the citadel of Ricks. What better metaphor for the philosopher's dilemma than a place where infinite versions of yourself exist, debating existence, power, order, and chaos? Rick created the citadel to escape persecution, yes, but also, on some level, to escape himself. And it didn't work. Because the citadel showed him that no matter the version, the same questions remained, the same behaviors emerged. Some Ricks ruled, others rebelled. Some were kind, others cruel. But all were stuck in the same loop of superiority, emptiness, and longing. Even evil Morty saw it. And in his rebellion, he became a mirror, Not of Rick's intellect, but of Rick's fear. The fear of being ordinary, of being replaceable, of being predictable. Rick doesn't want to be understood. He wants to be unknowable. He wants to be the exception, the glitch, the one who sees through the matrix. But deep down, he knows he's just another version, just another Rick, wearing pain like armor and genius like a mask. So when evil Morty walks away, rejecting the entire system, Rick feels it. Not just as betrayal, but as exposure. As if someone finally said aloud what Rick had always known, that even brilliance can be a prison. That knowledge without connection is a cage. And Rick, he built that cage himself. Brick by brick. With sarcasm, with indifference, with pride. But the philosopher's burden isn't just in asking questions. It's in accepting that sometimes there are no answers. That sometimes all you can do is feel. And Rick doesn't want to feel, because feeling opens doors. To regret, to love, to loss, to all the things science can't undo. But he feels anyway, because beneath the infinite logic, beneath the tangled theories and infinite Ricks, there is a heart, wounded, weathered, reluctant, but beating still. That heart is what makes Rick a philosopher, not just a scientist. Because real philosophy begins not in books, but in bruises. Not in thought, but in experience. And Rick's experiences have shaped a mind that can't stop spinning. Looking for patterns, hoping for purpose, dreading the silence that comes when none appears. Rick has always tried to dodge responsibility. Not because he can't handle it, but because he knows what it brings. Responsibility means vulnerability. It means connection. It means consequences. And Rick has seen what consequences can do. Once he believed that brilliance alone could keep chaos at bay. That understanding the universe, breaking it down to its smallest components, its rawest math and matter, would be enough. Enough to avoid the pain. Enough to stay ahead of the suffering. But it didn't work. No amount of intelligence insulated him from the ache of loss, from the confusion of family, from the weight of decisions that ripple across realities. So he built distractions, endless adventures, chaotic plots, interdimensional errands that masked his aching heart with flashes of adrenaline and snark. Yet even the most thrilling escape ends eventually. And in those quiet spaces in between, the cold lull in the ship, the creak of a closing garage door, the stillness after a universe collapses, Rick sits alone. Not as a god, not as a genius, but as a man who's tired. So very tired. And that's the philosopher's curse. He can't unsee the world. He can't undo the awareness. Once you start asking why, you can never stop. Once you peel back the curtain, there's no bliss in ignorance. Rick knows too much. He knows how fragile everything is, how temporary joy can be, how even the deepest bonds fray with time. And still, he keeps going. He keeps trying to guide Morty, even if clumsily, trying to protect Beth, even if indirectly. Trying to be there for Summer in his own sideways, chaotic way. Because somewhere, deep inside the storm, there's a spark of love that refuses to die. That love isn't obvious. It's not shown in hugs or heartfelt speeches. It's shown in the way he recalibrates Morty's serum after a mutation, in the way he freezes time so the kids can relax without worry, in the way he repairs what he's destroyed, silently, without asking for thanks. 'Cause he doesn't do it for applause. He does it because, against all odds, he cares. And caring, for someone who's seen entire worlds burn, is the bravest thing he can do. Rick's burden isn't just knowledge, it's love. Love that he can't express. Love that hurts too much to acknowledge. Love that has outlived galaxies. In a moment of rare clarity, Rick once admitted that the universe doesn't owe him anything. That maybe, just maybe, he doesn't have to be the smartest man in the cosmos to be worthy of forgiveness or even joy. But that moment passed. Because self-forgiveness, that's the hardest challenge of all. Rick carries guilt like gravity. It shapes his posture, his tone, his eyes. It's in every flinch when someone shows him kindness, every scoff when someone compliments him, every deflection, every dismissal. It's all armor. Because deep down he fears he doesn't deserve peace. But that's the lie philosophers often believe, that suffering equals depth, that wisdom must be earned through pain. And while there's truth to that, it's not the whole story. Peace isn't weakness. Vulnerability isn't failure. And Rick may never fully embrace that. But he's learning, slowly, quietly. In small moments, when he lets Morty lead a mission, when he fixes a broken toy in the background, when he pauses at a family dinner, watching, half smiling, before excusing himself with a crude joke. Those are the sparks. Sparks of growth, of humanity, of something resembling hope. Because for all his despair, Rick still shows up. He may arrive late, drunk, and with a flamethrower, but he shows up. And in a cosmos where apathy is easy and abandonment is common, showing up matters. The philosopher in Rick sees the cracks in everything. But the human in him still wants to believe that light can get in, even if just a flicker, even if only for a moment. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough. Enough to carry on. Enough to keep hoping. Enough to keep loving in his own broken, brilliant way. Some nights, now when the lab is quiet and the portal gun rests on the workbench, Rick just stares into the void. Not a metaphorical one, a literal void. He opens a micro-universe, lets it stretch across the ceiling like a starry sky, and lies back in silence. The stars shimmer, planets spin, entire civilizations blink in and out of existence, like dust motes in candlelight. He doesn't interfere. He just watches. It's the closest thing to peace he knows. Because in that stillness, Rick sees not just the chaos of creation, but the absurdity of it. The beauty, the randomness, the miracle. And sometimes that's enough. Sometimes he lets himself feel. Not for long, never for long. But in those fleeting seconds, a tear might form, a memory might rise, a whisper of a past life, of a child's laugh, a lover's embrace, a friend's voice long silenced by time. And then it's gone, wiped away with a swig from a flask and a sarcastic quip. That's how he survives. Humor is armor, sarcasm is shelter, chaos is comfort. But even the most fortified minds have soft places. And Rick's soft place isn't a person or a memory, it's a question. What if? What if he had stayed? What if he hadn't run? What if he had let himself be loved without conditions? Would he be less brilliant, less bold? Or would he be happier? It's a question he never answers. Because answering it would mean stopping, reflecting, admitting. And Rick isn't ready, not yet. But he's closer than he was. Each moment with Morty, each reluctant connection with Summer, each argument with Beth, that ends not in a storm out, but in a sigh. That's progress. Tiny, microscopic, multiverse-level progress. Because real change for Rick doesn't look like redemption arcs or dramatic apologies. It looks like listening. It looks like staying in the room just 5 seconds longer. It looks like walking away from the portal instead of into it. And maybe that's enough. Maybe the burden of the philosopher isn't to have all the answers, but to keep asking the right questions, to sit with the discomfort, to hold the contradiction, to be both the destroyer and the healer, the cynic and the dreamer, the drunk and the protector. Rick is all of those things, and none of them too, because identity, like the universe, refuses to be pinned down. One moment he's saving an entire planet from ecological collapse. The next, he's accidentally unleashing psychic wasps into his garage. There's no rhyme, no rhythm, just Rick. But beneath it all, beneath the inventions, the explosions, the unshaven face, and the tired eyes, is a man still trying to find meaning, trying to feel worthy, trying to believe that even in a limitless cosmos, connection does matter. That family does mean something. That even gods can be forgiven. The philosopher's burden isn't truth, it's doubt. And Rick carries that doubt like a lantern, lighting the path for others, burning himself in the process. He'll never admit it, probably never speak it aloud. But every time he returns home, every time he looks at Morty with something softer than exasperation, he's saying, "I'm still here." And that, perhaps, is the most profound thing he's ever done. He stays. Not in every universe, not in every timeline. But in this one, ours, he stays. Watching, thinking, sometimes laughing, sometimes hurting, but staying. And maybe that's the philosopher's real gift, to remain curious, to keep wondering even when the answers sting, to keep searching even when home is just a garage full of tools and regrets, to keep loving even when love feels like a trick the universe plays on fools. Rick Sanchez is many things, a genius, a monster, a savior, a mess. But above all, he's a man who hasn't given up. And in the vast emptiness of space, that stubborn spark of persistence, that refusal to quit, that weary, drunken march forward, that's something like hope. And hope, even when it hides behind burps and lasers and sarcasm, might be the most powerful invention he's ever created. When you live forever, time stops meaning the same thing. Days bleed into decades. Moments lose their weight. Holidays, birthdays, even apocalypses become background noise. And for Rick Sanchez, the ticking of the clock is no longer a measure of life, but just an echo, something faint, distant, and mostly forgotten. In the still hours of the night, when even Morty's late-night video games have gone quiet, Rick sometimes just sits. He'll lean back in a squeaky garage chair, head tilted, and stare at absolutely nothing. Because when you're immortal, you start to realize how fragile everything else is. He's watched universes collapse, watched stars burn out like candles, watched friends age and die not once, not twice, but again and again, across infinite timelines. And what's left behind? Just him, the man who can't die, or won't. Because somewhere deep in Rick's past, far beyond the versions of himself we've come to know, there was a moment, a single moment where he made a choice. He could have stopped, could have stayed mortal, could have lived one life full of love and loss, and let that be enough. But Rick, he chose differently. He built walls, layered his DNA with fail-safes, backups, infinite clones. He scattered himself like stardust across the multiverse. Some Ricks went rogue, some became monsters, some tried to be better. But all of them carried the same burden. They couldn't die. And with that burden came a price. See, mortality brings meaning. When you know the end is coming, you treasure the beginning, you savor the middle, you fight harder, laugh louder, love deeper. But when death isn't a threat, everything starts to fade. The highs aren't as high. The lows stretch endlessly, and eventually you stop caring not because you want to, but because your soul runs out of places to feel. That's Rick's curse. Not the science, not the power, not even the loneliness. It's the numbness. The aching, spreading silence that follows him like a shadow. The quiet knowledge that every moment is just one more grain of sand in a beach that never ends. So he distracts himself. With inventions, with alcohol, with chaos. He picks fights, travels to absurd dimensions, turns himself into a pickle, fights rats in a sewer, challenges galactic federations. All of it, not for glory, but just to feel something again. And sometimes, just sometimes, it works. A glance from Morty, a hug from Summer. Beth calling him Dad without bitterness. They pierce the armor. Not always, not often, but enough. Enough to remind Rick that he's still in there, buried beneath the genius, beneath the grief. A man who once upon a time held a baby in his arms and dreamed of nothing more than teaching her how to ride a bike. That version of Rick is still alive. Barely. And that's the tragedy of immortality. You don't become a god. You just become a witness, a spectator in your own fading humanity. Rick has watched his daughter grow up across thousands of timelines. In some, she becomes a savior. In others, a tyrant. In a few, she never gets to grow at all. And each version takes something from him. Because even though he won't admit it, each Beth is his Beth. Each loss feels real. Each moment feels like a scratch across a heart he swears doesn't exist anymore. But it does. He just doesn't let people see it. That's why the garage is always locked. Why the flask is always full. Why the jokes are always just sharp enough to cut. Because it's easier that way. Easier to be the Rick everyone expects, the genius, the rebel, the untouchable. But late at night, when he forgets to turn off the lab lights, and his silhouette flickers against the wall like a ghost, you can see it. The cost. Not in scars, not in numbers, but in absence. The absence of rest. The absence of surrender. Rick can't sleep for long. He dreams, but the dreams always shift. Sometimes he's back in the kitchen, watching Diane cook eggs. Sometimes he's in a lab holding a prototype portal gun, unsure if it'll work. Sometimes he's just drifting in space, weightless, looking for a planet that doesn't exist. And then he wakes up, alone. Even when the house is full. Even when Morty mumbles from the next room or the TV hums quietly downstairs. Because Rick's solitude isn't physical. It's woven into his soul. A soul stretched too thin across too many lifetimes. It wasn't always like this. There was a time when Rick felt the thrill of discovery, when every machine he built was a doorway to wonder, not an escape from himself. He was younger then, reckless, in a way that still held hope. Every equation felt like poetry. Every explosion, a symphony of chaos and potential. But over time, even brilliance became a burden. He solved problems before they could become puzzles. He anticipated answers before questions were asked. The spark dimmed, the joy drained, and the universe, vast and endlessly strange, stopped feeling mysterious. Immortality had dulled the edges of surprise. That's why Rick keeps Morty around. Not because he needs help, not because he enjoys the company, though deep down he does. It's because Morty still sees the universe the way Rick once did, with awe, with fear, with wonder. Each adventure is new to Morty, every planet a marvel, every monster a story waiting to unfold. And in Morty's wide eyes, Rick catches glimpses of his own forgotten fascination. But it's fleeting. Because Rick can't truly go back, not to the days of starry-eyed ambition, not to the time before he knew what he knows now. The more he learns, the more walls he builds. Each discovery carves away a piece of his wonder until all that's left is the machinery, not the magic. Still, there are moments rare and delicate where the magic stirs again. Like when he sees Morty laugh uncontrollably at something dumb, or when Summer stands up to an intergalactic warlord without blinking. When Beth tells him she's proud of herself. Or when Jerry, well, even Jerry in his bumbling way, reminds Rick that sincerity still exists. It's in those tiny flickers of humanity that Rick finds his anchor. Because immortality without connection is just drifting. And though Rick has tried so hard to convince himself he doesn't care, the truth leaks through. In the things he doesn't say. In the missions he refuses. In the soft way he sometimes places a blanket over Morty when he falls asleep in the spaceship. He does care. He just doesn't know what to do with that feeling. See, Rick's built entire galaxies, erased timelines, outwitted gods. But when it comes to simple human connection, he's hopelessly unarmed. A hug feels more dangerous than a black hole. A kind word, more unpredictable than a collapsing star. So he avoids them, distracts himself, wears sarcasm like armor and intelligence like a blade. But it never really works, because the truth of who Rick is, of who he was, still pulses inside. The man who loved deeply, who lost his wife in a way no universe could ever repair, who searched the stars not for answers but for her. Some say he found nothing. Others say he found too much. But Rick knows the truth. There is no universe where grief doesn't follow you. No dimension where love ends cleanly. It threads itself through every version of you, like a scar woven into your DNA. And for Rick, that scar is Diane. He doesn't talk about her, doesn't even let himself think about her most days. But every now and then, when the stars align just right, or when a random perfume stirs a memory, he sees her. Not in full, just flashes. The curve of her smile, the sound of her voice when she called him an idiot. The way her hand felt resting on his shoulder as he tinkered in the garage. These fragments hurt more than the memories, because they remind Rick of what he truly lost, not just a partner, but a future, a chance at a normal life, a home filled with noise and mess and Sunday breakfasts. He traded it all for genius, for revenge, for escape. And now he can't undo it. Not even with infinite timelines. Because no version of reality gives him back the version of himself that he lost. That's the cost of immortality. It doesn't just rob you of death. It steals the finality that gives life its shape. Without endings, there are no beginnings. Without goodbyes, hellos mean less. Rick exists in a loop, an endless drift through cause and effect, never landing long enough to let anything take root. He watches families, friendships, empires rise and fall always from the sidelines. Because to live forever is to lose forever. And still he stays, not because he's afraid of death, but because, in some fractured part of him, he hopes that maybe, someday, something will change. That some version of Morty or Beth or even himself will crack the code, will rewrite the ending, will give meaning to the endless middle. It's a fragile hope. But it's there, buried beneath layers of cynicism and vodka and quantum mechanics, waiting. Sometimes in the silence between dimensions, Rick wonders what it would feel like to stop. Not to die, no, he's been there. Done that many times over. Death isn't the enemy. It's It's the final pause in a symphony that never stops playing in his head. No, Rick thinks about stopping in the gentler sense. Slowing down, letting go, not running to the next experiment, the next distraction, the next emergency, just existing, without all the noise. He built silence into his life before. Isolation chambers, dead zones, entire pocket dimensions, devoid of sound or life. But those silences are artificial, created, controlled. He knows they end when he chooses. The kind of silence Rick secretly craves is different. It's the quiet of sitting on a porch as the sun sets on a world you helped shape. It's sipping something warm, not for the effect, but for the comfort. It's hearing laughter inside a house and knowing you're welcome there, not because you invented gravity or killed a god, but because you belong. But that kind of silence is hard to earn when your life has been a storm. Rick has burned too many bridges, left too many universes in his wake. People who once reached out eventually stopped. Beth tried when she was young. Oh, how she tried. Drawing pictures of her dad flying through space, waiting by the door with eyes full of hope. But Rick was never there. And when he did show up, he brought chaos like an unwanted gift. Monsters, machines, enemies. Sometimes even duplicates of himself. Always something to distract from the emptiness he carried. He didn't mean to push her away. But in trying to protect her from his world, he kept her from being part of it. Now there's distance. Love still but muted. Conditional. They dance around truths like planets orbiting a black hole. Close, but never too close. Then there's Morty, the grandchild Rick never expected to care for. At first, Morty was a tool, a meat shield, a piece of normalcy Rick could manipulate to get past intergalactic border checks. But over time, something changed. Rick saw flashes of himself in Morty, not the genius Morty's too kind-hearted for that kind of darkness, but the hunger, the ache for meaning in a world that often feels arbitrary and cruel. Morty believes in things, in doing good, in saving people, in right and wrong. Rick remembers when he used to believe, too. Now he scoffs at the idea. But deep down, when Morty stands up to him, when he refuses to go along with something cruel, Rick feels something sharp in his chest. Pride? Regret? Maybe both. Morty keeps Rick human in ways he hates to admit. Not through argument or science, but through presence. By simply being there. By continuing to show up despite the trauma, the betrayals, the horror of traveling with the universe's most dangerous grandfather. Rick pushes him away, yells, belittles, disappears. And yet Morty comes back. Not because he's naive, not anymore. But because somewhere in the chaos, Morty sees the version of Rick that Rick himself can't. The version that might still be redeemable. It's a terrifying thought for Rick. Redemption implies guilt, and guilt requires acknowledgement. Rick would rather face 1,000 alien invasions than say, "I'm sorry." But even silence speaks volumes. When he tightens Morty's seatbelt before a rough landing. When he changes course mid-warp to avoid a planet Morty once mentioned hating. When he lets Morty sleep instead of dragging him into another doomed heist. Tiny acts, quiet mercy. In the language of the multiverse, that's as close to love as Rick knows how to get. Still, there's one part of Rick that remains untouched. Untouched by Morty's influence. Untouched by Beth's strained forgiveness. Untouched by every version of himself he's killed or abandoned. The empty part. The space inside him that even time and invention can't fill. It's where Diane lives. Not the real Diane, she's long gone. But the idea of her. The symbol of what was lost. What was sacrificed? What can never be recovered? Rick visits that space sometimes, not often. Just when he thinks the loneliness might swallow him. He doesn't talk, he doesn't drink. He just sits, breathing, remembering. He sees the hallway where she used to hum while folding laundry. He sees the old couch where she'd rest her head on his shoulder. He sees a crib, empty. Time doesn't move in that space, neither does Rick. Because for a man who can go anywhere, some places will always be unreachable. And that is the true curse of immortality. Not the endless years, not the pain, not the boredom, but the places you can't return to, the people you can't hold again, the you that you'll never be. Rick carries it all silently, in the tilt of his head, in the twitch of his eyes, in the long pauses between jokes. And though he'll never say it, he misses who he used to be. There are moments, just brief flickers in the long, winding stretch of his existence where Rick wonders if maybe, just maybe, he could stop being the smartest man in the universe and start being something else. Not simpler, not weaker, just more present. He doesn't say it aloud. He doesn't even write it in a secret log somewhere. But it lives in him like a faint melody under the noise of all the chaos. When he watches Morty sleep during a calm drift through space, when he sees Summer laugh without needing to impress him, when Beth, whether clone or real, pours a cup of coffee for him and doesn't say a word, just sits beside him. In those quiet slices of life, Rick is reminded that he's still tethered, that even with all the damage, there's still a thread connecting him to something real. He never expected that thread to be love. Not after everything, not after losing Diane, not after losing himself. But love's stubborn, unreasonable, unscientific love finds a way to cling to him. Through family, through fragments, through all the ruined timelines. It's Morty refusing to leave him behind after a bad mission. It's Jerry, clueless but persistent, extending trust Rick doesn't deserve. It's Summer reminding him, with her sarcasm and grit, that she sees through his games and still cares. Even Bird Person, broken and reassembled, still considers Rick a friend. And maybe that's the real cost of living forever. Not the isolation, but the surprise of not being alone. Of learning that somewhere out there in this chaotic dance of atoms and decisions, there are still people who choose to walk beside him. Rick once believed that emotions made you weak, that caring was a glitch in the system, that if he armored himself with intellect and invention, he'd never have to feel pain again. But pain finds you, even across galaxies, even through wormholes. And maybe that's not a flaw. Maybe pain and its quiet companion, healing is the price of remembering who you are. In the end, Rick doesn't stop being who he is. He still builds, still fights, still runs. But now, sometimes, he stops to watch the stars. Not to calculate their age or mine them for energy, but just to watch. To wonder, like a boy again, about what might be out there. To feel small, not in fear, but in awe. And sometimes, just sometimes, he lets Morty take the controls, even when the kid messes up, even when the course gets rocky. Because growth isn't in control, it's in surrender. Rick Sanchez, the wildest, most broken, most brilliant man in the multiverse, begins to allow the tiniest pieces of peace to seep into his story. Not a dramatic transformation, not a redemption arc tied up with a bow. Just a shift, a gentle leaning into something softer, into acceptance, into humility, into the brave, quiet act of not knowing everything. And for a man who's lived 1,000 lifetimes, who's built and destroyed more than entire civilizations, not knowing might be the scariest and most beautiful thing he's ever faced. So now, as our story gently fades, picture him in his garage, the tools still scattered, the portal gun humming gently on the table. But Rick is seated, not tinkering, not escaping, just watching an old video recording. A family picnic, maybe. Blurry, imperfect. He laughs. And for a moment, there's no war, no science, no running. Just a man, a grandfather. A reminder that even in a multiverse teeming with infinite versions of yourself, it's still possible to find one version who is learning to forgive, to feel, and to just be. And if Rick Sanchez can do that, maybe we all can. You've probably heard of Morty before. A shy, stammering teenager with wide eyes and a slouched posture, always trailing behind his grandfather, Rick. He's often the one screaming in the background, running from aliens or questioning the logic of blowing up a planet for a sandwich. But there's something quietly special about Morty that often gets overlooked. Something gentle. Something real. Long before the portal gun and dimension hopping, Morty was just a regular kid in a not-so-regular household. In the morning, he'd wake up to the scent of burnt toast and the chaos of a family always on the brink of emotional collapse. His mom, Beth, brilliant but distant. His dad, Jerry, well-intentioned, but constantly anxious. His sister, Summer, older, sharper, and more independent than he felt he could ever be. Morty lived in the shadows of louder personalities. He was the quiet space between arguments, the soft sigh between dinner table silences. School wasn't much easier. His grades weren't impressive. His confidence was nearly non-existent. Teachers talked over him. Classmates barely noticed him unless it was to laugh when he tripped or stuttered. And then there was Jessica. Morty's heart beat a little louder whenever she walked by. That kind of naive, pure crush where just a passing smile could power him through the rest of the day. Of course, she barely knew he existed. But that didn't stop him from daydreaming, picturing himself rescuing her, impressing her, being someone worth her attention. But life doesn't hand you heroic moments. Not when you're 12 and invisible. Not when you're Morty Smith. Then came Rick. He showed up like a storm with no warning. After years of absence, he reappeared, reeking of alcohol and alien gunpowder, dragging chaos through the front door like it was luggage. And for reasons Morty couldn't quite understand, Rick chose him. Come on, Morty. We're going on an adventure. Morty didn't have time to prepare. No suitcase, no plan, no clue. One second he was getting ready for algebra, and the next he was halfway across the galaxy being chased by jellybean tyrants and time-eating parasites. It was terrifying. But it was also the first time anyone had made Morty feel important. Rick needed him not emotionally, not affectionately, but logistically. He was the human signature that kept their interdimensional travels off radar. He was the tag-along that helped Rick blend in just enough to avoid suspicion. A tool at first. Still, Morty didn't complain. Because for the first time in his life, he wasn't invisible. He was the passenger in something huge, something wild. Something that made his dull, unnoticed days feel like the beginning of a much bigger story. He screamed a lot on those first few trips. Panicked. Questioned everything. Begged Rick to turn back. But deep inside, something was awakening a small spark of bravery. Not the kind of bravery that makes you punch through walls or fly through storms, but the kind that makes you stay even when you're afraid. The kind that grows in the quiet spaces where no one sees. The kind that whispers, maybe you can handle more than you think. So Morty did what he always did. He held on. To the spaceship seat. To Rick's coat as they ran. To the thin thread of trust that maybe Rick knew what he was doing. The universe didn't care that Morty was still learning how to be seen. But the journey had begun. And whether he was ready or not, Morty Smith had taken his first step into the unknown. The early adventures weren't just chaotic. They were overwhelming in a way Morty didn't have words for. Imagine waking up in your bed one morning and falling asleep on a moon that didn't exist in your solar system. Imagine trying to concentrate on a math quiz when just the day before, you'd watched an alien civilization collapse because of one poorly timed decision. Morty tried to act normal at school. He really did. But how do you explain interdimensional radiation poisoning to your gym teacher? Or why your clothes sometimes smelled faintly of space acid? It was like leading two lives. One was painfully mundane, filled with spelling tests, awkward hallway run-ins, and endless announcements over crackling intercom speakers. The other was unspeakable, wild, and strange. He'd met creatures that defied logic, run from sentient furniture, died and been replaced more times than he liked to admit. And all the while, he was still just a kid trying to figure out where he belonged. At home, things didn't exactly settle. Rick had basically moved in building labs in the garage, blowing up microwaves, turning the family dog into a megalomaniac. Beth, Morty's mom, tried to defend her father's presence as a gift, a chance for the family to bond. But Morty knew better. Rick wasn't there to rebuild anything. He was there for himself, for science, for escape. Yet somehow, Morty kept saying yes. Kept climbing aboard the spaceship. Kept strapping in when Rick tossed him a pair of goggles and said, "Try not to puke this time." There was something addictive about it. Not the danger that part always terrified him, but the feeling of mattering. In Rick's universe, Morty saw things no one else would ever believe. He saw colors that didn't have names, planets shaped like music. He met versions of himself that were cruel, broken, brilliant, or already dead. It was as though the multiverse had whispered to him, "You're not just a nobody, Morty. You're a possibility." Still, Morty didn't feel like a hero. He felt like a bystander in Rick's personal science fiction epic dragged along because he happened to be related and moderately expendable. And while Rick barely seemed to notice Morty's discomfort, Morty noticed everything. He saw how Rick avoided talking about feelings, how he laughed too hard at his own jokes, how sometimes after a mission, he'd sit in the spaceship long after they landed, staring into the dark with his jaw clenched and eyes empty. Morty didn't have the words for it yet. Didn't know what grief looked like in a man who masked it with genius and recklessness. But he felt it. Quietly. Deeply. And maybe that's why he stayed. Because somewhere under the shouting and sarcasm, Morty knew Rick was hurting. And in his own small, stumbling way, Morty didn't want him to hurt alone. He didn't understand the science, didn't get the equations or the theories or the bizarre experiments that Rick would rattle off during their missions, but he felt the silences in between. Sometimes on the ride home, when the ship would hum low and Rick would say nothing for hours, Morty would just sit there, not talking and not moving, just being there. That was his quiet rebellion. Not to argue, not to fix, just to witness, to say, without ever saying it, "You're not alone." And in that silent, reluctant companionship, something was forming, fragile and unspoken. A bond that didn't need to be declared, just held, gently, like glass in tired hands. So as the stars wheeled past the spaceship windows and Earth grew smaller behind them, Morty sat in the passenger seat, scared, unsure, overwhelmed, but still there. And that's where Morty's story really began. Not with a laser gun, not with a heroic decision, but with a quiet moment, a seat taken, a journey begun. As time passed, Morty began to change, not all at once, but in slow, quiet shifts. He still flinched when the ship lurched through a collapsing wormhole. He still protested when Rick handed him a mysterious syringe and said, "Don't ask questions, just aim for the neck." But there was less trembling in his voice, less hesitation in his step. Confidence didn't arrive with a bang. It crept in like morning light under a door. Soft, subtle, unnoticed at first. Morty started asking questions, not just about the gadgets, but about the why behind their trips, why they had to steal from a baby planet, why a clone was necessary, why Rick never seemed to care about the destruction they left behind. Rick, in typical fashion, would groan and roll his eyes. "Because that's how it works, Morty. You don't think you do. That's why I'm the genius and you're the slightly above average meatball." But Morty wasn't satisfied with that anymore. The wide-eyed silence of his earlier days was slowly giving way to thoughtfulness, to resistance. He wasn't just the boy in the passenger seat anymore. He was watching the driver and realizing just how broken he might be. Of course, not everything had changed. Morty still clung to hope in his own sweet, unshakable way. He still daydreamed about Jessica sometimes during intergalactic hostage negotiations, which Rick was not thrilled about. "Morty, we're surrounded by squid mercenaries. Now is not the time to be thinking about prom." But Morty couldn't help it. Hope had always been his quiet superpower. In a world full of nihilism, infinite realities, and endless reasons to give up, Morty still believed there was something worth holding on to. A hug from his mom. A hot shower after a freezing alien swamp mission. A quiet moment where Rick didn't belittle him, but simply handed him a tool and nodded. And slowly, Morty began to notice something strange in Rick, too. No, Rick didn't become affectionate. He didn't give long, heartfelt speeches or open up about his regrets. But once in a while, he'd pause before leaving Morty behind. He'd make sure the airlock was sealed. He'd leave a snack in Morty's room before a trip. Small things, nothing grand. But in Rick's universe, love was coded in crumbs, and Morty learned to read them. Still, the universe was not gentle with Morty. The more he saw, the more he couldn't unsee. Entire civilizations lived and died in the span of a single mission. Friends vanished. Duplicates questioned his identity. Sometimes the worst enemies wore his own face. Reality became bendable. Morality became blurred. And yet he stayed. Not because he wasn't afraid, but because he was and still showed up anyway. Back on Earth, people rarely noticed the difference. To them, Morty was still just a B-average student who got too nervous during oral presentations. Still the awkward kid who flushed red when Jessica said hi. Still the little brother. Still the background noise in a family that didn't quite fit. But inside, Morty was growing roots thick and steady. In the dark corners of space, he had seen what it meant to be truly small, to be powerless, to be alone. And somehow, in facing all that, he had found a strength not even Rick had expected. No one had handed Morty a rule book for navigating a multiverse. No one told him how to grieve for alternate versions of himself. No one prepared him for the day he would be asked to choose between dimensions, lives, or people he loved. But he faced it all with quiet courage, because that's what Morty does. Not with bluster, not with bravado, but with a hesitant step forward, a deep breath, and the unshakable belief that there's still something good worth reaching for, even in the vastness of space. And so he sat one night in the spaceship once more, Rick asleep in the pilot seat, the stars wheeling outside like slow dancing lanterns. Morty looked out at the endless dark, not with fear, but with a question. What am I becoming? The stars didn't answer Morty's question. They never did. They just shimmered quietly, a million distant fires glowing with indifference, beautiful, unreachable, and always watching. Morty rested his chin on his knees, arms wrapped around his legs, the hum of the spaceship like a lullaby in the background. The silence between worlds was softer than Earth's noise. Out here, you could feel your thoughts float, like there was room to wonder. What was he becoming? He wasn't the same boy who screamed at every alien bug or cried when a mission went wrong, but he wasn't someone hardened either, not yet. There was still a gentleness clinging to him like a thread he refused to let go of. He thought of all the times Rick had said things like, "Life is meaningless, Morty. Nothing matters." Or, "This dimension doesn't count. None of them do." And Morty would nod. But quietly, deep inside, he disagreed. Maybe not out loud, not then. But he knew. He felt. His feelings did matter. That pain mattered. That even if there were a billion versions of him out there, he still mattered. And that was Morty's quiet rebellion against the universe. Where Rick used intelligence to dominate the void, Morty used heart to resist it. Where Rick collapsed realities into equations, Morty preserved them in memory and how a planet felt, in the smell of a market, in the way a creature's eyes looked when it said thank you. He was still scared, of course. Every time they entered a new realm, he'd hold his breath for just a moment. Every time Rick activated the portal gun, Morty's stomach would turn a little. But those things didn't stop him anymore. Fear was no longer a wall. It had become a doorway. Sometimes late at night, after they got back from a trip, Morty would tiptoe into the kitchen. He'd sit at the table with a warm glass of milk and just be. His family would be asleep. The world would be quiet. And he'd reflect. On the planet they just left. On the life forms they helped. On the ones they couldn't save. The memories never left him. Not like Rick, who could compartmentalize, who wanted to forget. Morty remembered everything. The good, the strange, the deeply, painfully sad. And it shaped him. It shaped the way he looked at his family. He saw Jerry's ridiculous worries not as annoying, but as endearing. He noticed when Beth tried quietly to make things right with him. He appreciated Summer's sharpness, the way she could cut through emotional fog like a beam of logic. Morty started seeing Earth as something rare, a single speck in the vast multiverse where this version of his family lived. Where this version of Jessica laughed a certain way. Where this version of himself was growing slowly, awkwardly, but genuinely. And that was something worth cherishing. Not despite the chaos of the cosmos, but because of it. He wasn't the hero of the universe. He wasn't the smartest person in the room. He didn't need to be. All Morty had was a bit of courage, a bit of kindness, and a heart that refused to go numb even when the universe tried to freeze it over. So he stayed in the passenger seat. Not because he was weak, but because that's where the view was best. That's where you saw it all. The destruction, the wonder, the strange poetry of a collapsing galaxy. And most of all, the people beside you, the ones who kept choosing to ride along. As the ship drifted through space that night, Morty leaned back, eyes half closed, letting the stars flicker in his vision like slow, blinking dreams. He didn't have all the answers. He didn't know who he was going to become. But he was beginning to understand the questions. And sometimes that was more than enough. That's where you saw it all. The destruction, the wonder, the strange poetry of a collapsing galaxy. And most of all, the people beside you, the ones who kept choosing to ride along. As the ship drifted through space that night, Morty leaned back, eyes half closed, letting the stars flicker in his vision like slow, blinking dreams. He didn't have all the answers. He didn't know who he was going to become. But he was beginning to understand the questions. And sometimes that was more than enough. There's a moment in every quiet soul's life when they stop whispering and start speaking. Not to be loud, not to overpower, but simply because their silence is no longer enough. For Morty, that moment didn't come with fireworks. It wasn't dramatic. It was gradual. It started with a pause, the kind that sits in your chest when someone talks at you, not to you. Morty had spent so long nodding through Rick's instructions, letting sarcasm roll over him like waves on a rock. But over time, he started noticing how little space he had to breathe. How often his thoughts were dismissed. How often his feelings were treated like inconveniences. How often Rick's adventures felt more like abductions. He wasn't just a sidekick anymore. He had opinions now. He had seen too much to keep quiet. At first, his pushback came out timid and stammered. Rick, maybe we don't kill that guy just because he cut us in line. Or, are we sure this planet deserves to be vaporized? Rick would scoff. Morty. That's your problem. You're still trying to care in a system that doesn't. You gotta get over that, buddy, fast. But Morty didn't get over it. He started feeling it in his chest, the heat, an ache. A kind of righteous resistance, not the kind that burns down buildings, the kind that says, no more. No more being dragged into morally bankrupt schemes without a say. No more being used as emotional insulation, the sponge that absorbs all of Rick's chaos. No more pretending everything was okay when it wasn't. The real turning point came on a mission that wasn't supposed to be dangerous. It was just a drop-off alien seeds, payment exchange, in and out. But something went wrong. It always did. The buyer double-crossed them. Rick was knocked unconscious. And for the first time, Morty was alone, truly alone, in a hostile, alien base with nothing but a utility belt and the sound of alarms echoing through steel halls. The old Morty would have panicked, froze, cried. But not this time. This time, Morty's hands were shaking. But they moved with purpose. He remembered the tricks. The layouts Rick never thought he paid attention to. He hacked the security system, reversed the blast doors, improvised a grenade from leftover tech scraps, and got them both out. Rick regained consciousness just in time to see their ship lift off. Morty at the controls, breathing heavy, eyes forward, not saying a word. For once, Rick didn't have a snide comment. He just watched. That mission changed something between them. Rick still teased, still belittled, but there was a flicker of something new behind his eyes when he looked at Morty. Not affection, exactly. More like recognition. Morty wasn't just the stuttering kid anymore. He was someone who could think for himself. Someone who could say, no. And Morty began saying no more often. No, he didn't want to destroy a peaceful civilization for fun science. No, he wouldn't lie to his family just to cover up Rick's mess. No, he wouldn't keep stuffing down his discomfort just to keep the ship moving. The more Morty spoke up, the more he learned something that surprised even him he was capable. He could navigate alien cities, negotiate with smugglers, even survive entire episodes without Rick bailing him out. But this newfound voice didn't make him louder. It made him more focused. He didn't scream to be heard. He spoke to be understood. He didn't lash out in revenge. He drew boundaries, calmly but firmly. There were days Rick would test him, pushing limits, trying to bait him into breaking down or giving in. But Morty had grown past those traps. He saw them for what they were, defenses. Rick's need to stay emotionally untouchable. Rick's refusal to admit when he was wrong. So Morty didn't play the game. He learned to walk away instead. Not out of spite, out of self-preservation. Because there comes a time when even the most patient passenger needs to grab the wheel. Walking away wasn't easy. Morty had spent so long following, trusting, hoping that somewhere beneath the layers of cynicism and chaos, Rick had a plan, some greater wisdom, that made all the madness make sense. But more and more, Morty realized, Rick's plan was just survival, reaction, escape. So Morty started making his own choices. He didn't abandon Rick, not fully. There was still love there, buried beneath frustration and exhaustion. But he began carving out small moments of independence. He started setting rules. I'll go with you, but we don't kill anyone. I'll help you fix this, but you tell the truth afterward. I'm not doing this if it means hurting innocent people. Sometimes Rick ignored him. Sometimes he mocked him. But sometimes he listened. Not always with grace, never with thanks. But he listened. Morty's growth didn't make the adventures any safer. In fact, as he asserted himself more, the dangers grew stranger, the stakes higher. But there was a new strength inside him, not born from technology or genius, but from a clear sense of self. He no longer needed Rick's approval. He no longer needed to be the hero. He just needed to be honest with himself. And in that honesty, Morty found power. He stopped blaming himself when things went wrong. He stopped apologizing for caring. He stopped minimizing the fear, the anger, the grief. There were moments he broke down and he let himself. There were times he screamed and didn't feel ashamed, because he wasn't pretending anymore. He was real, messy, growing, and he was no longer alone with it. One night after a particularly difficult mission, one where they barely made it out of a collapsing reality, Morty sat on the edge of the ship, legs dangling over the side, staring at the slow swirl of a distant nebula. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Rick walked up behind him, stood there for a while, silent. Then, in a rare moment of stillness, Rick said, "You were right. About the detour, I was wrong." Morty didn't turn around, didn't gloat. He just nodded. "Okay," he said softly. It was the first time Rick had acknowledged fault. It wouldn't become a habit, but it was something. And Morty didn't need an apology. He just needed that sliver of truth, that crack in the armor. That moment where Rick stopped pretending to be invincible. In the days that followed, Morty noticed something new. Rick was still reckless, still snarky, still arrogant. But he paused more often. Looked to Morty with a fraction more consideration. Trusted him with decisions, even if he didn't say it out loud. Morty didn't need validation, but the shift mattered. He had become someone Rick could rely on. Not a backup plan, not a scapegoat. A partner. Of course, there were still fights, ugly ones. Moments where Morty wondered if this life was worth the cost. Times where he came home shaking, unsure if his soul could take another fracture. But he also came home knowing himself more clearly. Not just who he didn't want to be, but who he was becoming. Someone who cared and didn't apologize for it. Someone who stood up even when it was hard. Someone who had found a voice not to match Rick's volume, but to hold his own ground. Morty had learned something vital. Strength wasn't about who could shout the loudest or shoot the fastest. It was about stillness, about conviction, about screaming back, not out of rage, but out of refusal to disappear. And as the stars spun silently above, Morty realized this wasn't just Rick's story anymore. He wasn't the scared sidekick. He was someone who shaped the path they walked. Sometimes the battles Morty fought weren't on alien planets or in exploding labs. They happened in quiet places, in conversations, in choices, in those invisible lines he drew and redrew as he learned where his limits really were. There was the day he refused to erase an entire civilization just because Rick called it a failed side project. The aliens weren't threatening or even aware of their cosmic insignificance. They were happy. They played music with leaf-shaped instruments. They wore bright colors and danced in gravity-defying spirals. To Rick, they were a miscalculation. To Morty, they were life. He stood between Rick and the control panel. His hands trembled, his voice cracked. But he said no. And dancing calmly, Rick didn't argue that time. He simply sighed, pocketed the detonator, and muttered something about wasting fuel. But Morty knew that deep down, Rick respected the resistance, even if he never admitted it. There was another time on a mining asteroid in Sector 49J when Morty confronted Rick about something heavier. They had just escaped a cluster of bounty hunters. Adrenaline still buzzed in their veins, but Morty had reached his limit. He turned to Rick and asked, "Why do you keep acting like nothing matters, like I don't matter?" Rick didn't answer right away. He lit a cigarette even though the air was too thin for it to burn properly, and stared out into the glowing asteroid field. "You wouldn't like the real answer," he said eventually. "I think I already know it," Morty replied. "But I want to hear you say it." Rick looked at him. Not over him, not through him. At him. And for a moment, there was no ego. No jokes, no portal guns. Just two people in a silent corner of the universe. One too old to believe in anything. The other too young not to try. "You're the only one who still looks at me like I can be better," Rick said finally. "And I hate you for it. But I need it." It wasn't a pretty truth. It wasn't wrapped in hugs or warm music. But it was real. And that mattered more than anything. Morty didn't say, "I love you." That wasn't their way. He just nodded, and that was enough. Back on Earth, Morty began to carry himself differently. Not in a way that was obvious to his classmates or teachers, but inside in the way he made decisions, in the way he held boundaries. He stopped letting people talk over him. He started saying what he wanted, not loudly, but clearly. He no longer shrank to make others comfortable. He wasn't just reacting to Rick anymore. He was becoming someone separate. That scared Rick. You could see it in the way he double-checked the coordinates on missions Morty led. In the way he hovered awkwardly when Morty disagreed. In the way he hesitated before asking for help as if still expecting rejection. But Morty didn't want revenge. He didn't want to reverse roles or punish Rick. He just wanted to exist fully. To be treated like someone with his own will, his own thoughts, his own emotional gravity. And slowly Rick started learning how to do that. He asked for Morty's opinion more often. Not always kindly, but consistently. He stopped making unilateral decisions on important missions. And once, just once, he asked, "You okay with this?" Morty didn't answer right away. He took a moment, felt his breath, checked in with his instincts. Then he nodded. "Yeah, let's do it." It was a small exchange, barely a blip in the chaos of their adventures. But to Morty, it felt like standing on solid ground after years of drifting. That's the thing about finding your voice. It doesn't make the world quieter, but it makes you steadier. And Morty was steady now. He had screamed back not to break Rick, but to hold space beside him. He had claimed his seat, not just as a passenger, but as a person with his own path. They returned home late that night, the ship humming with residual heat from the jump. The driveway was quiet. The porch light flickered, casting a dim orange glow on the concrete. Inside the house was still. Morty didn't head straight to his room. He walked through the darkened living room, ran his fingers lightly across the back of the couch, and stood in the doorway of the kitchen. The glow of the refrigerator light painted faint patterns on the floor. This was the life he always came back to. No matter how many galaxies he crossed, how many timelines blurred together, it always came back to this little home. The soft creak of the floor, the hum of the fish tank in the corner, the ghost of a laugh from earlier that week. It grounded him. He poured himself a glass of water and leaned against the counter, sipping slowly. Somewhere upstairs, Summer shifted in her sleep. He could hear the distant rustle of sheets. Everything else was still. And it was in that stillness that Morty felt the weight of everything he'd become. Not in a heavy way, not like chains, but in the way a tree feels its own roots. Deep, quiet, solid. He wasn't trying to prove anything anymore. He wasn't seeking Rick's praise or anyone else's. He had become someone he respected even if he was still figuring things out. And the best part? He had done it without losing the core of who he was. He still cared. He still believed in the goodness of people, even when Rick called it naive. He still cried when things hurt, still laughed when the absurdity of life got too big to hold in. He hadn't built walls, just doors. And he was learning when to open them, and when to keep them shut. There was power in that. The next morning, Morty stood on the front lawn as the sun rose. The sky was a soft lavender streaked with gold. The neighborhood was just beginning to stir. Birds chirped. A sprinkler clicked on next door. Somewhere, a dog barked. Rick stepped out behind him, holding 2 mugs. He offered one to Morty without a word. Morty took it, the warmth settling into his fingers. They stood side by side, sipping in silence. No portal guns, no aliens, no threats. Just a rare moment of peace. After a while, Rick spoke low, almost hesitant. "You're not a kid anymore." Morty didn't look at him. He just nodded, eyes on the horizon. "I know." Another long pause. "I don't say it enough," Rick continued. "But I see you, Morty, for real, and He stopped, winced, started again. "I'm trying, okay?" Morty smiled softly. "I know." They stood there until the sun climbed fully into the sky, warming the tops of trees and rooftops. The world looked simple in the morning, gentle. Eventually, they'd go on another adventure, another crisis, another argument. That was the rhythm of their lives. But Morty knew now that he didn't need to lose himself in the chaos. He could speak. He could stand. He could be not just in reaction to Rick, but in declaration of himself. And that, more than anything, was the real beginning. Not the first portal, not the first scream, but the quiet, steady knowing. that his voice mattered, that his choices mattered, that he mattered. And from that place of calm strength, he continued walking beside Rick, not behind him, with his own map, his own compass. And maybe, just maybe, Rick would follow sometimes too. There's a funny thing about scars, they don't always scream. Some whisper, some settle into silence so deep that even Morty forgets they're there until something stirs them. A familiar sound, a smell, a moment too close to one that hurt. And so the adventures go on. Not all of them spectacular, not all of them heroic, but every one of them left its mark. There was the time Rick took him to a planet that traded in memories. Not objects, not resources, just thoughts, bottled and sold. Morty, always reluctant but curious, had watched someone sell away the memory of their mother's voice for the price of a sandwich. It wasn't malicious, just transactional. Later that day, Rick nearly made a deal. A memory Morty didn't recognize was up for auction, a version of himself screaming at Rick, face red and shaking. Rick had scoffed and called it a waste of shelf space, but Morty watched how long Rick lingered on it. He never asked. But that night, Morty sat quietly in bed, wondering what version of himself had been so angry, so hurt, and why that version didn't survive to become the one lying in that bed. The universe didn't offer clarity. It offered options, messy, endless options. And when you're Morty Smith, those options aren't always in your favor. He once lived through the end of Earth. Not a dream, not a simulation. A real Earth, his Earth, ruined beyond repair. And so Rick opened a portal, found another version of Earth, and they stepped into it like changing shoes. Morty buried the body of that dimension's Morty in the backyard. He stared at his own lifeless face, slack-jawed and empty, and did what Rick told him. Just act normal. For days, the world felt like paper, thin, hollow. People smiled, but their eyes were wrong. School was the same, but the clock ticked differently. Every joke felt borrowed, every meal unfamiliar. No one knew what he had done, what he had buried. And no one noticed how often he blinked, hoping this was all still a nightmare. It wasn't. There were so many worlds, some where he died, some where Rick died, some where neither existed, and others where they ruled together. It was easy to get lost in the chaos, to forget where the real line between right and wrong ever stood. But Morty tried. He held on to tiny rituals, brushing his teeth exactly 20 seconds, tying his shoes the same way every time, saying thank you to the cashier at Blips and Chits, even when it was just a tired animatron behind the counter. These small things grounded him. They reminded him that some part of him remained untouched until the next adventure. Like the time they got stuck in a time-dilated dimension where months passed in the blink of an eye. Morty made a friend there, a girl who believed in stars and talked about music that hadn't been invented yet. They laughed under a sky with 4 moons. He told her things he'd never told anyone, things even Rick didn't know. And then Rick fixed the machine. It was time to go. Morty looked at her one last time and stepped through the portal. When he turned back, the world had collapsed in on itself. That timeline, and everything in it, gone. Rick didn't say a word about it. He just tossed Morty a soda and told him to get ready for school. Morty drank it silently, tasting the ghost of a life he'd almost had. Some scars don't even come from what Morty lived through, but from what he almost became. There was a moment, brief but real, when he held the power of a god. A magical crystal that predicted the future hovered before his eyes, whispering endless possibilities. He became obsessed. lost in chasing one particular outcome, dying beside Jessica, his longtime crush. Everything else blurred: friends, family, even morality. He manipulated events, killed, lied, let people die. All for a single, comforting illusion. When the crystal was finally torn from him, he could barely look at himself, not because of what he'd done, but because of how easy it had been. Rick didn't scold him. He just handed Morty a sandwich and told him to clean up, but Morty felt the dirt wasn't on his clothes. It was deeper, under his skin. The thing about adventure is that it seduces. It promises freedom, excitement, a life bigger than anything a classroom or a cul-de-sac could offer. And it delivers, but it also takes, quietly, without asking. It took Morty's ability to be surprised by wonder. When he first saw a floating city, his eyes had lit up. He used to ask questions. Now he just looked for danger. He learned to expect betrayal, to flinch when things went too well, because somewhere something was always about to go wrong. It wasn't pessimism. It was survival. Morty never talked about the planet where time looped endlessly, trapping him in a cycle of watching his own family suffer. Rick had called it a technical glitch. But Morty had relived those moments so many times that even when they escaped, he couldn't fully believe it was over. He'd wake up from dreams that felt too familiar, heart-pounding, unsure which reality he was in. Some days, the weight felt like armor, heavy but protective. Other days, it felt like a trap. Even the victories carried shadows. He once saved an entire civilization from a tyrant only to watch it collapse within weeks from civil war. Another time, he negotiated peace between two species, only to find out it doomed a third one. Rick had shrugged. That's the multiverse for you. But Morty remembered every face, every scream, every moment where he thought he was doing the right thing, only to watch it fall apart in his hands. He stopped calling himself a hero. He stopped thinking that label meant anything at all. Still, he kept going, maybe out of habit, maybe out of stubborn hope, or maybe because stopping would mean facing it all at once. So instead he patched the wounds, laughed when he could, leaned on Summer more often, even whispered apologies under his breath when Rick wasn't listening. Once, after a particularly brutal trip to a post-apocalyptic version of Earth, Morty wandered into his room, shoes still muddy. He sat on his bed, staring at the floor. The room was untouched, posters still on the wall, laundry still unfolded. He picked up a small action figure from his shelf, one he hadn't touched in years, a toy from a time before all this began. It felt foreign in his hand. He placed it back down and crawled into bed, not bothering to change. He didn't cry. He didn't move. He just stared at the ceiling until sleep finally came. That night he dreamt of simpler things, not adventures, not battles, just walking through a quiet mall with his family, eating pizza, watching a movie. When he woke up, Rick was already banging on the door with plans for their next mission. Morty didn't argue. He didn't even sigh. He just got up, put on his shoes, and followed. Some of Morty's scars didn't even belong to him, not at first. They were handed down, passed like relics from alternate selves, woven into his mind by time travel, memory swaps, or dimension-crossing echoes. There was the version of him that led a rebellion at the Citadel, a Morty who became a symbol, a threat. A tyrant, some might say. Morty caught glimpses of him in whispers, glances, and once, face to face. That Morty had sharp eyes. No stutter, no hesitation. He looked at Morty like one might look at a reflection familiar but disappointing. "Don't waste your pain," he'd said, "or you'll become someone else's pawn." Morty didn't know what scared him more, the idea of becoming like him, or the thought that maybe he already had. And yet, amidst the chaos, there were moments of tenderness. Moments that left their own kind of mark. He remembered a planet of sentient crystals, one that communicated through light and vibration. There, Morty had felt emotions, not through words, but through pulses of energy, joy, grief, curiosity. It was overwhelming and beautiful. They had no wars, no lies, only resonance. For once, Morty felt seen without explanation. When they parted, the crystals left a faint, shimmering mark on his arm, invisible to the eye, but glowing in ultraviolet light. A gift. Rick had laughed. They always do that. Sappy quartz freaks. But Morty sometimes sat in dark rooms with a UV flashlight, just to see it glow again. Not all scars are signs of damage. Some are reminders that you've lived, that something mattered. Still, more often than not, the scars took form in silence. Like when Morty stopped asking why. It used to be his favorite word. Why are we going there? Why does that alien want our DNA? Why do you have a chainsaw for a leg, Rick? No, he didn't always care. He just braced himself for impact. There was a trip to a theme park built inside a dying star. On paper, it sounded fun. Reality, though, had been different. The rides were unstable, powered by raw gravitational force. The mascots malfunctioned. And something about the place fed off fear. Morty got separated from Rick. In those minutes or hours, time was strange there. He faced his own reflection in ways he hadn't expected. Hallways twisted into memories. Doors opened to possibilities. Morty as a father, Morty as a villain, Morty utterly alone. He emerged shaking. Rick found him unfazed. Ah, you went into the soul sector. Yeah, that place sucks. But Morty never forgot what he saw there, what he felt. He never talked about it. He just added another quiet weight to the ones he already carried. Back home, things always looked the same. That was the strange part. His room remained untouched, his bed unwrinkled. Mom still poured orange juice at breakfast, and Jerry still fumbled with the morning news like the world was nothing but sitcom timing. But Morty had been to a world where time melted like candle wax. He'd spoken to machines that debated the meaning of love better than most humans. He'd fought, cried, and bled in places so far from Earth they didn't even have names. And no one noticed. Not really. Maybe that was the hardest scar to carry, the isolation of it all. Not the monsters or the battles, but the quiet afterward when the portal closed, and Morty had to sit with the version of himself left behind. He once stood in front of a mirror for 10 minutes, just staring, not checking his hair, not looking for flaws, just searching for who he was, who he used to be, and wondering how many more versions of himself he'd have to bury before this was all over. Sometimes Morty wished he could forget, really forget. Wipe the slate clean, start fresh like those versions of himself that never met Rick, who probably lived quiet lives with homework, soccer practice, and awkward prom nights. But even that idea came with its own sting. He once visited a universe where Morty didn't exist at all, a version of Earth where Summer was an only child, Beth worked longer hours, and Rick was gone. No one missed Morty because no one had ever known him. He didn't stay long, just long enough to feel the cold edge of absence. Not the kind that hurts you, but the kind that proves you were never needed to begin with. Back in his own world, Morty sat in the garage listening to the whir of machines and distant portal hums. Rick muttered to himself at the workbench, busy with another unexplainable project. Morty didn't interrupt. Instead, he opened an old sketchbook he hadn't touched in years. It was filled with scribbles, monsters, stars, spaceships. Some were childlike. Others were detailed, almost frightening in their precision. On one page, he'd drawn a version of himself caped, confident, smiling. He didn't remember when he'd done it. But he stared at that drawing for a long time, wondering what that Morty had believed in. The next adventure came and went some galactic dispute, another angry race of aliens who didn't like Rick's face. Morty handled it. He always did. But afterward, when Rick offered him a high five, Morty hesitated. Then he gave a small nod instead. Not cold, not warm, just tired. Rick didn't push. Maybe he understood. Maybe he didn't care. That night, Morty sat out on the roof. The stars stretched endlessly above him. Familiar, cold, comforting in their way. He thought about all the versions of himself. He'd been brave, scared, reckless, hopeful. Some he'd lost. Some he never got to be. He thought about the people he'd met, the ones he saved and the ones he couldn't. The lies he told. The truths he couldn't bear to speak. Each one left a mark. And yet here he was, still Morty, still standing. Maybe that was the real adventure. Not the portals, not the battles, but the quiet act of enduring, of holding on to something real inside himself, no matter how much the universe tried to rewrite it. He lay back, arms folded behind his head, staring up at nothing in particular. The night didn't speak. It just existed, stretching out with the kind of indifference only a multiverse could hold. But for Morty, that silence was enough. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in a long time, he didn't dream of running. He just slept. Not every mirror shows your face. Some show possibilities, versions of you that never were but could have been. And for Morty, the multiverse was a hall of mirrors, endless, disorienting, sometimes cruel, sometimes strangely beautiful. There were moments, scattered like forgotten snapshots, where Morty saw flashes of who he might have been in another life. And sometimes, when the universe quieted down just enough, he found the courage to wonder, what if I was more than just the sidekick? It started subtly. A mission went wrong, as they often did, and Morty was separated from Rick. The planet was harsh, its surface riddled with jagged canyons and crimson skies. Rick had been caught in a wormhole, temporarily inaccessible. Morty was alone. At first, panic bloomed, but something shifted. He scouted for shelter, created a fire using alien resin, found food that didn't try to eat him first. He survived. Not just barely, but well. 3 days later, when Rick finally arrived with a sarcastic remark and a half-finished rescue plan, Morty was already packed and waiting. Rick raised an eyebrow. Didn't think you had it in you. Morty didn't answer. He didn't need to. Back in their garage, the silence between them hung like fog. Rick didn't compliment. Morty didn't ask for one. But from that moment on, Morty walked just a little taller, quietly, without fanfare. Other glimpses came less gently. On one mission, they encountered a version of Morty who had left Rick, not out of hatred, but of necessity. This Morty had built his own tools, formed alliances across galaxies. He didn't brag, he didn't condescend. He simply was. Strong, capable, calm. They didn't speak much, just a brief nod as one Morty handed another a device he needed. But the way that other Morty moved deliberate sure stayed with him. Long after they left, Morty found himself mimicking the way he stood, the way he solved problems. He didn't want to become someone else. He just wanted to believe there was more in him than what Rick allowed. Then there was the mind simulation, another training tool, as Rick had called it. Morty was dropped into a false reality where Rick was gone, permanently. No gadgets, no shortcuts, just Morty, left to figure things out on his own. He'd stumbled at first, But soon he found a rhythm. He became a teacher. A scientist in his own right, he built a portal communicator that let peaceful civilizations connect. He laughed more. He cried less. He fell in love with a botanist who taught him how to listen. Then the simulation ended. Rick shrugged. Neural exercise complete. Cool, right? Morty didn't respond. He walked out of the garage and sat on the porch for over an hour, eyes unfocused, thinking about a life he'd never get to finish. Sometimes the hardest part wasn't the danger. It was the reminder that he could be someone else, but probably never would. Rick wasn't holding him back, not entirely. But the pull of their chaotic orbit made everything else feel impossible to hold on to. Still, Morty kept trying. He asked more questions, not about Rick's machines, but about the universes themselves. He spent time alone, real-time, reading, exploring, mapping out ideas that weren't rooted in survival or crisis. He helped Summer with a project about interdimensional education, spent hours with Beth, tinkering in her home lab, even sat with Jerry and listened to him talk about growing up without laughing once. There was a weight to being present. Not in the way Rick defined it, jumping from one moment to the next, but truly being there, breathing slowly, listening, thinking. For a boy constantly in motion, learning to pause was revolutionary. Growth didn't arrive in some grand, sweeping transformation. It came quietly in moments Morty could have missed if he wasn't paying attention. Like when he built a translator for a species that communicated solely through color pulses, not for a mission, not to impress Rick, just because he wanted to understand them. He worked on it late into the night, drinking hot chocolate instead of energy drinks, wrapped in an old hoodie that smelled faintly of earth laundry detergent. When it finally worked, when the alien blinked in hues of deep gratitude, Morty didn't cheer, he just smiled. There was no explosion, no applause, just understanding, and it felt good. He started keeping a journal, something he never thought he'd do, not the Dear Diary kind, more like scattered notes and sketches, maps of planets, emotional reactions to places, fragments of things he wanted to remember. One entry simply read, "There was a blue sunrise over Calvus 9. It looked like hope. I didn't take a photo. I wanted to remember it the way it felt, not the way it looked." No one knew he kept it. He didn't hide it either. It lived tucked inside his backpack, between a laser pen and a half-eaten protein bar. But that journal, it mattered to him. He also started standing up to Rick more, not in loud, confrontational ways, but through quiet defiance. He said no when he needed to, asked for time off, called Rick out when he cut ethical corners, even if it meant tension over dinner. It wasn't about rebellion. It was about boundaries. And each time Morty stood his ground, he saw a flicker of surprise in Rick's eyes. Not anger, not even disappointment. Just surprise. As if Rick had forgotten Morty could do that. One day, after a tense standoff with a Federation agent, Morty ended up giving a speech. Not planned, not dramatic, and just honest. He spoke about the cost of violence, about how every blast from a gun ripples through 100 lives. He talked about loss, about mercy. The agent, hardened by decades of conflict, actually paused, called off the attack. Rick was impressed, though he tried not to show it. "You sure you're still my Morty?" he asked afterward, raising an eyebrow. Morty shrugged. "Just trying to be the version of me I'd want to meet." He meant it. The universe still tested him. There were moments when everything he was learning felt like it would collapse beneath the next crisis. But somehow, Morty started trusting his own instincts. He negotiated peace between two warring species using nothing but empathy and a shared interest in sea cucumbers. He once defused a black hole warhead by talking to it, learning its sentient coding patterns, and appealing to its fear of ceasing to exist. Rick watched both events with a strange quietness. Not sarcasm, not pride, just observation. As if he too was glimpsing a Morty he didn't recognize. One not shaped by chaos, but rising above it. But it wasn't just about heroics. There were smaller, softer signs. Morty started fixing things around the house. The broken dishwasher, the garage light, even the chipped edge of Summer's bookshelf. Acts of care, of grounding. He planted a tiny garden outside his window, alien herbs from different planets. Watched them grow in neon blossoms, each one humming softly when touched. He found joy in that. Real, uncomplicated joy. Sometimes he'd sit beside the garden at night, watching the glowing petals and listening to the faint music of their cells resonating with the stars. No danger, no chase, just stillness. These moments didn't erase what he'd been through, they never could. But they reminded him he was more than what had happened to him. That his story wasn't written in scars alone, but in choices. In who he decided to be, even when no one was looking. One night, Rick came into Morty's room without knocking, typical, holding a strange device. "Want to go meet a Morty who runs his own planet?" Rick asked, casually. Morty looked up from his journal. He thought about it for a moment, then shook his head. "Not tonight." Rick blinked. "You sure? This one's got Morty-shaped statues and everything. Might boost your ego." Morty smiled faintly. "I think I'm okay with the one I'm building right here." Rick didn't press, just gave a small grunt and wandered off. When Morty returned to his journal that night, he wrote, "Sometimes the version of you that matters most isn't out there. It's the one you grow into slowly, right where you are." It wasn't about becoming someone grand. Morty never aimed to be a legend, or a genius, or even a rebel. He just wanted to feel whole. Like the pieces of himself scattered across all those chaotic adventures were slowly clicking into place. Even Rick started to notice. Their dynamic changed in subtle ways. Rick still led he always would, but now, when Morty spoke, Rick listened just a little longer. When Morty hesitated, Rick didn't immediately override him. There was space, small, sometimes fragile, but space nonetheless. During a trip to a planet where thoughts shaped reality, Rick warned Morty to suppress his imagination. "One stray idea and we're toast," he'd grumble. But Morty, instead of shrinking away, focused. He visualized a quiet forest, something stable. Trees with amber leaves, rivers that hummed, sunlight that never burned too bright. The entire space shaped itself around his thought. Rick stared. "You just built a cognitive anchor point," he said, more impressed than sarcastic for once. Morty blinked. "I was just trying to think of something calm." "Yeah, well, good job, kid." It wasn't much, but for Morty it was everything. He started making decisions based on what felt right to him, not just what Rick would do. That wasn't rebellion. It was independence. Yes, once during a rescue mission in a collapsing reality, Morty made a split-second call to save a group of stranded beings instead of going straight for the objective. Rick had protested, but Morty stood firm. "They're people, Rick. They matter." It cost them extra time. It nearly cost them the whole mission. But later that night, as they sat nursing bruises and sipping electrolyte soup, Rick muttered, "You did good back there." Morty didn't respond. But inside, something settled. Not pride, not even relief, just peace. The quiet kind that comes when your choices reflect who you truly are. And then one quiet evening, Morty did something he never thought he'd do. He sat down and told Rick what he wanted. Not what he didn't want, not what scared him, but what he actually hoped for. "I don't know if I want to travel the multiverse forever," he said, fingers playing with a loose thread on the couch. "Maybe one day I want a home, a real one. Maybe teach. Maybe help people in one place instead of 100. Rick looked at him, expression unreadable. "I mean," Morty added quickly, "I still want to do stuff, see things. I'm not saying I want a boring life, just a steady one." Rick didn't answer right away. He stood up, grabbed another drink, then paused. "You're allowed to want that, Morty, even if it's not what I want." It was the closest thing to approval Morty had ever needed. That night, Morty walked through the house and just looked at things. The bookshelf he'd helped Beth fix. Summer's old science trophy, still dusty. A picture of the family from 3 years ago, the last one where everyone was smiling naturally. He realized something. His growth didn't mean leaving it all behind. It meant weaving what mattered into whatever came next. A few days later, while exploring a rogue dimension where sound had shape, Morty created a melody that built a floating bridge of notes. It was unintentional, almost like humming a tune and finding the ground form beneath you. Rick called it weirdly beautiful. Morty called it progress. Because even in the strangest places, he was discovering pieces of himself. The kind of person who could blend science with empathy, adventure with purpose, intelligence with kindness. He'd been molded by chaos, yes, but he wasn't defined by it. That realization changed something in Morty. He wasn't just a character in Rick's story anymore. He wasn't even just a survivor. He was becoming a builder, of bridges, of moments, of a self worth knowing. He could feel it when he looked in the mirror. Not a different face, just steadier eyes. Eyes that knew pain, but also healing. Eyes that had seen destruction and still searched for meaning. Eyes of someone who wasn't trying to be perfect, just real. Somewhere along the way, Morty began to trust himself, not because someone told him to, not because he had proven himself to Rick or anyone else, but because he had lived enough, felt enough, been through enough to recognize the quiet wisdom growing inside him. It was in the small decisions like helping a stranded alien child find her way home without turning it into a lesson or a detour, or deciding to stay behind on a mission just to ensure the last survivor made it safely, even though it meant waiting in silence for hours under a foreign sky. It was in the way he carried himself, in the way he breathed through panic instead of being consumed by it, in how he looked at people, really looked, not just as plot points in another chaotic adventure, but as beings with their own stories, their own fears and hopes. Rick noticed. Maybe not aloud, but Morty could feel it. The sarcastic jab softened. The unspoken trust grew stronger. There were even days when Rick asked him what he thought before acting a rare, silent nod that Morty had become more than just a companion. He had become a partner. And not just to Rick. One day, Morty was asked to speak at an interdimensional forum for youth leaders, an absurdly niche thing he never expected to be part of. He almost said no, but Beth encouraged him, said it would be good for him. Summer teased him into wearing something decent. He stood there, in front of dozens of species, all wildly different from him, and talked not about technology or cosmic diplomacy, but about courage. Not the kind that rushes into danger, he said, but the kind that stays, the kind that holds still when everything is spinning, the kind that forgives. Afterward, someone, a sentient cloud being, thanked him for his words, said they'd been thinking of giving up on their own planet's peace talks, But after hearing Morty, they'd try again. It wasn't the applause that stayed with Morty that night. It was the effect. That he, of all people, could reach someone without needing to save them with a gun or a gadget, just with his heart. Back at home, Morty began to create something he never thought he'd allow himself, a dream. Not a fantastical one, not a delusion, but a quiet, persistent idea of a life built on meaning. A small home on a planet with good light and peaceful skies. A garden real, growing things. A lab to explore ideas and a place for others to learn and contribute. A space for laughter. A place where he could teach kids how to build, how to think, how to care. He didn't know if it would ever happen. But now, it felt possible. There were still days when he stumbled, when the weight of memory curled back into his chest like an old shadow. Days when Rick slipped into self-destruction, and Morty had to pull him out without losing himself in the process. But those days no longer defined him. He'd built tools, internal ones, to withstand the pull of those black holes. Tools forged in resilience, compassion, patience, and reflection. And late at night, when the house was quiet, Morty sometimes sat with himself, no distractions, no missions, no Rick, just silence and breath. He'd think of all the other Mortys he'd met, the ones who'd lost themselves, the ones who never got to grow, the ones still trapped in their loops. And he'd whisper, not out loud but inside, "We're not just reflections of someone else's chaos. We're more than what we've endured. We're who we decide to be." That choice, made over and over again, that was Morty's true adventure. Not across galaxies, not through portals, but inward, toward the boy who had once trembled in Rick's shadow, becoming the young man who could stand beside him, and someday, if he wanted, walk a different path entirely. Not to escape, but to finally arrive. There's a silence that creeps in when you've seen too much. Not the kind that soothes like the hush of night or the stillness of space. No, this one lingers just behind your thoughts. A silence full of noise, like a distant storm that never quite arrives. That's what Morty began to carry. Quietly. Unshakably. It started, perhaps, the moment he realized there were other Mortys. Not just hypotheticals, not just twisted versions or comic reliefs, but living, breathing selves scattered across infinite realities. Some better, some worse, some identical, some barely human anymore. And he remembered every single one of them. There had been a time when the Council of Ricks kept that knowledge somewhat contained, locked in data halls or fragmented through portals, but once Morty touched the mind drive of evil Morty, something cracked open. Not just a doorway, but a floodgate. Information surged through him like a storm of mirrors, each one reflecting a different life he could have lived. He saw a version of himself who joined Rick in tyranny ruling over timelines with casual cruelty. Another who had turned away from it all, living in a field, talking to flowers that didn't talk back. One Morty had become a hero, another a martyr, another just a pair of glasses in the ruins of a forgotten Earth. And worst of all, he remembered the ones who didn't make it. The Mortys who broke, who shattered from the pressure of being second, of being a pawn, of being collateral in someone else's brilliance. He could feel them sometimes, not as ghosts, but as echoes. When he hesitated, when he doubted, when he found himself staring at his reflection too long, wondering who he really was beneath the experiences he never asked for. Morty didn't tell Rick. He didn't want to see that flicker of guilt the old man was so good at hiding behind arrogance. or worse, the apathy. Instead, Morty began keeping mental tallies, things he'd learned, things no one should know. Like how long it takes for time to fold in on itself once a memory is artificially replicated too many times. Like the precise frequency that makes reality more liquid, like the shape of a being's soul when viewed through a sixth-dimensional filter. These were not things a boy should carry. But Morty did. Because somewhere along the way, he'd stopped being just a boy. There were days when he'd tried to ignore it. Go to school, eat cereal, watch reruns, try to laugh at something genuinely dumb, just to remind himself that laughter could still happen. But the weight never left. Once during a family dinner, someone mentioned dreams. Beth was talking about recurring symbols in hers, something mundane. Summer chimed in, and Jerry had a theory about stress. When it came to Morty's turn, he opened his mouth and stopped. What was he supposed to say? That in his dreams he sometimes spoke languages not yet invented, that he'd watched Earth die 57 different ways and woke up wondering which version he'd return to, that he sometimes remembered dying, and not just once. So instead he smiled. I don't really dream that much, and no one questioned it. They kept eating, laughing, living. And Morty, for all his affection for them, suddenly felt like a stranger at the table. He didn't blame them. He was glad they didn't carry what he did. But it was lonely. So incredibly lonely. Sometimes Rick would throw him into a new mission, something loud and dangerous, just to shake him out of it. And it worked in the short term. Explosions made great distractions. But even Rick seemed to sense that some wounds weren't the kind you could cauterize with laser fire. One night, after a long silence between them, Rick handed him a drink, non-alcoholic for once, and sat beside him on the roof. You know, Rick said without looking at him, I forget what I've forgotten. That's the worst part. Sometimes I know there's something I'm missing, but I don't even remember what it was. Morty nodded slowly. I remember too much. Rick exhaled. Yeah, figures. That was all they said. But it was enough. For that moment, they were 2 points of pain on the same curve, drifting in a cosmos that rarely offered answers. The memory of that rooftop moment lingered in Morty's mind for weeks. It wasn't a grand revelation or a breakthrough in their bond, but it was real. And real was rare. As the days passed, Morty began to notice something else, not just the weight of what he knew, but how knowing it changed the way he saw the world. He no longer looked at things the way he once did. A crowded hallway at school wasn't just filled with classmates anymore. It looked like a pattern, a map of probabilities and intersecting timelines, or he could almost sense the versions of them that never made it to this hallway, ones who turned left instead of right, lived instead of died, chose silence over speech, and saw their lives splinter as a result. When he walked through his neighborhood, he couldn't stop the flicker's visions of this street in apocalyptic futures, in utopian offshoots, in versions where it didn't exist at all. They weren't hallucinations. They were memories, ones he had absorbed without consent, without preparation. He would pass a tree and remember climbing it as a child, but also remember being buried beneath it, in a timeline that no longer existed. The dissonance was dizzying. The worst part was trying to act normal, pretending that the reality around him was the only one that mattered, when deep down he knew too much to believe in anything so simple. There was a night when he and Rick were stranded in a collapsing pocket dimension. They had 2 hours before it crushed in on itself like a closing fist. Rick was working furiously to stabilize the portal array, hands moving faster than thought. Morty, meanwhile, sat on a jagged rock, staring up at a sky that bent inwards like melting glass. "You okay?" Rick asked, not even looking up. Morty blinked slowly. "Not really." Rick didn't reply. He didn't need to. There was no fix for this kind of thing. Eventually, Morty whispered, "Sometimes I think the universe wasn't meant to be understood, and I've just gone too far, like I peeled back a curtain and now I can't unsee what's behind it." Rick paused, then muttered, "Yeah, that's about right." It was the closest either of them came to admitting that knowledge, real, raw, overwhelming knowledge, wasn't always a gift. Sometimes it was a scar, sometimes it was a curse, and Morty was covered in it. After they escaped, he spent days avoiding the garage, avoiding adventures, even avoiding Rick. He just needed stillness. Not to heal, he wasn't sure that was even possible, but to stabilize. He walked through the woods behind his school, listened to birds, felt the wind, touched the bark of trees without wondering if they were sentient. For a brief moment, the simplicity grounded him. But even then, his mind wandered. He thought of a planet where birds wrote poems in the dirt, a universe where trees walked and whispered dreams into the ears of those who slept beneath them. No matter how far he stepped from the chaos, it followed. So he tried something else. Morty began to write. Not stories, not journals, but thoughts, fragments, ideas that couldn't sit still in his mind any longer. He wrote about entropy, about choice, about the silence between stars and the way regret lingers like a slow echo. He didn't share them with anyone. He didn't need to. They were his way of sorting the unbearable. One night, he accidentally left a few pages on the kitchen counter. Beth found them. She didn't say much, just looked at him for a long moment and said, "You've been through a lot more than I realized." Morty didn't respond. She didn't push, but she did start checking in a little more after that. Left him snacks in his room. Made sure he had quiet space. It wasn't therapy, but it was love, and sometimes that was enough to keep him from unraveling. Morty also started to notice that knowing so much didn't just isolate him, it sharpened him. His mind had been molded by chaos, but now it could slice through problems with ease. When Rick hit dead ends, Morty sometimes saw paths forward. Not because he was smarter, but because his perspective was wider. He'd seen more. Understood more, and sometimes that helped, and in time, Rick came to depend on that. He never said it out loud, but he started involving Morty in the planning stages more often, gave him tools without comment, trusted him with codes and maps he once guarded like gold. And Morty didn't abuse that trust. He never used what he knew to manipulate or control. He used it to steady the ground beneath him, and occasionally beneath Rick, too. Because the weight of knowing too much wasn't just a burden. It was also a kind of compass, one that pointed inward and asked, "Now that you know all of this, who are you going to be?" Sometimes Morty would stare at his own reflection and feel a strange kind of disconnect. Like he was looking at a version of himself frozen in a timeline that hadn't quite caught up. His eyes were the same. His posture still carried that teenage slouch. But behind them, just beneath the skin, was something heavier, wiser, tired. He wasn't old, not in years. But he had lived enough lifetimes to carry the gravity of a much older man. One afternoon, while passing through dimensions with Rick, they made a brief stop in a reality where Morty had never met him. A peaceful life, normal friends, a small, grounded existence. Morty watched that version of himself through a shop window, laughing, chatting, carefree. There was a sudden ache in his chest. Not jealousy, not regret, just longing. Rick noticed. "We don't have to linger," he said almost gently. Morty nodded. They didn't talk about it. But for hours afterward, Morty was quiet, his mind returning to that other version, the one untouched by cosmic terror, the one who didn't know about the Citadel or the Infinite Curve or the Council or the Void. He wondered if that Morty was weaker or just lighter. He didn't have an answer. One night, after a particularly brutal trip through a collapsed universe, Morty found himself standing alone in the garage, the portal gun in hand. It hummed softly, a gateway to anywhere. Anyone. He held it for a long time. He thought of escaping, of slipping into a timeline where he could forget, start over, become someone else. But he didn't press the trigger. Instead, he set the gun down and sat on the floor. The tools, the inventions, the remnants of Rick's genius surrounded him like silent observers. And in that moment, Morty realized something he hadn't wanted to admit. He was scared. Not of death, not even of Rick, but of losing himself. Of becoming so wrapped in the multiverse's chaos that he'd forget the simple parts of who he was. The boy who loved stories. The boy who once worried about asking someone to prom. The boy who believed that kindness wasn't weakness. He didn't want to be hardened, or cynical, or unreachable. So he started drawing boundaries. He told Rick no more often, refused to enter certain realities, drew a line between his own well-being and Rick's reckless plans. At first, Rick scoffed, but gradually he respected it. Because Morty wasn't just resisting Rick, he was choosing Morty. And in doing so, something remarkable happened. He found clarity. The knowledge once so unbearable began to settle. It didn't vanish. It didn't become light. But it arranged itself in ways he could understand. Patterns emerged. Meanings surfaced. Not cosmic ones, not godlike revelations, but human ones. He began to understand that every version of himself, every Morty across every timeline, had something to teach him. The brave ones, the cowardly ones, the cruel and the kind. They were all pieces of a puzzle, not just of Morty, but of what it meant to be anyone at all. Because that was the truth Rick had always avoided. For all the science and portals and universes, the core of reality wasn't chaos or randomness. It was choice. Morty began to embrace that. Not just in big ways, but in the quiet ones. He started helping Beth more with chores. Took time to talk to Summer about her day. Sat with Jerry during awkward dinners and didn't mock his dad jokes. He didn't do it out of obligation. He did it because it was real. And after years of floating in a sea of alternate versions and impossible decisions, Morty needed a reality. He needed to touch base with the ground beneath his feet, with this world, this family, and this life. And slowly that weight, the unbearable knowing, became something else. A foundation. Not of certainty, but of purpose. One evening, Morty found himself sitting on the roof again, the same spot where he and Rick had shared silence once before. The stars above were unusually still, like the universe had paused to take a breath. The air was cool, and the wind whispered without urgency. He wasn't escaping anything this time. He was just being. There was no crisis, no impending doom, no mission hanging over his head, just the rustling of tree leaves and the creak of shingles beneath him. Rick joined him eventually. No words, just a soft grunt as he lowered himself beside Morty, flask in hand. But even that stayed capped. They sat there for a long while. It wasn't a conversation. It didn't need to be. Some moments aren't meant for words, they're meant for witnessing. Morty's eyes lingered on a single star, dim, steady. So far away it may not have even existed anymore. And yet there it was, its light arriving late, but arriving all the same. That was Morty now. Still shining, even if parts of him felt impossibly distant. Rick finally broke the quiet. "You're different," he said, his voice low. Morty didn't look over. "Yeah. You okay with that?" Morty thought about it. Thought about everything he'd endured, everything he now carried. "I think so," he said softly. "I think I'm still becoming." Rick smirked, not his usual sarcastic grin, but something gentler. "Yeah," he replied. "That's how you know you're not me." It could have stung. Once upon a time, Morty would have taken it as an insult. But now it felt like a compliment. A rare gift of honesty from a man who rarely gave them. Morty smiled to himself. He didn't need to become Rick. That had never been the goal. He was learning to be himself in spite of the knowledge, in spite of the trauma, in spite of the infinite weight pressing down from the multiverse. He could still laugh, still care, still choose kindness. And that choice, small as it was, rippled outward in ways no science could measure. There was a kind of quiet power in that. Later that week, Morty visited a dimension he used to avoid, one where a past version of himself had made a mistake too heavy to revisit. But now he didn't flinch. He walked through the space, acknowledged the pain, and left behind a drawing, a simple sketch of a happier memory. Not to erase the damage, but to balance it. To remind that version and himself that both things could be true. There could be scars and joy, mistakes and growth, darkness and light. The multiverse hadn't changed. The chaos still churned. Rick was still Rick. The adventures would continue. But Morty no longer felt like a passenger being pulled along. He was navigating now, not with certainty, but with grace. There was a moment later where Morty found himself alone in the garage, staring at the portal gun. It blinked idly, waiting. He didn't pick it up. Instead, he walked past it, opened the garage door, and stepped outside into the real world, into the cool air of a quiet night, where nothing was trying to kill him and the stars above didn't need to be decoded. They just needed to be seen. He looked up, took a breath, and let it go. There's a strange kind of silence that follows the storm, not the silence of nothingness, but the kind filled with breath, like the world is exhaling, finally letting go. Morty stood in that silence more often now. Not because everything had been fixed or because his journey was over, but because he'd begun to understand something very rare. That hope doesn't always roar. Sometimes it whispers. It had taken a long time for Morty to arrive here, this stillness, this gentler place inside himself. It didn't come from winning. It didn't come from some grand cosmic victory or finding the right dimension. No. It came from choosing, again and again, not to let what he knew define what he felt. And what he felt lately was the fragile blooming of hope. Not blind hope. Not the naive kind he once clung to as a wide-eyed kid who thought Rick could fix everything. This was older hope, quieter, but stronger for it. A kind that knew how dark things could get and still lit a candle. He started to notice it in the little moments. When Summer smiled at him just because. When his mom touched his shoulder while passing by, grounding him with that simple gesture. When his dad, fumbling and ridiculous as always, sat beside him on the couch, just to share a bag of chips without saying a word. These weren't perfect people. This wasn't a perfect life. But that was the miracle. That there could still be love in the middle of all the chaos. He remembered a day when he and Rick had crash-landed on a forest moon, orbiting a dying star. They were stuck there for hours while Rick rebuilt the drive. Morty wandered, half lost in his thoughts, and stumbled upon something strange, a circle of glowing stones arranged by the native wildlife, not as tech, not as traps, but as art. It stunned him. In a world slowly collapsing into silence, someone had made beauty. Just because. He sat there, tracing the patterns in the dirt, and felt something he hadn't in a long time. Peace. That's when he realized maybe that was the point all along. Not to conquer the madness, not to outthink the infinite, but to create meaning, however small, right in the middle of it. To love, even when it hurt. To hope, even when it seemed foolish. To build sandcastles on the shore, knowing the tide will come, and doing it anyway. Morty brought that lesson home with him. He started drawing again. Quiet sketches of places they'd been, people they'd met. Not to document, but to remember. To honor. To hold something real in a sea of shifting realities. He once sketched a version of Rick smiling, not grinning, not smirking, but truly smiling. It had only happened once, in a dimension where their family had reconciled and stayed together. Morty didn't know if that Rick even still existed, but he kept the sketch. Because sometimes the memory of something good was enough to soften the edges. He also began reconnecting with the versions of himself he'd once tried to avoid, the scared ones, the selfish ones, the ones who made mistakes. He stopped running from them and started listening. Not every version was redeemable, but each one had a reason, a wound, a moment where things could have gone differently. He didn't forgive them all, but he understood them now. And in that understanding, he found compassion, even for himself. There was a night when Rick, half drunk and more honest than usual, said, "You're still soft, Morty, even after everything." Morty looked at him and replied, "Yeah, that's the part I'm proud of." Rick didn't answer, but he didn't scoff either. He just looked away and took a long sip from his flask. That, in Rick's language, was approval. Over time, Morty found that this hope inside him wasn't fragile. It was quiet, yes, but steady. The more he honored it, the more it anchored him. He learned to say no without guilt, to ask for time without shame, to cry when he needed to and laugh when he didn't. He stopped seeing his emotions as weaknesses. They were guides, reminders that even in the face of countless versions of himself, only one of them felt exactly what he did. And that version mattered. It mattered not because of what he could do, but because of who he was becoming. One evening, Morty was alone in his room when the power went out. The usual humming of the house, of Rick's machines, of glowing panels and pulsing tubes fell silent. The sudden darkness wasn't frightening. It was calming, almost like the universe had blinked, just long enough for Morty to hear his own thoughts more clearly. He reached for a candle from the drawer and lit it. Its flame danced quietly in the corner, casting golden shadows on the walls and softening the sharpness of everything in the room. The silence grew, and Morty let himself feel everything that silence brought. He thought of all the Mortys who never got to stop, the ones stuck in perpetual chase or war or suffering. He thought of the countless lives he'd glimpsed, lived, or barely escaped from. And he wondered, not for the first time, why he was still here. Why this version of Morty, the one who saw too much and cracked but didn't crumble. Why he got to rest. But this time, the question didn't come with guilt. It came with gratitude. Maybe there was no answer, no cosmic reason. Maybe he was just lucky. But if he had this chance, this one still breath in a quiet night, he would make it count. Not by running into another dimension, not by fixing the broken timelines, but by being still, present, here. He leaned back, letting the candlelight warm his face, and allowed a small smile to form. Not because everything was okay, but because he was okay right now. That had become Morty's new measurement of success. Not survival, not completion, just moments of okayness. Pockets of peace in an unpredictable multiverse. He began writing a journal, not a log of adventures or interdimensional travel, but reflections, observations, quotes, tiny wonders. A bird he saw perched on a glowing antenna, a line, Summer said, that stuck with him. The way Beth's laugh sounded different when she really meant it. He wrote about memories that might have only been dreams, about moments that felt like they belonged to another version of him, but still lingered in his chest like smoke after fire. In time, the journal filled up. Then another. Notebooks stacked quietly on his desk like small shrines to his growth. No one else read them. He didn't want them to. They were for him. A map back to himself if he ever got lost again. Rick noticed the journals once. He didn't ask questions, just raised an eyebrow and muttered, "You journaling now, Morty? Cute." Morty smiled and replied, "Better than bottling it up." Rick didn't laugh. He didn't tease. He just turned back to his workbench with the faintest nod. Morty liked to think that maybe in deep down Rick understood. That somewhere inside the brilliant, broken man, there was a shard of envy or admiration. Or maybe even both. It was strange learning to live in a world that kept changing. Stranger still to find peace not in the fixing, but in the feeling, in the choosing. Morty started to understand that hope wasn't about the guarantee of a better future. It was about the possibility, the space it carved in your chest where something better could fit, even if it never showed up. It was the act of leaving room for joy, for connection, for meaning, even if only for a moment. He found himself checking in more often on his family, not out of fear that they'd vanish, but because he genuinely wanted to know them better. Each day he discovered a new layer in them, a new crack or strength he hadn't noticed before. Jerry, for all his fumbling, was unshakably loyal. Beth carried an ocean of emotion behind her confident front. Summer, blunt and fearless, was often the first to say what no one else could. And Rick was still a mess. But Morty had stopped expecting him to be anything else. He accepted Rick now. Not blindly, not without boundaries, but with awareness. Rick was a storm, sometimes destructive, sometimes strangely beautiful. And Morty had learned to carry an umbrella instead of trying to stop the rain. That shift changed everything. Their adventures didn't stop, but Morty's participation in them became a choice, not a default. He could walk away, and Rick would, reluctantly, begrudgingly, let him. That freedom created a new kind of respect between them, a new kind of bond. It wasn't perfect, but it was real, and that was more valuable than perfection. There was a particular morning, quiet, soft, that Morty would remember for the rest of his life. The house was still asleep. Sunlight poured gently through the blinds, casting long stripes of gold across the floor. For once there were no alarms, no buzzing gadgets, no shouting across dimensions, just silence and breath and the stillness of being home. Morty sat at the kitchen table, wrapped in a blanket, holding a warm cup of tea instead of his usual cereal. The steam curled like ghost stories, soft and unspoken, and the mug felt like comfort in his hands. It was the kind of morning that didn't ask anything from him. It simply offered itself. And Morty, older, softer, more present, took it in. He watched as Summer wandered in, still groggy, muttering about some dream she barely remembered. Beth followed soon after, mumbling good morning, her hair a mess. Jerry brought up the rear, humming an off-key tune. They all moved around him like planets in orbit, chaotic, endearing, uniquely themselves. And Morty smiled. Because this was enough. Later that same day, Rick appeared out of nowhere, as he often did, wearing a bathrobe that smelled faintly of solder and engine grease. He dropped a small, glimmering cube on the table. Want to see a dimension where gravity is reversed and everyone communicates through interpretive dance? Morty looked at the cube, then looked at Rick. No thanks, he said gently. Rick blinked. Seriously? Yeah, Morty said, sipping his tea. Maybe tomorrow. Rick didn't argue, just grunted and sat down, absently staring out the window. The moment passed quietly between them, not as rejection, but as mutual understanding. Morty wasn't walking away from adventure. He was just choosing when to chase it. And more importantly, when not to. That balance, delicate as it was, had become Morty's anchor. It didn't always work. He still had days where the weight of everything he'd seen came crashing down, where the memories felt too sharp and the unknown too wide. But he'd learned to weather those days with gentleness, to rest, to let the tide pass instead of drowning in it. He had a ritual for such moments, simple, sacred. He'd go to a quiet place, usually the roof or the hill behind their school, or even just the garage at night. He'd lie down, hands behind his head, and look up, past the clouds, past the stars, past the endless what-ifs. He didn't ask questions on those nights. He didn't search for answers. He just let the sky hold him. It was during one of those evenings that Morty saw a shooting star, not the first he'd seen, but the first he noticed in a long time. It streaked across the sky like a whispered promise, gone before he could name it. And he smiled. Not because he believed in wishes, but because he believed in moments. And that was enough. Morty started talking to himself more, not in a crazy way, but in a comforting way. He'd check in. How are we doing today? He'd ask the mirror. Sometimes he'd answer honestly. Other times he'd just smile. That small ritual helped to keep the chaos at bay. It reminded him that he was still here, still trying, still choosing. He even made a habit of leaving sticky notes for himself. Little things. You did your best today. It's okay to rest. You're allowed to feel this. At first they felt silly, but over time those messages became anchors. Reminders that not every version of Morty had to be a hero or a survivor. Some could just be soft, tired, quiet. And that was just as valid. He once caught Rick reading one of the notes. Rick scoffed, muttering, "Sentimental crap." But he didn't throw it away. Morty later noticed it had been tucked into Rick's tool drawer, folded neatly. That meant more than Rick would ever admit. The final thing Morty did, the most radical thing of all, was hope out loud. He began saying things like, "I think we'll be okay," or "maybe this one turns out all right." Not as a joke, not as sarcasm, but as real, vulnerable offerings to the universe. It was terrifying at first, but eventually it became natural. Hope had stopped being a thing he carried alone. It had become something he shared, and in sharing it, it grew. Even Rick, slowly, reluctantly, started to change in small ways. Less yelling, a bit more patience. He still drank, still spiraled, still snapped. But there were moments when he paused before lashing out, when he asked if Morty wanted to come along instead of assuming. And Morty noticed. Because hope doesn't just live in the big gestures. It breathes in the pauses, in the almosts, in the tries. The garage was quiet again. No hum of machinery, no flashing portals, no echoes of distant dimensions. Just the ticking of a clock on the far wall and the soft clink of a mug as Morty set it down beside him. Rick was asleep in the chair across from him, head slumped back, mouth slightly open. A tool rested loosely in his lap, and a faint trace of oil stained the collar of his coat. He looked older than usual, smaller somehow. Morty watched him in silence, not out of fear or expectation, but with something new in his chest, tenderness. There was a time when seeing Rick like this would have scared him, made him question his strength, his sanity, his power, but not anymore. Now Morty saw the man as he truly was, not just the genius, not just the destroyer, but the human being, flawed, bruised, trying. Just like him. Morty reached over and gently pulled a blanket from the nearby shelf, draping it over Rick's shoulders without waking him. Then he sat back and let the quiet return, thick and gentle as snowfall. He thought about how far they'd come, not in miles or dimensions, but in understanding. He thought about the parts of himself he used to hide, the softness, the fear, the need to connect, and how now they were the parts he leaned into, the parts that made him strong in a way no weapon or invention ever could. Strength, he'd learned, wasn't about being unbreakable. It was about being open to breaking and healing anyway. He stood and walked outside, the garage door creaking softly as it rose. The night air greeted him like an old friend, cool, calm, filled with the scent of distant rain and something green growing nearby. Above, the stars blinked lazily in their constellations. The universe, wide and strange, didn't seem so threatening anymore. It didn't need to be conquered. It didn't need to be solved. It just needed to be witnessed. And maybe, if he was lucky, cherished. Morty looked up at those stars and let out a slow, steady breath. It was the kind of breath you take after holding too much in. The kind that says, I'm still here. He thought of every version of himself he'd seen, angry, lost, broken, twisted, and sent them kindness in his mind. He didn't want to erase them. He wanted to understand them, to forgive what he could, to carry forward what he must. There was peace in that. Later that night, Morty sat at his desk with a new notebook. He opened it to the first page and, without thinking too much, began to write. This is not the end of the story, just a quiet part, a resting place, a heartbeat in the middle of all things. I am not finished, and neither is the world. But for now, I am okay. He smiled, closed the notebook, and placed it gently on the growing stack. No fireworks, no epic last words, just that. Okay. The next morning, Rick was already awake, sipping coffee and tinkering with something strange and half-finished. He didn't say much, just handed Morty a small device with blinking lights. What's this? Morty asked. Tracker, Rick said. For you, in case you ever get lost. Again. Morty blinked. That's weirdly thoughtful. Rick shrugged. You're a pain in the ass, but I'd prefer you not vanish into a black hole. Morty smiled. Thanks, Rick. They didn't hug. They didn't need to. The gesture had already said it all. Later that day, Summer dragged Morty out to the backyard to help her plant something. Just a few small seeds in the dirt. They might not grow, she said. So don't get all poetic on me. Morty laughed. No promises. But as he pressed his fingers into the soil, feeling the earth cool and damp beneath his nails, he thought, maybe this was the point. To plant something anyway. To believe in something anyway. Even if it never bloomed, the act of hoping was its own kind of miracle. When the sun dipped low and the sky turned lavender, Morty sat on the porch steps, a blanket around his shoulders. The wind rustled the leaves, and from inside faint laughter spilled out. His family, loud and messy and alive. He didn't need to join them just yet. This moment, this heartbeat, was enough. And in the hush that followed, he closed his eyes and whispered something he hadn't dared to say in a long time. I'm going to be okay. Not because the world made sense. Not because the pain was gone. But because he had chosen to keep going. Because he had chosen to feel. Because somewhere deep inside the boy who had screamed across dimensions and cried in spaces where no one could hear him, there still lived a tiny light, flickering, refusing to go out. And that, above all else, was the heart that still hoped. It wasn't loud. It didn't ask for much. But it stayed quietly, steadily. A little light in the dark. And now, dear listener, maybe it's time to breathe. To let your eyes close gently. And to know that, just like Morty, you don't have to have it all figured out. That it's okay to rest in the middle of your story, not just when it ends. You've wandered with us through the chaos, the wonder, the ache, and the love, through stars and silence, through echoes of pain and flickers of light. And through it all, hope remained. Maybe not bright, maybe not always loud, but here. Still here. So as the night wraps around you like a soft blanket and your breath slows, just know this. You've made it through another story. And somewhere in this big, beautiful universe, so has Morty. Good night, sleepyhead. We'll see you in the next dream. In the soft stillness of a familiar home on a familiar street, there lived a girl who never quite felt like the center of anyone's universe. Her name was Summer Smith. She didn't crash through walls with gadgets. She didn't make reality fold into itself with quantum brilliance. And she certainly didn't get handed the keys to adventure on a silver portal gun. No. Summer was the one left behind. The one at the window. The one watching. And yet, in that space, just outside the spotlight, she bloomed. At first glance, Summer's life looked ordinary, painfully so. She lived in a modest house in the suburbs, shared a hallway with her little brother Morty, and tried her best to navigate the unpredictable rhythm of high school. Her days were marked by whispered gossip, eye rolls in the lunchroom, and an endless scroll of texts that made her feel more connected and more alone all at once. But the real noise in Summer's life didn't come from school. It came from inside her home. The house never truly slept, not with Rick Sanchez around. He was the unpredictable storm cloud in her sky, brilliant, brash, and constantly leaving behind ripples of chaos that never fully faded. One moment, he was in the garage muttering equations to himself. The next, he was dragging Morty through a portal with nothing more than a burp and a shout. And always, always, Summer was left staring at the space where they'd once been. Just air now, still, empty, quiet. She pretended not to care. She'd joke about it, shrug it off. She'd go back to scrolling through her phone or texting someone who wouldn't text back. But there was a moment, always a moment, where she felt it, that sting, that subtle ache behind her ribs, that question. Why not me? She wasn't jealous of Morty, not exactly, but she saw it. The way Rick, for all his flaws, chose Morty. Took him, trusted him. Dragged him through star systems and collapsing timelines like he mattered. And Summer, well, Summer just watched from the couch. She'd laugh along when Morty came back with his hair fried or his eyes wide with terror. She'd ask sarcastic questions or roll her eyes at the goo still dripping off his backpack. But inside, she wondered what it would feel like to matter in that way. to be chosen, to be more than just the girl in the background. And still, Summer waited. She waited in her bedroom late at night, lit by a single lamp and the soft glow of her phone screen. She waited on family car rides, tuning out her parents' arguments. She waited while Rick stumbled in and out of the garage, rarely glancing her way. She wasn't waiting for rescue. She wasn't a damsel in distress. She just wanted in. She wanted to know what it felt like to have her story begin instead of always watching someone else's unfold. And in that quiet waiting, Summer began to grow. Not just taller, though. She did stretch out, gaining height faster than Morty, and enjoying the small victory of looking down on her little brother. But inwardly, too, she sharpened. Her sarcasm became a shield. Her confidence became a tool. And behind every joke, every eye roll, every sassy comeback, was a girl paying very, very close attention. She noticed things that others didn't. How Rick paused ever so slightly when he passed their family photos. How Morty came back quieter after certain trips. How her mom, Beth, sometimes looked at the stars a little too long before going inside. Summer carried all of it. She might have felt like the background character, but in her own private way, she was already beginning her own quiet transformation. Not with lasers, not with spaceships, but with awareness, with intent. The universe didn't invite her in. But Summer was learning how to knock. It wasn't long before the knock became louder. Not in a literal sense. She didn't bang down Rick's door and demand to be taken on a mission. No, Summer's way was subtler, more precise. She started showing up, first in little ways, sitting in the garage when Rick was tinkering, pretending not to be interested, asking Morty where he went, even if he answered with half-truths, leaving the door to her room slightly open, just in case anyone wanted to talk. At first, no one did. But eventually, the universe noticed her, or maybe Rick did. It started with a trip he hadn't meant to include her on a sudden emergency, a portal misfire, something chaotic that dropped Summer right in the middle of it. She wasn't prepared, she wasn't trained, but she didn't run. She stood her ground. And for the first time, Rick really looked at her. And just like that, the door cracked open. That moment didn't turn her into a hero. It didn't flip a switch or rewrite who she was, but it changed her trajectory. From that point on, Summer wasn't just waiting, she was stepping in. But in this early part of her story, the part we're still dreaming through now, Summer hadn't quite gotten there yet. She was still the girl sitting in her room with her headphones in, one leg bouncing, staring at the ceiling, while the sound of a laser rifle echoed faintly through the vents. She didn't understand everything that was happening in the world around her. She didn't know what Rick was running from or what Morty was enduring on their trips. She just knew that every time they left, it was like the house exhaled. And when they came back, the air shifted. Something was different. She began to sense that life wasn't as solid as it seemed, that her family's reality bent and folded in ways no one talked about. She'd hear words she didn't understand, Cronenberg, council, interdimensional, and she'd pretend not to care. But she wrote them down, thought about them, wondered what they meant, and what they meant for her. Because Summer Smith didn't want to stay small forever. She wasn't content being left behind while others fought monsters or discovered alien civilizations. She might have joked about prom or popularity, but deep down, there was a restless energy building inside her, like a quiet star waiting to burn. Even her dreams were changing. In the silence of the night, when the house finally grew still, Summer would imagine herself stepping through a portal, not following anyone, not tagging along, but leading, She dreamed of other planets, of strange skies, of places that didn't ask her to explain herself. She dreamed of a world where she wasn't in the background, but at the center. And yet, when morning came, everything returned to normal. The same breakfast table, the same awkward silences, the same parents pretending everything was fine. Summer wore her usual armor sarcasm, quick wit, an eye roll loaded with emotional distance, but behind that her heart was wide open. She was ready. Ready to be seen. Ready to be heard. Ready to be included. And though she wouldn't admit it to anyone, not even to herself, she still wanted Rick's approval. Not the way Morty seemed to crave it, like a lost puppy waiting for scraps. Summer wanted respect, recognition, a sign that she belonged in the places no one thought she could survive. And beneath all that ambition was a quieter, softer truth. She just didn't want to be forgotten. In a world where timelines collapsed, planets exploded, and clones replaced the originals, Summer feared the one thing no sci-fi device could fix, being overlooked, being the one no one remembered to bring along. But she carried that fear like a lantern, and in time, that quiet glow would light her path. Even here at the beginning of her story, Summer Smith was already becoming someone more, someone different, someone strong. She just needed a reason, a door, a single moment to say, "I'm coming too." And when that moment finally arrived, she didn't hesitate. It happened, as so many things in her life did, without warning. One moment she was just Summer lying on her bed, thumbing through her phone, listening to music she didn't even like, and the next, Rick was shouting from the garage, his voice louder than usual, hurried. "Morty! We got a situation! Wait, damn it! Where's that kid?" Summer didn't move at first. She assumed it was the usual drill. Rick needed Morty, Morty would go, and she would stay. But this time Morty wasn't there. And Rick, for once, actually noticed her. "You," he said, pointing directly at her through the open garage door, his goggles slipping down his nose. "You're coming with me. Don't ask questions. Just grab those boots and follow." There was no explanation. No time for hesitation. And Summer, she didn't hesitate. That first trip was a blur. An accidental emergency on a mining moon. A swarm of small metallic creatures that moved like fire ants, but bit like a razor wire. Rick had clearly hoped to fix things in under a minute, but nothing ever went as planned. Summer found herself ducking behind crates, sprinting through flashing corridors, and barking back when Rick told her to stay down. And though she was terrified, she wasn't helpless. Something inside her clicked. She noticed patterns in the creature's movement. She figured out how to disable the security locks without being told. She moved quickly, precisely. She didn't scream, didn't freeze, didn't run blindly. When they finally escaped, battered and blinking in the light of a distant red sun, Rick turned to her with a grunt. "Huh," he muttered, wiping blood his own or someone else's from his coat. "You're not useless." It wasn't a compliment. Not really. But for Summer, it was enough. Back home, no one even noticed she was gone. Beth was finishing a wine glass. Jerry was watching TV. Morty was asleep on the couch. And Summer. Summer was changed. That night, when she lay back in bed, she stared at the ceiling like always, but her eyes weren't empty. They were awake. Something new had settled into her chest. Not pride, not adrenaline, but purpose. For so long, she had watched the universe spin around her like a carousel she couldn't touch. Now she'd tasted it. And it wasn't as glamorous as she'd imagined. It was dangerous, unpredictable, exhausting. But it was real. And real was exactly what she wanted. From that night on, Summer started preparing quietly, in her own way. She read things Rick left open on the garage table. She studied alien symbols, memorized ship controls, and asked questions no one expected her to care about. She wasn't trying to prove herself to anyone. Not anymore. She was trying to be ready. Because Summer had learned the truth about her world. Everything was unstable. Time could fracture. Clones could replace you, and even your own memories could lie. The only thing she could control was herself. So she chose to be sharp, chose to be steady. And slowly, Summer stopped waiting for invitations. She began opening doors on her own. Sometimes, that meant inserting herself into Rick's plans, sliding into the portal just before it closed, appearing at his side with a weapon in hand. Other times, it meant standing up at school in moments where she might have once shrunk away, calling out cruelty, cutting through lies with a confidence no one expected from just Summer. She wasn't afraid of being underestimated anymore. She used it. And while Rick never gave her a warm welcome, he wasn't the type he stopped sending her home. He started counting on her in that subtle, unspoken way that meant more than words ever could. She still had moments of doubt. Of course she did. Nights where she'd sit on the roof, legs tucked to her chest, wondering if any of it really mattered, if she was just playing pretend in someone else's universe. But each time she reminded herself, she was there. She was part of it. And no one could take that from her. Not anymore. There were days when it all still felt surreal. Days when Summer would catch her reflection in the mirror, her own face, calm and familiar, and struggle to match it with the girl who had just helped Rick outsmart a sentient AI hive or negotiate with a floating tribunal of time wizards. She wasn't sure when she had stopped being surprised by it all. But what surprised her more was how right it felt. Not glamorous, not heroic. Just real. Didn't fix everything, of course. The house was still the same. Jerry still fumbled his way through fatherhood. Beth still had that faraway look in her eyes whenever Rick left the room. Morty was still tangled in emotions he didn't know how to name. And Rick was still Rick. There were moments when he barely acknowledged her. Times when he forgot her name mid-sentence or left her behind on a foreign moon without a second thought. But there were also moments, rare quiet ones, where he tossed her a tool without explanation, knowing she'd know what to do. Moments when he trusted her. Summer didn't need trophies or titles. She didn't want to be the chosen one. She just wanted to feel seen. And now she was. Even when no one said it aloud. Even when she was still technically just the older sister. She had shifted something. Not the universe, not yet. But herself. She had carved space in a life that made no room for her. She had opened doors no one believed she could walk through. And most importantly, she had kept going. Because for all the madness she'd witnessed, all the galaxies and gods and glitches, in reality, what Summer held on to most was something much smaller and much more powerful. Persistence. She didn't give up, didn't shrink, didn't wait for someone else to make room. She simply kept being there, again and again, through the eye rolls, through the danger, through silence. She stayed. And in doing so, she changed the story. Not just Rick's or Morty's, but her own. What began as a tale of being overlooked slowly became one of quiet, deliberate transformation. The girl who once stood at the edge of the portal was now stepping through it, not as a tag-along, not as a passenger, but as someone with her own reason to be there. Someone with her own voice, her own instincts, her own fire. Summer Smith didn't need the universe to revolve around her. She just needed a place to stand. And little by little, she found it. So now, as the stars pass overhead and the night deepens, we leave her for the moment not as the forgotten sibling or the background noise to someone else's adventure, but as a soul awake in the quiet, listening, learning, becoming. Because sometimes the strongest voices are the ones who waited and watched, and when no one believed in them, believed in themselves. And that was Summer's beginning. Summer Smith had always imagined that when she finally got to travel the universe, it would feel different. Louder, maybe. Bigger. Like stepping onto a stage with lights blinding and music swelling a moment that would announce, "I'm here now." A dramatic entrance, a shifting of fate. But when her second real trip with Rick happened, it didn't feel like that at all. It felt casual, almost disappointing. Rick tossed her a pair of gloves and mumbled something about corrosive spores. Then he opened a portal without fanfare and walked through like it was just another Tuesday. And Summer, still rubbing sleep from her eyes, followed. No spotlight, no parade, just spores, just Rick, just Summer. The planet they landed on was dull at first glance gray skies, swaying stalks of alien grass, and a low hum in the distance that never stopped. It vibrated through her ribs like a purring engine. And still, Rick offered no explanation. Harvest the orange ones. Don't touch the blue. Don't ask questions. Summer didn't ask. She just did the job. There was something grounding in that. She was learning to expect the unexpected, to focus on the task instead of the chaos around it. She'd seen enough from the sidelines to know that overthinking could get you killed, or worse, make you hesitate, which Rick hated more than anything. So she moved through the field, cutting with precision, loading spores into a container that pulsed faintly like a heartbeat. She kept her head low, her steps light, and her instincts sharp. And then the ground moved. Not in the way most people would notice. Not a quake or a tremor, just a shift, like the planet had exhaled beneath her boots. She glanced at Rick, but he was scanning the horizon, muttering about isotopes and time dilution. He hadn't felt it. Or maybe he had and just didn't care. Summer, on the other hand, crouched slowly and pressed her palm against the soil. It was warm, not sun-warm, alive warm. There was something beneath the surface, something watching, breathing, listening. She didn't panic. She didn't even call out. Instead, she did something Rick never expected. She waited, listened back, and the planet whispered. Not in words, not in thoughts, but in a feeling, a deep, buzzing hum of approval, or maybe curiosity. It was impossible to explain. But in that moment, Summer felt something she hadn't felt since she was a child. Wonder. Not the kind you fake in school when someone brings a cool rock to science class. Not the Instagram-filtered kind you get from vacation pictures. Real wonder. Raw and strange and bigger than language. She stood up slowly, her hands still glowing faintly from the spores, and turned toward the center of the field where something ancient and luminous had begun to stir. Rick finally noticed. "What the hell are you, Summer? No. Don't engage with it." But it was too late. The stalks of alien grass bent inward as if bowing. The soil split gently, revealing a swirling pool of violet light that pulsed in rhythm with her breath. And Summer, instead of backing away, stepped closer. For once, Rick didn't bark. He didn't yank her back or fire a weapon. He just watched. The pool didn't suck her in. It didn't explode or teleport or trap her. It just opened. A window, maybe. A glimpse. And what she saw was not a vision or a memory, but a possibility, a version of herself alone in a vast field of stars, walking calmly towards something she couldn't name but somehow trusted completely. And then the light folded in on itself and the pool was gone. Summer blinked. The world was quiet again. Rick exhaled a long breath and muttered, "Huh." That was all. No lecture, no explanation, just huh? They finished the harvest in silence. Rick didn't ask what she saw. Summer didn't offer. But on the way back, as they stepped through the portal and into the fading light of the garage, Summer turned to him and said, "Next time, I want to pick the mission." Rick looked at her, one brow raised. "You think I care what you—" He stopped. His mouth twitched. Then he shrugged. "Fine. You pick." Just like that. Summer realized something in that moment. Respect in Rick's world didn't come with compliments or gold stars. It came with trust, with space, with the freedom to choose your own chaos. And Summer had just earned a little piece of that. That night she lay awake in her room, hands behind her head, the hum of the alien field still ringing gently in her chest. She didn't try to explain what she'd seen, not even to herself. She just let it echo. And somewhere, deep in that echo, was the start of something new. Not just adventure. Not just danger. But belonging. Summer didn't waste the chance. The next time Rick asked her if she wanted to come along half distracted, mid-burp, typing something into his portal gun, she didn't hesitate. "No," she said. "You're coming with me this time." Rick blinked. The moment hung in the air. He tilted his head slightly, his mouth curling with a mix of amusement and skepticism. "You got a location in mind, Princess?" Summer nodded. She pulled a folded slip of paper from her pocket. Coordinates scrawled in careful lines, written from memory from one of Rick's maps, half buried in a junk pile near the garage workbench. A system neither Rick nor Morty had ever mentioned. Rick snatched the paper, gave it a glance, and scoffed. "You want to go there? That place is barely mapped. Nothing but gas clouds and abandoned relics." Summer only smiled. "Exactly." Rick watched her for another beat, then opened the portal. "All right. You lead." The universe on the other side was quiet, vast and pale, like a sleeping canvas stretched out between stars. No monsters, no traps, no Citadel agents or exploding eyeballs, just silence, and something beneath it. They drifted on a broken transport shuttle toward an ancient station suspended between two shattered moons. Summer sat in the pilot seat, her fingers light on the controls. Rick, for once, didn't hover. He watched, let her work, even passed her a data cable without a word. The station loomed like a memory, rusted arches, cracked domes, the remnants of something once majestic. Inside, time had slowed. Dust floated like snow in a forgotten cathedral. Machines blinked softly, still breathing in some small way. Summer moved with purpose. She'd read about this place, old tech. Experimental dimensional mirrors, a failed attempt to stabilize parallel timelines. She didn't want weapons or treasure. She just wanted to see it, to feel something untouched. Rick trailed behind her, boots echoing softly. You know, back in the day, this place was part of a bigger network. Think tanks, quantum dream loops, all kinds of crazy fringe science. He kicked a coil of wire. Now it's just ghosts. Summer knelt beside a cracked console. Her reflection stared back from a broken panel, fractured into 5 versions of herself, each just a little different. One smiling, one tired, one angry, one blank, and one looking straight through. She didn't flinch. Instead, she reached forward and touched the glass. The console lit up. A faint hum filled the room, a slow, rising tone, like a choir warming its voice. The floor beneath them shifted, and for a moment everything felt weightless. Then the lights went out. Darkness swallowed them. Rick didn't curse, he didn't scream, he just sighed. Figures. Summer stayed still. Somewhere deep in that blackness something stirred. A voice, or maybe just a memory of one spoke without sound. You are not the original. Summer's heart didn't race. She was used to the multiverse, used to the idea that she wasn't the only version of herself, but still, hearing it like this, spoken with such calm finality, hit somewhere deeper. She whispered back, I don't need to be. A pause. Then warmth. The lights returned, not harsh, soft, golden. The mirrors before her now showed only one version of her. Not heroic, not glamorous, just present. Solid. Whole. Rick raised an eyebrow. Huh? That's new. Summer stood. Guess it just needed someone who wasn't scared of themselves. He didn't respond. But his silence wasn't dismissive, it was thoughtful. As they left the station, drifting back toward their ship, Summer looked out the window at the quiet stars. There was something peaceful about this kind of journey, not the usual sprint from one crisis to another, but a slow wandering, a curious reaching. She wasn't chasing Rick's approval anymore. She wasn't even chasing adventure. She was just exploring, following the thread of her own wonder, her own instincts. For the first time in her life, she wasn't reacting to the universe. She was meeting it. Not with fear, not with jokes, but with open hands. After that trip, something subtle began to change, not just in Summer, but in the way others looked at her. Morty, for one, was confused, not jealous exactly, but wary. His role had always been clear. He was Rick's companion, the reluctant sidekick, the moral center in a world without breaks. And now, Summer was showing up more and more, not just tagging along, but actively shaping missions. She wasn't stealing the spotlight. She was redefining it. One afternoon, Morty caught her adjusting settings on Rick's portal gun carefully, methodically, like she knew what she was doing. You know that thing can, erase timelines if you screw up, right? He said, half joking, half nervous. Summer didn't look up. Then it's a good thing I don't screw up. Morty stared at her. She didn't sound smug, she sounded certain. And somehow, that was even more unsettling. He wanted to be happy for her. Really, he did. But he couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching his own role shift. And he didn't know what to do with that. Rick didn't help. He didn't say anything outright, never did, but his behavior spoke volumes. When he reached for a second plasma rifle, he handed it to Summer without thinking. When he barked orders, he started including her name more often. And sometimes, when danger crept too close, he stepped in front of her first. Morty noticed it all. He started asking to stay home more, making up excuses, pretending his ankle was sore or that he had a test he forgot about. Rick barely reacted. Fine, whatever. Summer, you in? She was always in. But despite her growing presence, Summer didn't push Morty away. In fact, she tried gently, subtly to bring him along, to remind him they weren't rivals. They were a family. She started inviting him to co-pilot, letting him decide where they landed on random missions. She'd nudge him during tense negotiations with alien traders and whisper, "You got this," even when he didn't believe it himself. Sometimes he responded, sometimes he didn't. But she kept trying. Because Summer understood something now that she hadn't before. Power wasn't about being the center. It was about sharing the space, expanding it so more voices could be heard. Still, there were moments when the loneliness crept in. When she looked around the ship and realized that no matter how far she'd come, she was still a teenager flying through galaxies with a grandfather who called her functional at best. There were no birthday cards, no deep emotional check-ins, just near-death escapes, cryptic nods, and the occasional grunt of acknowledgement. But Summer had learned to find comfort in small things, like the way Rick never overrode her coordinates anymore, or how he let her tweak his equations without snapping, or how once, when she passed out on a mission from dehydration, he carried her back to the ship not with a lecture, but with an unfamiliar gentleness. She never brought it up, neither did he. The bond between them was still jagged, built more on shared survival than softness. But it was real, and sometimes that was enough. There were also the places she'd started returning to on her own peaceful anomalies she'd discovered and claimed as her own. A quiet moon with pink trees that hummed when touched. A gravity-folded island that echoed every word in reverse. A cave system, filled with crystals that shimmered like breathing light. These became her sanctuaries, her spaces. Places where she didn't have to prove anything or perform or protect anyone. Places where she could simply be, not as Rick's assistant or Morty's sister, but just Summer. In those moments, she'd sit cross-legged on soft alien soil, stare up at unfamiliar stars, and wonder about other versions of herself out there. Were they confident too? Lost? Smiling? Failing? She didn't envy them anymore. For the first time in her life, she didn't want to be someone else. She was learning how to belong to herself, quietly, fully, even if no one applauded, even if the galaxy never noticed. The multiverse was infinite. And yet Summer was starting to realize she didn't need all of it to feel complete. She just needed pieces, a path of her own, moments that belonged only to her, and the quiet understanding that she didn't have to change the entire cosmos to prove she was worthy of being part of it. There was one world she returned to often now, not for any mission, not for any danger, just because it felt like hers. It didn't have a name, at least not one in any known language. Rick referred to it dismissively as Sector Nulltree, but Summer called it something else in her head, the place that waited. It was small, peaceful, a planet that shimmered in soft tones of silver and blue, covered in slow-moving fog and trees that bent gently toward anything warm. The sky didn't roar with storms or crack with energy. It just breathed like a sleeping dream. Summer didn't tell anyone about it. Not Morty, not Rick, not even Beth. She went there alone when the weight of everything got too loud, when she felt too big for her house and too small for the universe. Here in this space between chaos and silence, she would lie back on the cool moss and listen. The fog would settle around her like a blanket, and the trees would hum, soft and low, like lullabies in a language that didn't need words. She'd let her thoughts wander without direction, not solving problems, not chasing identity, just existing, just being. And in those moments, Summer Smith wasn't Rick's apprentice or Earth's sarcastic teen or the reluctant member of a fractured family. She was just someone who reached, someone who stepped forward when the door opened, who listened to the hum beneath the soil, who noticed. There was a deep, rare power in noticing. Not everyone did. Rick didn't. Morty tried, but often got pulled under by noise and fear. But Summer saw things. She remembered details. She read people. She noticed when Rick was quieter than usual, when Morty's eyes flicked toward the floor after a mission, when Beth poured one extra glass of wine, when Jerry tried too hard to be funny. Summer saw all of it, and while she couldn't fix it all, she carried it, gently, without fanfare. And perhaps that was why the universe seemed to bend slightly toward her now, as if it, too, had noticed her. There was a mission. Later that month, one Rick said would be low-level, almost boring, a simple supply run to a dimension made entirely of crystal life forms. He took Summer without hesitation. Midway through the trade negotiations, something went wrong. An ambassador misunderstood a metaphor, weapons were drawn, chaos erupted. Rick fired up a defense shield. Morty panicked. And Summer stepped forward. She didn't yell, didn't run, didn't threaten. She simply spoke. In the language she'd learned from old data logs, fractured transmissions, and a few long hours spent decoding vibrational syntax in her room, she spoke slowly, clearly. And the ambassador listened. The weapons lowered. Peace returned. Rick stared at her, mouth slightly open. "Okay," he said. That was actually impressive. Summer didn't gloat, she just smiled. Because that was the thing about growth, real growth. It didn't need validation. It didn't scream. It radiated. She wasn't trying to be impressive anymore. She was. After they returned home, Morty asked her how she learned the language. "I paid attention," she said softly. That night, Rick left a small device outside her bedroom door. No note, no explanation. It was an encrypted translator, twice as advanced as anything in the house. Summer didn't say thank you. She didn't have to. Rick didn't ask for one. Their bond wasn't built on words, after all. It was built on moments like that. Quiet, muted, real. So now, as the stars wheel silently through the sky and the fog settles again on the world that waits just for her, Summer closes her eyes. Not because she's tired, but because she knows, she trusts that she'll wake up still walking forward. Still curious, still strong, still reaching. Not for approval, not for power, but for herself. For her place in a story that no longer sees her as the background, but as someone who belongs in every chapter to come. Courage doesn't always look like charging into battle. Sometimes it's standing still when the world around you is falling apart. Summer Smith had been to planets where gravity bent sideways, where time unraveled in loops, and where entire civilizations lived in the mouths of sleeping giants. She'd faced creatures with teeth like crystal daggers, stared down rogue AI warlords, and watched her own reflection glitch in timelines she never remembered entering. And yet, none of that prepared her for what came next. It wasn't a monster or a black hole or even a betrayal. It was something far quieter, far closer. It started at home. One morning she woke up to find the kitchen unusually quiet. No Rick slamming drawers, no Morty pouring cereal with his usual sleepy clumsiness. The clock blinked 7:12 a.m. The sunlight slid across the table in long golden ribbons. Beth sat at the table, unmoving. A cup of coffee steamed softly in her hand, but she wasn't drinking it. She was staring at nothing, eyes red, lips pressed tight. Summer froze in the doorway. She recognized that look. It was the look her mother wore only when something was deeply wrong, but still too raw to name. She stepped in slowly. "Mom?" Beth blinked, glanced at her, and then stood without a word. Left the coffee, left the room. Just like that. No explanation. No hug. Summer sat down in her place, stared at the fading steam, and her heart sank. Something had happened. Something Rick related. Later that day, Morty confirmed that Rick had been arrested, or detained, or folded into a recursive, jurisdictional loop, as he described it. Some kind of interdimensional bureaucracy finally caught up with him. He'll be out by Thursday, Morty added, trying to sound casual. Probably. But Summer didn't share his confidence. She knew better than to underestimate bureaucrats with time-bending technology and no sense of humor. Rick was a problem they couldn't solve with blasters or bluffing. He didn't just break rules. He rewrote them mid-sentence. He made enemies everywhere he went, not because he was evil, but because he didn't care. And now, he was gone. That night, Summer sat on the roof of the house. The stars blinked like tired eyes overhead. She hugged her knees to her chest and stared at the empty patch of sky where Rick's ship would usually hum in the distance. She didn't cry, not because she didn't want to, but because the fear was sharper than sadness. She was scared. Not just for Rick, but for what his absence revealed. The house felt too quiet, too vulnerable. And that was when the knock came. Not on the front door, not even on this dimension. It was a signal embedded in the code of Rick's old portal logs, a distress ping, not from Rick himself, but from one of his fail-safes. A silent beacon he had planted in case someone else came looking for the family. Summer accessed it through his garage terminal, fingers trembling just slightly. The screen flashed a warning. If you're reading this, he's gone, and they're coming. No names, no coordinates, no instructions, just that. It could have meant anything. Or anyone. But Summer understood. Rick had always assumed someone would try to exploit his absence. And now it was up to her. Not Morty, not Beth, and certainly not Jerry to hold the line. She didn't panic. She prepared. She activated the shields, calibrated the emergency locks, and programmed a containment grid into the basement using leftover materials Rick had once used to trap a sentient moon. She didn't ask for help. She didn't want a team. This wasn't about glory. It was about defense. It was about survival. She stayed up for nearly 40 hours straight, soldering circuits, reinforcing weak spots, reading every note Rick ever left, even the half-burned ones written in alien shorthand. And in the silence of that long night, Summer did what few ever expected of her. She became the protector, not the bystander, not the backup, not the sarcastic sister in the background, but the one who stood between her family and what was coming. It started with the lights, a flicker, a pulse. Then every bulb in the house went black at once. The hum of the containment grid whined into a high-frequency shriek, then dropped into silence. Summer didn't flinch. She was already in the garage, crouched near the core reactor, fingers poised over the manual override. The house sensors had picked up something, a breach, but not local. Dimensional. That meant they weren't dealing with aliens or mercenaries. They were dealing with travelers, the kind who didn't knock. The first figure emerged not from a portal, but from the walls, a slick shimmer like oil moving backward through glass. Then a shape formed tall, cloaked, face hidden behind a mask that split vertically when it moved. It didn't speak. It just watched her. Summer didn't speak either. She activated the speaker grid and transmitted a message across all nearby bands. This home is protected. You have 10 seconds to leave. The figure tilted its head, amused. Another shape followed, this one smaller, holding a device shaped like a tuning fork wrapped in moving runes. They stepped into the garage like they owned it, like the world inside was already theirs. Summer let them. She knew better than to strike first. She waited, watched, calculated. One of the figures reached for the wall terminal, and that's when she hit the switch. The floor plates lit up with a sudden surge, and the containment grid she'd spent 2 days assembling activated in a blast of blinding light. The invaders were caught in a mesh of phase-locked particles, trapped. They screamed not from pain, but fury. The kind of anger that comes from being outsmarted by someone you didn't think mattered. Summer stepped forward slowly, voice low. "This is my house. My world. You don't belong here." One of them tried to phase out flickering, stretching, but the mesh held. Rick had taught her well. The grid was tuned to trace the atomic blueprint of dimensional trespassers. It didn't just trap their bodies, it trapped their possibilities. "I'm going to give you a chance," she continued, calm as glass. "You walk away now, and I pretend this was an accident." The smaller figure spat something in a language she didn't recognize, but she caught the tone. Summer raised the frequency on the grid. The containment field narrowed, glowing brighter. The taller figure began to shudder. And just before they disintegrated into their portal of forced, desperate retreat, they looked at her again. That same tilt of the head. But this time, it held something new. Not fear, not respect. Recognition. They knew her now. When the house fell silent again, Summer lowered the grid, powered down the defenses, and slumped into the chair by the control board. Her hands were shaking. She only noticed it when she looked down and saw the tremble in her fingertips. But she didn't break. She didn't cry. She exhaled slowly, steadily, and said under her breath, "Not today." Later that evening, Beth noticed something different. The windows had been sealed, reinforced with an invisible weave that shimmered only under certain light. Jerry made a comment about the weird glow in the basement, but Summer waved it off. Morty asked what happened. "Just some traveler," she said simply. "I took care of it." Morty blinked. "Wait, like actual interdimensional threats?" Summer didn't answer. She just poured herself a glass of water and sat down at the kitchen table, suddenly aware of how heavy her limbs felt. It wasn't the kind of exhaustion that came from lack of sleep. It was the kind that came from carrying something no one else saw. A responsibility. A weight. The fire she'd stepped into and refused to be burned by. Rick returned 2 days later. No portal. No dramatic landing. Just the soft, familiar rumble of his ship gliding to a stop in the backyard. The garage door creaked open, and there he was, disheveled, singed coat, bruised knuckles, and that usual look of exhaustion worn like armor. Summer didn't rush to greet him. She was in the basement, recalibrating the field dampeners. Rick walked in slowly, pausing when he saw the mess of cables, conduits, and tech that hadn't existed when he left. He took it all in the modified frequency buffers, the reinforced shielding nodes, the shattered shell of a containment grid still smoking faintly in one corner. And then finally he looked at her. She didn't stop working. He cleared his throat. "So, did I miss something?" Summer tightened a coil. "Some travelers came, the ones from your failsafe signal." Rick raised an eyebrow. "They get in?" "They tried." A pause. He stepped closer, looking at one of the devices she'd rigged using spare pieces of a neural stasis unit and a toaster. His voice was low when he said it. "You handled it." Summer didn't nod and didn't smile. She just looked up and said, "I had to." That was the thing. She wasn't trying to impress him. She wasn't seeking approval. She wasn't waiting for him to say good job. She had done what needed to be done. And Rick for once understood that. He ran a hand through his hair, the grime on his fingers leaving faint streaks across his scalp. "That grid's not bad," he muttered. "Could have used some better insulation, but yeah, not bad." Coming from Rick, that was the equivalent of a standing ovation. Still, Summer didn't say thank you. Instead, she asked, "You okay?" Rick froze, caught off guard by the question. Of all the things she could have said, all the things she could have demanded, she chose that. He didn't answer right away. Just walked past her, sat down on the workbench, and let out a long, tired sigh. "They didn't even want me dead," he said finally. "They just wanted my absence. That's how bad it's gotten. I've made so many enemies, I'm more valuable out of the picture than in it." Summer leaned back against the wall. "You're not a weapon, Rick." He snorted. "Sure feels like it sometimes." They sat in silence after that, not uncomfortable, just quiet. The kind of quiet that forms when two people realize they've both been standing in different fires, alone, and now, finally, they're sharing the same light. After a while, Summer stood. "I'm going to reset the core before it runs hot again." Rick didn't argue, but as she walked away, he said something she didn't expect. "Thanks for holding it together." Summer stopped. Not from surprise, but because of how real it sounded. She looked over her shoulder. "You're welcome." And that was that. He didn't ask for a breakdown of her defense protocol, didn't try to retake control. In that moment, Rick Sanchez, the smartest man in the multiverse, accepted that his granddaughter had stood in the fire and didn't burn. That night, the family sat down for dinner. No one mentioned the incident. Not Beth, not Jerry. Morty scrolled on his phone, and the room filled with normalcy again. Laughter, dishes clinking, the hum of conversation. But Summer sat a little straighter. She didn't interrupt, didn't dominate. She just occupied space calmly, quietly. As someone who knew that when things truly went wrong, she would be the one who stayed. She didn't need to be thanked for it. She didn't even need to be noticed, because the fire had taught her something the stars never could. That real strength isn't about surviving chaos. It's about staying calm in its center, about protecting the people who don't even know they're in danger, about never letting fear be the loudest voice in the room. And Summer, once a girl, desperate to be seen, now understood the value of being steady even when no one was watching. The fire didn't leave marks on her skin. It didn't scar her hands or brand her shoulders. But it changed her, in ways even she couldn't quite describe. Summer began waking up differently after that week. Not earlier, not louder, just more aware. Her dreams weren't filled with explosions or adventure anymore. They were quiet. Still, often replaying moments from the past that hadn't seemed important at the time, helping Beth clean out the garage, or watching Morty laugh at something dumb on TV, or standing on the porch with Rick while a double-moon sunset faded without either of them speaking. She began noticing things again. Little things. How the humming of Rick's equipment changed pitch just slightly when it was about to fail. How Jerry's hands trembled slightly when he poured his coffee. How Morty's eyes always flicked toward the window when someone mentioned portals. It wasn't hyper-awareness. It wasn't fear. It was clarity. A steady sense of presence. She didn't need the universe to throw tests at her anymore. She didn't need to prove she was brave. She already knew. One afternoon, while helping Rick recalibrate a stabilizer node, he paused and said without looking at her, "You're not just useful anymore." Summer tilted her head. "What does that mean?" "It means," he muttered, tightening a bolt, "you're not here because I need help. You're here because you've got instincts. Because you get it. Because if I go down, I know you'll get back up and finish the job. Summer didn't say anything. She didn't have to. They kept working in silence. 2 minds, 2 hands, side by side. Not master and apprentice. Equal. Later that week, a new beacon appeared in Rick's galactic inbox. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't even a request. It was an invitation. A group of alternate Summers from different timelines, different realities had formed a collective. Not a rebellion, not a league, just a quiet network. They called themselves the Emberling. It wasn't a secret society. It was a message to each other and to Multiverse. We're not side characters anymore. Rick scoffed when he saw it. Cute. Like a book club, but with space knives. Summer smirked. Maybe I'll go. He didn't stop her. She did go. Not because she needed to feel connected to her variants, but because she wanted to see them. To know how the fire had shaped them, too. They met on a quiet orbital ring above a dead star. No titles, no ego, just Summers. Some in armor, some in lab coats, some in flannel shirts and combat boots. One was part cybernetic. Another had glowing red eyes from an experiment gone wrong. But all of them, still her. When it came time to speak, Summer didn't give a speech. She simply shared what she had learned. That fire you feel, the one that scares you because it might burn everything down, the fire isn't there to destroy you. It's there to make sure you see what's worth protecting. It clears the noise. And what's left, that's who you really are. They didn't cheer. They didn't need to. They just nodded. Because they understood. Summer left that meeting quieter than when she'd arrived. Calmer, but not smaller. Stronger. She wasn't fighting to be noticed anymore. She was fighting to be anchored. To stay grounded even when everything else twisted and burned. To be the one others could rely on, not because she was invincible, but because she was steady, unshaken, unmoving when it mattered most. Back home, she sat on the porch again one evening, watching the same double-moon sunset Rick once stood beneath. The wind was soft. The world, for once, was quiet. Rick stepped out beside her, 2 mugs in hand. He handed her one. "You're different," he said. Not as a compliment, just an observation. Summer took the mug, sipped, and said, "Yeah, I know." They sat in silence for a long time. The stars came out. The fire, both literal and metaphorical, had come and gone. And Summer Smith was still here. Not burned, not broken, but forged. Even the strongest stars need orbits. Even the fiercest flames need something to keep them steady. And for Summer Smith, it was never just about power or adventure. It was about the people who tethered her to something real. She never said it aloud, not to Rick, not to Morty, not to anyone. But without them, without those quiet, complicated bonds, she might have spun off long ago. This is the story of those bonds. The ones that weren't always easy. The ones that weren't perfect. But the ones that kept her going. Let's begin with Beth. Summer's relationship with her mom was never simple. Beth was strong in her own way, clinical, composed, sharp. But she wore her pride like armor. Her softness came in rare glimpses, tucked between overfilled wine glasses and nights spent staring at her reflection in the microwave door. For most of her life, Summer felt like she was chasing Beth's attention. Not her love that was always there, deep and silent, but her recognition. Beth saw Morty as fragile. She saw Rick as a storm she couldn't control. But Summer? Summer was the one who handled things. And sometimes, because she was so capable, Beth forgot to ask if she was okay. One night after a particularly rough mission that left half the house's tech fried and the garage smelling like ozone and fear, Beth found Summer curled up on the couch, still in her boots, eyes unfocused. Beth didn't ask what happened. She just sat down beside her. There were no words, no motherly advice, just a hand on Summer's back, firm, steady, and the kind of silence that said, "I know you're caring more than anyone sees." Summer didn't cry. Beth didn't push. But something in the air softened. From then on, their bond began to change, not in sweeping gestures, but in the small things. Beth started leaving tea on her nightstand when she worked late. She asked about her projects in the garage, not with suspicion, but with curiosity. Once, when Summer came home bruised and limping from a failed experiment, Beth wrapped her ankle and muttered, "Your grandpa's a damn lunatic. But you're solid." And that was enough. That was everything. Because when you're used to being the one who never asks for help, even the smallest kindness feels like gravity. Then there was Morty. Summer and Morty had always been close, but not in the way that shows up in perfect photographs or heartwarming holiday stories. Their bond was forged in sarcasm and shared trauma, in panic room arguments and whispered apologies. They fought like only siblings could, and forgave like only people who've seen the end of the world together could. When Rick vanished at one time for an entire month, it was Morty who knocked on Summer's door at 3 a.m. with 2 cups of hot chocolate and a bag of frozen waffles. They didn't talk about Rick. They just watched cartoons until the sun came up. Morty understood what it meant to be the sidekick. And Summer understood what it meant to break out of that role and what it cost. There was no jealousy between them anymore. Not really, just respect. A quiet understanding that they were in this mess together, even if their paths were starting to look a little different. They had each other's backs in ways that no one else ever could. And when things got bad, when the walls shook and the monsters closed in, it was never Rick who called out her name. It was Morty. Always Morty. Because underneath the bickering, beneath the layers of sarcasm and eye rolls, there was something unbreakable: trust. Summer and Rick were never the type to hug. They didn't say, "I love you." They didn't make space for soft moments with flowers or apologies. Their relationship was built differently. Built in the aftermath of explosions, in the cold silence after a mission gone wrong, in the quiet nods exchanged across lab benches and alien battlefields. But it was real. In its own weird, ragged way, it was one of the truest things in Summer's life. Rick never treated her like a child. Not the way he treated Morty sometimes. No, not the way most adults did. With Summer, there was no filter, no protection. From the very beginning, he gave her the same chaos he gave the universe. And strangely, it was that chaos that helped her grow. There were moments, rare and raw, when she caught glimpses of something more in Rick's eyes. Not pride, exactly, but recognition. Like the time she reprogrammed his entire cloaking system in under an hour, using only a half-broken quantum motherboard and the battery from her old hair straightener. He didn't say anything. Just looked at her, nodded once. But she knew what it meant. And there was that one night, the one neither of them ever brought up, when they crash-landed on a frozen asteroid and were stuck there for 10 hours waiting for the emergency portal to charge. Summer had a cracked rib. Rick's portal gun was fried. They huddled together inside the ship's emergency hull, surrounded by static and ice. He was quiet for most of it. Then, without turning to look at her, he said, "You're better than I was at your age." Summer didn't reply, because she knew if she did, he might take it back. Rick wasn't good with emotion. He avoided it like antimatter. But in his own strange way, he gave it freely. Through actions, through presence, through the way he let her into his world without ever locking the door behind her. He taught her to see the cracks in the universe and how to walk through them without losing herself. He showed her the fire. But more importantly, he trusted her to survive it. That trust became a bond stronger than blood. Not because it was tender, but because it was honest. There were still arguments, of course, epic ones. Fights that rattled the garage and shook the walls. Screams over timelines, over ethics, over decisions that nearly cost them everything. But the next day, without fail, Rick would slide a new piece of tech onto her workstation. And Summer would install it, no apology needed. Their language was different, sharp, unspoken. But it was love, not the soft, sitcom kind. Not the warm parent-child hug at the end of an episode. It was the kind of love that says, I will not shield you from the storm, but I will teach you how to build a shelter. And for Summer, who had spent so much of her life feeling like a background character in other people's stories, that was enough. Because Rick saw her, not as potential, not as a kid, but as a person. Capable, strong, unshakable. And that belief, spoken or not, was a bond that carried her farther than any spaceship ever could. Jerry Smith was many things. Clumsy, nervous, deeply unsure of himself. To the galaxy, he was a punchline, the guy who stumbled through crises. Always 2 steps behind and 1 mistake away from disaster. But to Summer, he was Dad. And that title meant something, even when it hurt, even when he failed. Their relationship had always walked a delicate line between affection and embarrassment. When she was younger, Summer used to hide in the back seat during school drop-offs so no one would see her dad's awful attempts at cool banter or his bizarre Spotify playlists. But over time, something shifted. Because while Jerry could be a mess, and often was, he was there. He didn't understand half the things happening around the house. Didn't grasp portals, tech, or timelines. But he still sat at the dinner table every night. Still asked about her day. Still tried. That trying mattered more than Summer ever let on. He wasn't Rick. He wasn't a genius. But he showed up. Consistently. And sometimes, that was enough. She remembered one night long after a mission gone wrong, when she returned home scraped, bruised, and completely drained. Everyone else was asleep or pretending to be. But Jerry was in the kitchen, pouring milk into a bowl of cereal. He looked up, startled. Hey, kiddo, late night? She just nodded and sat down beside him, not saying a word. Jerry didn't ask questions, didn't press. He slid the cereal bowl across the table toward her and poured a second. They ate in silence. The kind of silence that didn't need to be filled. And when she stood to leave, Jerry said something that caught her off guard. You're stronger than I ever was. Summer didn't respond. But she paused long enough to let him know she'd heard it. Because here's the truth. Jerry might have been weak in the face of danger. But he was steady in ways that mattered. He loved his kids fiercely, even when they towered over him literally and metaphorically. He defended them, even when he didn't understand what they were becoming. And maybe, deep down, Summer knew that Rick's brilliance could save the world. But Jerry's warmth helped keep her world from falling apart. There was a trip, a rare one, where Rick couldn't come, and Morty was grounded. Summer was sent to pick up a component from a distant moon base, and Jerry insisted on going with her. She rolled her eyes, tried to talk him out of it, but he was determined. He brought sandwiches, labeled his tools with Sharpie, wore a ridiculously oversized space helmet that fogged up every 2 minutes. And it was, predictably, a disaster. He fell twice, triggered an alarm, mistook a stasis pod for a vending machine. But when the base's central AI glitched and Summer found herself locked in a zero-G chamber losing oxygen, it was Jerry who found the override panel. He didn't understand how to use it. Didn't even try to solve it logically. He just hit every button, yelled at the ceiling, and somehow got the chamber open. It was messy, clumsy, unscientific. But it worked. And when Summer coughed herself back to consciousness, Jerry was crouched beside her, panic in his eyes and tears in his voice. "Don't you ever scare me like that again." For once she didn't laugh at him, didn't roll her eyes. She just hugged him. Because love doesn't have to be brilliant to be powerful. And sometimes the people you underestimate most are the ones holding the rope when you fall. Jerry wasn't her hero. He didn't need to be. He was her dad. And in a universe full of monsters and madness, that meant more than he would ever realize. Summer often wondered what people would see if they looked at her from the outside. Not in the dramatic moments, not when she was saving the day or navigating interdimensional chaos, but in the quiet ones. The spaces between battles, between quips, between survival. Would they see a girl hardened by trauma? A sidekick struggling for relevance? A teen holding the weight of a world that didn't ask her permission? Maybe. But Summer knew better. She lived better. Because she wasn't just built from the pain and the panic. She was also built from people. From the way her mom sat silently beside her after the worst days. From the way Morty never let her go into a mission alone. From Rick's rare but grounding honesty. From Jerry's clumsy, unwavering love. It was those connections, raw and ragged as they sometimes were, that became her armor. Not the gadgets, not the training, not even the courage. It was them. The family that both broke her and built her. There were moments she hated them. Times when Beth's silence felt like betrayal. When Morty's fear left her stranded. When Rick's arrogance put them all at risk. When Jerry's helplessness grated like sandpaper against her rage. But love, real love, isn't flawless. It's messy, loud, incomplete. And Summer carried it all. Every awkward dinner, every wordless apology, every unexpected moment of warmth. One night, the power went out. No portals, no ships, no tech. Just a blackout. Earthbound and ordinary. Summer lit candles. Jerry tried and failed to make popcorn on the stove. Beth opened a bottle of wine. Morty dug out a dusty old board game. Rick didn't complain, just sat quietly in the corner, adjusting a broken piece of equipment by moonlight. They didn't talk about the blackout. They didn't talk about anything serious at all. They just played, laughed, lived. For that 1 hour, the universe outside could have collapsed, and no one would have noticed. Summer caught herself watching them. All of them. Not because she was suspicious, but because she felt thankful. It wasn't often that time stood still. But when it did, she realized what it had given her. Not just purpose, not just strength, but roots. People she could fall toward when everything else was falling away. And those bonds? They didn't demand anything from her. They didn't need her to be the smartest or the bravest, or the one who always had it together. They just needed her to be there, to sit at the table, to be a part of the story. And for Summer Smith, someone who had spent so long trying to prove she belonged, that was more than enough. Because love didn't need to look like a sci-fi epic. Sometimes it looked like candlelight and spilled popcorn and a broken board game. Sometimes it looked like home. Not perfect, but real. And that was the bond that kept her going, even when the stars shifted and the timelines bent. Even when her world felt like it was always one spark away from burning down. She had them. And they, in their messy, awkward, broken way, had her. Strength isn't always loud. It doesn't always scream in the face of danger or burst through walls with fire and fury. Sometimes it's quiet, invisible, a soft persistence that refuses to fall apart. And for Summer Smith, this hidden strength was the most powerful thing she ever carried. People always saw the brave version of her, the one who handled chaos, stood tall beside Rick, challenged the universe with sarcasm and confidence. But what they didn't see was what happened in the silence after. What they didn't see was the strength she never showed. It wasn't because she was hiding it. It was because that kind of strength lived in the places people rarely thought to look. Like the way she stayed awake after missions, not because she couldn't sleep, but because someone had to check the boundary sensors. Rick never asked her to, no one did. But she knew what it felt like to think the danger was over, only for something worse to show up later. So she watched, and waited, and told no one. That was strength. Or the way she would sit in the living room when Jerry and Beth fought, never interrupting, never inserting herself, but always staying close in case Morty needed her. She never pretended to have all the answers. She just made sure no one felt alone in the confusion. And that, too, was strength. Her resilience didn't come from invincibility. It came from endurance. There was a moment not long after a botched rescue mission when Summer found herself stranded on a half-destroyed space station orbiting a dead planet. No food, low oxygen. She had 27 minutes of breathable air. No working portal gun. No ship. No Rick. And no one coming. She didn't panic. She didn't scream. She sat down, closed her eyes, and started rerouting power to the emergency beacon, not because she knew it would work, but because doing something was better than doing nothing. She didn't cry. Not until after she was safe. Rick showed up 10 minutes before the oxygen ran out. He didn't say anything. She didn't either. But when she stepped back onto solid ground, knees weak and heart pounding, she went to her room, closed the door, and let the tears come silent and short, like a pressure valve easing off. And in the morning, she got up, brushed her hair, and went back to work. That, too, was strength. No one saw the way her hands shook after some battles. No one noticed how she paused before entering certain rooms, not out of fear, but out of memory. She didn't ask for comfort. Didn't ask for praise. She simply carried on. And sometimes the weight of that was heavier than any gun or backpack or interdimensional tool. There was another kind of strength she held, the kind that kept her from saying the things that would have been easy to say but hard to take back. Like the time Rick told her she was almost as useful as Morty, while drunk and slouched over his tools. She could have snapped, could have yelled, could have torn him down with words sharper than any weapon. But she didn't. She looked at him, saw the way his hand trembled holding the wrench, saw the tiredness in his eyes. And instead of rage, she offered something much harder, restraint, because she knew what pain disguised as arrogance looked like. She knew how hard it was to love someone who never made it easy. So she stayed silent, finished the repairs, and left the room. That moment, that restraint was strength. It was compassion with teeth. It was control without coldness. It was hers. There were times when Summer wanted to scream, not because something hurt, but because it didn't. Because she was starting to get used to the danger, to the silence that followed, to the sense that maybe she wasn't just surviving it, maybe she was becoming it. And that thought terrified her more than any monster. But she didn't scream. She didn't break the plates in the sink. Didn't storm off into the night like some dramatic coming-of-age movie. She just stayed. In her room, in her body, in her reality. And that, too, was a kind of fight. One no one ever gave her a medal for. One no one even knew she was fighting. There was a morning midwinter, pale light flooding the kitchen when Rick, hungover and groggy, knocked over her breakfast by mistake. Pancakes gone, orange juice everywhere, syrup in the blueprints she'd left on the counter. He didn't apologize, just grumbled something and kept walking. Summer stared at the mess, the sticky, ruined meal, the soaked pages she'd spent hours drawing up. And for one brief moment, her fingers twitched. She could have thrown the glass, could have screamed, could have followed him and said everything she'd been bottling up since the last time he'd let her down. But instead, she picked up the juice carton, wiped the counter, peeled the soggy paper from the surface, and started again. Because Summer knew that strength wasn't just about explosions or witty comebacks. It was about starting again, every day. No matter how much of yesterday was ruined. She'd never say it aloud, but sometimes she worried that being the strong one meant she'd never be allowed to fall apart. That if she cried, it would disappoint people. If she admitted she was tired, no one would believe her. If she showed weakness, it would crack the foundation she'd built for everyone else to stand on. So she kept her mask on, her armor quiet, her pain subtle. Not because she was pretending, but because she was protecting everyone, even herself. There was a mission once, light years from Earth, something small that turned big fast. A diplomatic retrieval turned civil war, and suddenly the family was trapped in a palace siege surrounded by armed insectoids. Rick was wounded. Morty had a concussion. Beth was pinned. Jerry was somewhere. And Summer? She was holding the line. Laser in one hand, makeshift shield in the other, dodging fire, calculating escape paths, buying time. No one saw her do it. No one could. But when they got back alive, shaken, sore Rick patted her shoulder and said, "Thanks for not dying." That was it. No ceremony. No retelling of her bravery. And she was fine with that. Because it wasn't about being seen. It was about being there. Every time. Another moment came weeks later. Morty came into her room looking distant, tired. "I keep thinking about that planet," he said, a voice low. "The one with the broken time loops. The kids who didn't make it." Summer didn't say, "It's okay." Didn't lie. Didn't offer distractions. She just slid over, gave him space to sit beside her, and let the silence stretch. He leaned his head on her shoulder. She rested hers on his. And that moment, that quiet space where pain didn't need to be explained, that was strength. Because it's one thing to fight off monsters. It's another to sit with grief. To hold someone else's heartbreak without turning away. Summer did that. Over and over again. and no one ever called it bravery. But it was. It always was. Some choices leave a scar, not the kind that bleeds, but the kind that stays quiet under the skin, etched deep into who you are. Summer made more of those choices than most people her age ever should, and the world didn't thank her for them. No one clapped. No one even noticed. But that's how you know they were the right ones. There was a day when the citadel of Ricks, fractured and unstable, sent out a call not for help but for compromise. A faction of neutral Ricks wanted Summer on their team. Not Morty, not Beth. Her. Because she had become known. Quietly. Reluctantly. Her name had reached the shadows of the multiverse. The granddaughter who stood when others fell. The one who didn't flinch. The one who adapted. They didn't want her because she was special. They wanted her because she was steady. She would have had power, authority, a place where she didn't have to fight to be heard. But she said no. Not because she didn't want it, but because she knew what it meant. You want me to become you, she told the representative. And I'm not done being me yet. That refusal cost her more than she let on. Rick didn't comment. Beth raised an eyebrow. Jerry congratulated her in that awkward, overly sincere way he did everything. But none of them understood how close she'd come to saying yes. How tired she was of being in the background. How tempting it was to take a seat at the table finally and let someone else carry the burden. But Summer had learned something powerful about herself. Her strength wasn't just in what she could lift. It was in what she could walk away from. Another choice came not long after, subtle, personal, and quietly heartbreaking. There was someone. Someone who made her laugh. Someone who didn't flinch around her family's chaos. Someone who saw her, not as a Smith, not as Rick's granddaughter, just Summer. And for a while, that felt like everything. But then came the fork in the road, as it always does. The choice, stay with someone who made her feel soft and safe, or step back into the ever-turning madness of the world she'd helped build where comfort was rare and safety was never guaranteed. She didn't explain, didn't cause a scene. She just left a note that said, "You deserve peace. I'm still learning how to carry fire." It tore something open in her, because that relationship had been one of the only places she didn't have to be strong, and she gave it up to remain strong for everyone else. That decision left no burn mark, no portal trace, just an ache that visited her in the quiet, and still she never told anyone. Because this was the kind of strength no one wrote stories about. The kind that said, "I will protect you, even if it means being lonely." She'd always been brave in battle. But this giving up of ease, this choosing of the harder road, that was bravery without spectacle. There was another time, a smaller one, when Rick built a device that could predict every possible decision she'd make in a given week. He showed her the data. "You've got potential," he said. "In 3 universes you lead. In 2 you save Earth. In 1 you outlived me." She stared at the screen, then turned it off, because she didn't want the roadmap. She didn't want the script. Didn't want the prediction. She wanted to keep walking forward, even if it meant not knowing where the path ended. That, too, was a kind of strength. The kind that says, "I don't need to know I'll win. I just need to keep going." And Summer did. Again, and again, and again. Some people shine like stars. Some roar like thunder. But Summer Smith, She endured like stone, not cold, not unfeeling, but constant, present, unshakable. She didn't rise above the chaos. She stood right in the middle of it, and refused to be moved. The funny thing about being strong in silence is people forget to ask if you're okay. They assume you are, because you're not crying, because you're still showing up, because you still know how to load the laser cannon while making sarcastic jokes about intergalactic fascists. But Summer did feel things. Deeply. She just didn't show it the way others did. She loved her family fiercely, even when they drove her mad, even when they fell short. She worried about the future, about the damage Rick might cause, about the ways Morty was changing, about the emptiness in Beth's eyes some nights, about Jerry's quiet sadness, the one he covered with sitcom-level optimism. And still, she never made it about herself, never stood in the center of the room and demanded attention. Instead, she listened. She noticed. She was the one who remembered Rick's anti-toxin shots when he was too drunk to care. The one who caught Morty's muttered nightmares when everyone else was asleep. The one who convinced Beth to skip work just once to have pancakes and talk about absolutely nothing. The one who turned Jerry's broken remote project into a functioning drone, just so he could feel like he made something. She didn't do it for praise. She didn't do it for love. She did it because she could, and because no one else would. That was her strength. The strength to carry pain without becoming bitter, to carry responsibility without needing a spotlight, to carry others gently, quietly, even when no one carried her. And it wasn't thankless. Not really. Because sometimes the universe did thank her, in its own strange way. Like when Rick handed her a project without explaining it, not because he was lazy, but because he trusted she'd figure it out. Or when Morty deferred to her mid-crisis without question, because he'd stopped seeing her as the older sister and started seeing her as a leader. Or when Beth, in a rare moment of softness, whispered, "You remind me of who I used to be," before handing Summer her old scalpel polished and clean. Or even Jerry, who once muttered, "You're the glue, you know," while trying and failing to set the dinner table. And Summer? She held all of it, like little tokens in her back pocket. Not to prove anything, but to remind herself when the quiet got too loud that she mattered. Not for her power, not for her intelligence, not even for her courage, but for her presence, for her unwavering heart, for the strength she didn't show because she didn't need to, because it was already inside her, unseen, unshaken, unspoken. And it held everyone together, even when everything else fell apart. There's something powerful about the act of walking. Not running, not leaping, not escaping. Just walking. One foot in front of the other. Through silence. Through fire. Through everything that tried to hold you back. Summer Smith was never the fastest. Never the strongest. Never the chosen one. But she was the girl who kept walking. Through wormholes and wastelands. Through arguments and heartbreak. Through the broken pieces of the people she loved. And somehow she never stopped. That's how her story ends. Not with a war. Not with a triumphant speech. But with a girl still walking, still choosing forward. It started with small steps. Literal ones. After one of Rick's more disastrous missions, a black hole collision, in a shattered galaxy, the family barely made it home. They limped back through the portal, clothes singed, hands shaking. Summer had a fractured arm, Beth had a burn across her shoulder. Morty wasn't talking. Jerry had thrown up in the corner. Rick just disappeared into the garage without a word. Summer didn't follow him. Didn't check the damage readouts. Didn't even change her clothes. She went outside and walked. It was 3 a.m. The neighborhood was still. She walked past the houses she'd grown up around. Past the swing set where she used to push Morty before either of them understood what they'd grow up to face. Past the gas station, with flickering lights and dusty vending machines. Her arm throbbed. Her boots were scorched. But she kept walking. Not to get somewhere. Not to run from something. Just to feel the earth under her feet. That walk became something sacred. A ritual. Every time the world cracked open, she walked it back together. And as the years passed, that walk took her farther than she ever thought she'd go. There was a time when she stood at the edge of a cliff on planet Grontak beneath twin moons, breathing in air thick with minerals and old wars. She had just saved a colony from collapse, and no one remembered her name. Rick was hailed as the genius. Morty got hugged by children. Beth and Jerry were awarded honorary medals. Summer? She stood near the back, hands in her pockets, a soft smile on her face. Later that night, she left the camp and walked through the glowing fields alone. The plants shimmered blue and hummed when touched. She didn't need the applause, didn't even resent that it never came. Because in that moment, with starlight brushing her skin and silence surrounding her like a blanket, she felt enough. That was the secret. She didn't walk to be seen. She walked to remember, to feel the gravity of her own journey. And what a journey it had been. From the girl who once begged to be part of Rick's wild adventures, to the woman who now carried entire missions on her back, to the human who chose to remain human, even when the universe offered her more. She never wanted to be a god, never wanted to conquer or destroy. She wanted to understand, to survive, to love even if it hurt. And she did, over and over again. She loved Rick fiercely, frustratingly, even when he forgot her birthday, even when he gambled with her life like it was a piece on a board. She loved Morty stubbornly, protectively, even when he resented her strength or lashed out in fear. She loved Beth silently, loyally, even when the roles between mother and daughter blurred beyond recognition. She loved Jerry awkwardly, sweetly, even when the rest of the galaxy called him useless. And more than any of that, Summer learned to love herself. Not the myth people whispered about. Not the girl with the attitude or the laser pistol. But the part of her that kept walking tired, sore, uncertain because standing still was never an option. Because growth demanded motion. And healing didn't always look like victory. It looked like walking away from someone you still cared about. It looked like walking back into danger because you couldn't let someone else fall. It looked like walking through fear without letting it define you. There was one final mission, not long before Rick began fading in and out of reality more frequently. He'd built something dangerous. A device he claimed would fix everything. But Summer knew better. She saw the tremble in his fingers. The way he couldn't look her in the eye. "This thing's got a cost," he muttered. "But maybe it's worth it." Summer didn't yell, didn't argue. She simply walked over, took the device from his hands and said, "If it costs you, it's not worth anything." Then she crushed it under her boot. Rick didn't speak for days. Not out of anger, but because he knew she was right. That moment, that was the end of something. And the beginning of something else. Summer had always followed Rick, shadowed his genius, echoed his defiance. But now, he followed her, and she walked forward into something new. The older she got, the less she fought to prove herself. Not because she stopped caring, but because she finally understood that being seen and being true weren't the same thing. There was peace in that realization. A soft kind of peace. The kind that didn't come from winning battles or surviving another apocalyptic timeline, but from knowing who she was without anyone else's permission. Summer began to turn down certain missions, not because she couldn't handle them, but because she was choosing to let the galaxy spin without her for a while. She found comfort in stillness, in quiet projects, in grounding rituals that reminded her she wasn't just a soldier of fate. She tended plants, built a mini greenhouse in the corner of Rick's old lab, each one labeled not by species but by memory. Alt Earth 72 saved the kid, homeworld of the singing coral, planet where Morty learned to listen. Sometimes she'd sit beside them for hours, watering, pruning, humming to herself. These moments were hers. No explosions, no lasers, no trauma hiding around the bend. Just air and growth and space to be someone gentle. Because Summer had been tough for so long, but now she was learning that tenderness could be just as strong, and that maybe it was even harder. She reconnected with Beth in a strange, circular way. Their bond had always been tangled mother and daughter balancing between resentment and reflection. But time softened them. Beth started asking questions instead of assuming answers. Summer began trusting her mom to hold parts of her story, even the vulnerable ones. They'd sit on the porch, wine and tea in mismatched mugs, and talk. Not always about big things. Sometimes it was just about the weather on other planets, or which dimension had the best sunsets. But every now and then the conversations grew real. "I never knew how strong you were," Beth once said, her voice quiet. Summer didn't respond immediately. She just smiled, looked up at the stars, and replied, "I didn't either. Not until I had to be." Morty, too, had grown. He'd seen so much. Too much. There were pieces of him Summer would never fully reach again, parts altered by the weight of their shared path. But still they had each other. Their bond was no longer about bickering or competition. It was about quiet recognition, shared looks across tense rooms, unspoken understanding. When Rick started vanishing for longer stretches, not in space but within himself, it was Morty and Summer who handled things. Together. Steady. Present. Sometimes she would wake up in the middle of the night and find Morty downstairs, thumbing through old mission logs, trying to piece together what made Rick, Rick. Summer never stopped him. She just sat beside him, offered a blanket, made tea, and listened. There was one moment during a particularly quiet evening when Morty looked at her and said, "Do you think we'll ever be normal?" Summer had smiled, sad and warm. "No, but I think we'll be okay." And that was enough, because okay was underrated. So was stable. So was boring. Summer had chased excitement long enough to know it never filled the void. What filled it were things like shared silences. The feeling of her mom brushing her shoulder as she passed. The sound of Morty's laugh during a dumb sitcom. The clink of Jerry trying and failing to fix the toaster again. It wasn't grand, but it was real. And in that reality, Summer found the last piece of strength she'd never known she was missing. Peace. It came softly. Like the way sleep arrives when you're not chasing it. Like the way dusk settles on the horizon Not with fireworks, but with grace. And through it all, she kept walking. Not as a hero, not as a symbol, just a Summer. The girl who had seen too much, felt too much, lost too much, and still chose to keep going. Not toward a final answer, not toward redemption, but toward whatever came next. Legacy isn't always loud. It doesn't always look like a statue or a holiday or a name etched into a ship's hull. Sometimes legacy is found in the whisper of a decision, in the ripple of kindness you didn't expect, in the strength someone else discovers, because of you. That was Summer's legacy. Not as a warrior, not as a revolutionary, but as a presence. A steady hum in the background of people's lives. One that held them up without asking for attention. It showed up in Morty first. He never called it that. Never said, "I'm doing what Summer would have done." But it was there. The way he paused before reacting. The way he let others speak before filling the silence. The way he sometimes just stood still, choosing not to fight, not to run, but to simply stay. He started to remind others of her. The tech crews from old missions. Refugees from the collapsed Sarnik system. Even Rick, on the rare occasions he let down his defenses. "She used to do that," he muttered once, watching Morty patch up a collapsed alien miner without being asked. Do what? Give a damn. Rick never explained further. He didn't have to. Because Summer's legacy wasn't in what she taught people. It was in what they absorbed from being near her. She never sat anyone down to give life lessons. She lived them. And people learned. There was a school rebuilt on a shattered asteroid colony that had a classroom called the Summer Room. Not because she built it. Not because she saved it. But because one day, a little girl told her, "When I grow up, I want to be strong like you. Not loud strong, just like how you don't quit." Summer had smiled, ruffled her hair, and helped lay bricks for the school's first wall, then left before the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Years later, her name still echoed in the corridors. Elsewhere, a group of survivors on an unstable time-loop planet created a survival guide called Keep Walking. They didn't know her full name. They didn't need to. They remembered the woman with the calm eyes who showed them how to dig a trench, how to collect rainwater, how to breathe when the loop reset again and again. She never panicked, one of them wrote. She just moved, like forward was the only option. That was Summer. Not a legend, not a god, not a savior, but compass. Pointing quietly to hope when maps fell apart. Even Rick, in his own fractured, stubborn way, acknowledged her legacy. He never said it to her face. But Morty found something once in the garage. An old frame with a photo of Summer sitting alone on the roof, knees hugged to her chest, looking at the stars. Scrawled on the bottom in Rick's handwriting. She did it right. Better than me. He had kept it hidden, because some truths are too raw for daylight. But it was there preserved, silent, reverent. The universe, with all its chaos and entropy, rarely paused to honor the steady souls. But those who felt Summer's quiet orbit never forgot it. Her strength didn't echo through battles. It echoed through balance, through the way she held others without breaking, through the way she kept her footing when everything shifted, through the way she stood not in front of others but beside them. And that was legacy, not in what you build, but in what remains upright after you've passed through. Even Jerry, years later, once sat beside an old bot and whispered, "She was my best friend. Don't tell anyone." They'd never believed me. But Jerry knew. He had always known. And Beth? She began writing again, something she hadn't done since childhood. Short, simple essays, observations, memories. One of them, tucked into a drawer where no one could find it, was titled, "My daughter is the strongest person I know." Summer never read it. Maybe that wasn't the point. Because her life, her choices, were never about recognition. They were about continuance. The act of going on. Quietly. Consistently. Lovingly. The last walk was different. Not because it was dramatic, or not because something exploded or unraveled behind her, but because for the first time in a long time, there was no emergency. No war to stop. No friend to rescue. No Rick in danger. Just Summer. On a quiet world. In the middle of a warm dusk. The planet had no name, or if it did, she never learned it. There were soft hills, flowers that glowed blue at the edges, and a sky that changed color with the wind. She had come here on her own. Not to run, not to hide. Just to breathe. She didn't bring weapons. Didn't need armor. She brought a journal, and a scarf Morty gave her years ago. She walked for a while. Let the air fill her lungs. Let the silence wrap around her like a friend. Eventually, she found a place near the edge of a crystal-clear lake and sat down. Not to write history. Not to plan her next move. Just to be. She wrote in her journal, "I don't know what happens next. Maybe I'll stay here for a while. Maybe I'll find another place to help. Maybe I'll go home. I don't feel lost. I just feel still. And maybe stillness is a kind of motion too." As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, colors swirling across the sky like spilled watercolor, Summer laid back on the grass. She thought of Rick wherever he was now. She thought of Morty, maybe reading comic books or trying to fix the toaster. She thought of Beth and Jerry dancing clumsily in the kitchen. She thought of herself not as a part of something, but as her own whole. She didn't need to be remembered. Didn't need songs or legends. The people who mattered remembered her already. And the rest? Well, she'd passed through their stories gently. That was enough. As sleep crept in soft and slow, Summer smiled. Because in all the places she'd been, in all the battles she'd survived, in all the ways the universe had twisted around her, she never stopped walking. And she never walked alone. Not really. Because every step she took carried echoes of those who shaped her, of those she protected, of those who, in quiet gratitude, kept walking too. She was never the girl who sought the crown. She was the girl who built the path, stone by stone, step by step, for others to follow when the stars felt too far away. And in that final moment, wrapped in silence and peace, the universe gave her one last gift. Stillness. Not as an ending, but as a rest. Because even the strongest walkers deserve a place to sit. And with that, dear sleepyheads, we reach the end of Summer Smith's journey, not in fire, not in fury, but in quiet resolve. From the girl in the background to the girl who kept walking. We hope this gentle story helped you relax, reflect, and drift toward rest. If you're still awake, tell us, what was your favorite summer moment? And where in the world are you listening from tonight? If you're already asleep, that's perfectly fine too. This story will be here for you anytime you need to walk beside her again. Until next time, sleep well, dream deep, and remember, you are stronger than you know, just like summer. It starts in silence. Before the chaos, before the portals and paradoxes, There was a little girl who just wanted her dad to stay. Beth Smith's childhood wasn't filled with magical memories or bedtime stories. It was quieter than that, colder. She grew up in a home where one name loomed large even when he wasn't there. Rick Sanchez, her father, the scientist, the adventurer, the genius, and the man who disappeared. Beth was young when he left, too young to fully understand why. She would come home from school with drawings, science projects, scraped knees, or bruised feelings, and he wouldn't be there. Her mother would offer explanations that sounded more like excuses. He's working on something important, or Rick needs space. But even as a child, Beth could feel the emptiness he left behind, a quiet ache that settled in the corners of the house. And so she filled that silence with ambition. She read books far above her grade level, learned how to take things apart and put them back together, sometimes better than before. Her teachers were impressed, sometimes even concerned at how driven she was. She was precise, focused, and fiercely independent, traits that mirrored someone she barely remembered, but had never stopped chasing. Because in her heart, Beth thought that maybe if she became exceptional, he would come back. Rick wasn't just gone, he was a legend. Stories of his brilliance swirled in the background of Beth's life. Everyone seemed to know who he was. Her classmates whispered about the mad scientist who disappeared from Earth. Her teachers gave her strange looks when they realized who her father was. To them, Rick was a name from underground science journals and government red flag lists. But to Beth, Rick was the missing puzzle piece. She kept photos of him in an old drawer, wore his old lab coat once as a child, and refused to take it off for an entire week. She even talked to his memory sometimes, asking questions out loud in her bedroom when no one else could hear. Would you be proud of this, Dad? Would you like my prototype? Would you come home if I solved this formula? She didn't know then that genius and abandonment often come in the same breath. As she grew older, her talent became both her armor and her prison. People expected her to be cold, logical, maybe even dangerous. Some admired her, others avoided her. But no one really saw her. Not the girl underneath all the sharpness. The girl who still wondered if she was enough for someone like Rick. And so Beth did what she thought would prove it once and for all. She pursued medicine. Not just any field, but equine surgery. A bizarre and demanding specialization, as precise as it was isolating. It combined science, control, and an odd flair that felt fitting. After all, how many equine surgeons were there in her age group, in her city, maybe even the country? In her mind, Rick would have found that impressive, maybe even worthy of respect. But behind all the achievements, Beth's heart carried a silent weight, a loneliness shaped by childhood promises never fulfilled. She got used to the ache. She wore it well, like a necklace she never took off. To others, she seemed strong, confident, in control. But deep down, she was still that little girl staring out the window, waiting for the sound of portal energy and footsteps down the hallway, waiting for a father who never came home. When Rick finally returned, everything changed. But before that, before the show's wild timelines and interdimensional chaos, there was Beth Smith. Just Beth. A child shaped by absence, molded in the shadow of genius and raised by questions that never got answers. And sometimes, those questions echoed louder at night. Beth's childhood wasn't entirely empty. There were good days. Days when her mother was patient, when the sun came through the kitchen window just right, when a horse figurine made her smile. But even those moments were colored by the absence of Rick, not just the man, but what he represented. Because Rick wasn't just a father to her. He was an idea, a mystery she could never solve, a force that shaped her without ever being present. And so she became obsessive about control, about being right, about choosing paths that were difficult enough to earn respect, yet distant enough to avoid dependence. Friends? She had a few, but never too close. Relationships? Brief, with a wall between her and whoever tried to get in. She loved in her own way, but love meant vulnerability, and Beth had learned early that vulnerability came with the consequences. By her teens, she had taken full control of her life. School was just another obstacle. Expectations didn't scare her, they fed her. When she entered veterinary school, professors noticed how she rarely second-guessed herself. She was precise, almost mechanical. Even her classmates said she had the sharpness of a scalpel. And somewhere deep inside, a voice would whisper, "You're almost there, just be a little better. He'll notice this." But Rick didn't notice. Not yet. Because Rick was still gone, off in the stars, leaving Beth to become a version of herself he might have approved of or ignored all the same. Her mother tried to fill the gap in small, imperfect ways. Dinners that were often quiet. Advice that came out too blunt or too late. Beth sometimes resented her, sometimes pitied her. She didn't understand why her mother had allowed Rick to leave without a fight. She didn't understand why love wasn't enough to keep someone like him grounded. Still, Beth buried her questions. She buried a lot of things. Her fear of not being good enough. Her craving for acknowledgement. The dreams she never spoke of out loud, building tech, exploring planets, maybe even being Rick's partner in genius. Instead, she told herself that being a surgeon was enough, that being smarter than the people around her would eventually make the ache go away. But that ache had roots, and those roots reached deep into her adulthood. When Beth met Jerry, it wasn't because he was everything she ever wanted. It was because he was safe, kind, predictable, and most importantly, he stayed. Jerry was simple. He needed her, admired her, and built his world around her approval. That approval gave Beth a strange sense of power, a way to rewrite the pain of being left. If Rick was the man who walked away, Jerry was the man who never would. At least not then. Still, she never let herself fall all the way into happiness. Not truly. Not deeply. Because to Beth, happiness felt unstable. Like a bubble that would burst the moment she let herself believe in it. And then, Rick returned. Not with a warm embrace or an apology, but with chaos, inventions, and the same maddening brilliance that had haunted her for decades. And in that moment, something inside Beth shifted. She didn't just welcome him back. She absorbed him. As if all those years of silence and pain had only been waiting for this moment. The return of her father, the source of her longing, the mirror she had spent her entire life polishing, finally standing in front of her. But what she saw wasn't quite what she remembered. Rick was older, colder, still brilliant, still reckless, but now damaged in ways she hadn't imagined. And suddenly all the questions she had asked as a child were replaced by more difficult ones. Why did he really come back? What did he see in her now? Was she still just a shadow to him, or something more? Beth wouldn't ask those questions out loud. Not yet. Instead, she smiled. She said, "Welcome." She made room for him at the table. And somewhere inside, a quiet part of her braced for the storm. Because when you live in the shadow of genius long enough, you forget what the sun feels like. Rick's return didn't feel like a reunion. It felt like a reawakening. Not just for Beth, but for something inside her she had carefully kept buried, the piece that longed for adventure, for risk, for validation that didn't come from grades or surgical success. She had worked so hard to build a stable life, a safe home, a normal family. And now, the person who had once shattered her childhood was setting off fireworks in her living room. At first she tried to play it cool. A few sharp remarks here and there, some dry humor, that guarded distance she always used to keep people from getting too close. But Rick didn't care for those walls. He blew past them like they were paper. And Beth let him. Because no matter how hard she had worked to become her own person, she still wanted him to see her. Not just as a daughter or a caretaker, or the girl he left behind, but as an equal. She remembered the first time Rick actually praised something she did. It was offhanded, tossed out in the middle of a chaotic experiment. Something like, nice calibration. It was barely a sentence, but it echoed in Beth's chest for hours afterward, days even. All the awards, degrees, and surgeries. None of them had hit as hard as that one throwaway comment. She wouldn't admit it, not even to herself, but Rick's approval lit a fire in her, a dangerous one. It made her reckless, more willing to push boundaries she had once carefully respected. She started seeing life through Rick's eyes as a puzzle to outsmart, a structure to rebel against, a world too dumb to deserve sincerity. But Beth was never quite like Rick. She had learned to hold in her emotions, not to escape them. She didn't drink to forget she remembered everything. And somewhere behind her eyes, the little girl still watched everything unfold, still wondering if she had finally become what he wanted, or just a reflection of his own regret. As time passed, their interactions grew more layered. Rick started including her in things tech designs, philosophical arguments, cosmic debates. It wasn't warm or fatherly, but it was something. To Beth, it felt like being chosen. She began to defend him more openly, even when he made mistakes. She excused his absence in front of Summer and Morty, trying to smooth the cracks that were beginning to show in her family. It was like watching an old building crumble while telling everyone, "It's just settling, everything's fine." But everything wasn't fine. The more Beth leaned into Rick's world, the more distant she became from her own. Jerry noticed. Summer noticed. Even Morty, wrapped up in his own universe of trauma, could see it. Beth wasn't just Rick's daughter anymore. She was starting to become Rick. And in quiet moments, when the portal gun was silent and the house was asleep, Beth would sit in the dark, fingers wrapped around a cold cup of tea, and wonder, was this who she always was? Or had she simply molded herself into the person she thought he would love? 'Cause Rick never asked her to change. He never begged for her attention or approval or time. He just showed up like a storm rolling back through town and expected her to deal with it. And she did. Because love isn't always loud. Sometimes it's quiet sacrifice. Sometimes it's swallowing your own needs to keep someone else from disappearing again. But Beth was tired. Tired of chasing shadows. Tired of living in echoes. She had everything: a family, a profession, a home, but none of it felt like it was hers. It felt borrowed, staged, like a life built just in case Rick ever cared enough to notice. And still she waited. Still hoping that someday, in some small way, he'd look at her and say, "I'm proud of you." But that day hadn't come. And Beth, for all her strength and smarts, was still waiting by the window. There were days Beth could almost convince herself that everything was okay. Dinner would be calm, Rick would be tinkering quietly in the garage, and Morty would be rambling about his latest trauma like it was just another Tuesday. Summer might be half listening with one earbud in, and Jerry would be trying in his own fumbling way to make someone laugh. And Beth, standing at the sink or sitting at the head of the table, would feel something close to peace. Not joy exactly, that had always felt foreign to her, but a kind of stillness. Like maybe, for a brief moment, her family wasn't falling apart. Maybe they were all just surviving the best way they could. But even in those quiet hours, the tension lived just beneath her skin, like a pulse, like a string pulled too tight. Because for Beth, stillness often felt like the moment before something broke. Rick had taught her that not through words, but through presence. His reappearance in her life brought more than interdimensional chaos. It brought a subtle erosion, a feeling that no matter how hard she worked, how much she gave, it would never be enough to keep things steady. There was always a bigger truth looming. Rick would never fully stay. He was brilliant, yes, capable of creation beyond comprehension. But his love came in flickers, not flames, in offhand praise, not consistent presence. And Beth had learned to survive on scraps. Scraps of attention. Scraps of acknowledgement. Scraps of a relationship she had spent her whole life building from one-sided memories. Sometimes she'd visit the garage when he wasn't there, or just to look around. To breathe in the quiet hum of machines and tools, hoping some part of him had left a mark she could understand. A schematic, maybe, a drawing, a sign that he thought of her even when she wasn't looking. But Rick didn't leave signs. He left damage. And Beth, smart, capable, and chronically self-sufficient, had become an expert in cleaning up what he broke. She did it in her marriage. She did it as a mother. She did it inside herself. Every flaw in her life she examined like a surgeon, precisely, rationally, without feeling. That was her gift, the ability to distance herself from pain long enough to operate on it, to stitch it up, to make it functional again. Some wounds don't heal just because you understand them. Some pain doesn't soften just because you can name its cause. Sometimes the very brilliance you inherit is what breaks you the most. And Beth was brilliant. But she was also tired. Tired of performing. Tired of trying to fill the space Rick left with titles and degrees and careful control. Tired of being told she was just like him when all she had ever wanted was to be seen apart from him. She didn't hate him. She couldn't. There was too much love woven to the pain, too much memory, too much yearning, too many sleepless nights spent wondering what she did wrong. But love in Beth's world didn't mean safety. It meant compromise. It meant pretending not to notice when someone you cared about looked through you like glass. And yet, she stayed. Because that's what Beth did. She stayed. For her kids. For her husband. For the family she built from pieces of chaos and threads of hope. Even when she didn't believe in it, she held it together. Even when Rick pulled the universe apart, she pulled the dinner table back together. And maybe that was her quiet genius. Not the science. Not the surgery. But the ability to carry generations of damage and still show up. Still try. Still hope in her own silent way that something better was possible. Even in the shadow of someone else's genius. Beth Smith was building a story of her own. And in the quiet of night, when the stars outside Rick's portal gun stopped swirling, Beth remained, holding everything. Just a little bit longer. There's a saying Beth had heard once, "We all become our parents eventually." She used to scoff at that. Back when she was younger, more idealistic, and convinced she'd carved her own path. After all, how could she become someone who was never around? How could you turn into a ghost? But life has a strange way of circling back. And Rick had never truly left her. Even when he vanished from her childhood, His presence lingered in the architecture of her mind and the way she thought, the way she spoke, the way she didn't quite fit in. She had Rick's intelligence, his sarcasm, his contempt for mediocrity. But more than that, she carried his wounds, wounds she hadn't earned but inherited. And when Rick returned, it was like watching a reflection step through the front door. Beth hadn't expected that. She expected to feel anger, resentment, even closure. Instead, she felt familiarity, a quiet recognition. Because the truth is, Beth didn't just miss Rick. She understood him. And that made everything more complicated. The two of them shared a rhythm, one the rest of the family couldn't quite follow. Conversations that spun into theories and philosophies. Dark humor that bounced between them like a secret code. It wasn't love in the traditional sense, but it was connection. And for Beth, connection was something she didn't allow herself to need often. But Rick pulled it out of her, effortlessly. Sometimes with a sly grin, other times with a casual insult that somehow still felt like attention. He challenged her, mocked her, pushed her boundaries, and she let him. Because beneath the tension was something undeniable, Beth saw herself in Rick. And in moments she wouldn't admit out loud, she liked it. She liked that he respected her intelligence. She liked that she didn't have to dumb herself down to be heard. She liked that for once, someone didn't just expect her to be a mother or a wife, but something more. And yet that likeness came with a cost. The more she mirrored Rick, the more she drifted from the people around her. Jerry felt at first the way Beth's sharpness cut deeper, the way she rolled her eyes at his gentleness. Summer, too, began to flinch at Beth's casual detachment. Morty barely noticed he was already slipping into his own chaos, but even he could feel when Beth's gaze became distant, like she was looking through them, not at them. Beth was slipping, not away from her family, but toward something else, toward Rick, toward the void he carried with him like a badge. They started spending more time together, fixing things in the garage, debating existential dilemmas over cold coffee, even going on a few small adventures. Rick would offer her gadgets. She would offer insight. They fit. But fitting isn't the same as healing. Beth began to adopt his behaviors, his cynicism, his superiority, his quiet contempt for anything sentimental or ordinary. She stopped saying, "I love you," as often. She rolled her eyes more, dismissed feelings as distractions. It wasn't intentional. It wasn't cruel. It was reflex. Learned behavior from a man who had survived so long by caring less, by thinking faster, by staying above it all. And Beth, for all her independence, had always wanted to be seen as worthy of that world. Still, the mirror between them wasn't perfect. Rick was untethered, reckless. He had burned too many bridges to count. Beth, on the other hand, still had roots. Children who looked up to her. A husband who, despite everything, still loved her. A home that needed someone to keep it from falling apart. And so Beth lived in two realities. One where she was Rick's equal sharp, detached, clever. And another where she was Beth fragile, flawed, aching to be enough for everyone. Most nights she didn't sleep easily. Her mind would spiral into silent arguments with herself, with Rick, with the parts of her that didn't know which life she wanted more. Because the closer she got to Rick, the more she risked losing herself. But maybe, just maybe, that self was never whole to begin with. There were moments, fleeting, soft, and almost painful in their quietness, when Beth would catch herself doing something exactly the way Rick did. Not just the way she held a tool or furrowed her brow over a schematic, but deeper things. The way she walked out of a room without explanation when emotions got too thick. The way she silenced people with a glance because words suddenly felt unnecessary. The way she cut her own feelings off at the root before they had the chance to bloom into vulnerability. It frightened her sometimes, how natural it felt. Jerry would ask her a question, maybe something small, like how her day had gone, and instead of answering, Beth would stare at him blankly, her mind already elsewhere. In another world, in another thought. She could feel herself drifting and didn't know how to stop. Summer would come to her with frustration about school or friends or just being a teenage girl in a bizarre universe. And Beth would respond with cold logic instead of comfort. A solution, not a shoulder. A fix, not a feeling. And Morty, well, Morty never asked for anything. He had learned early on that Beth wasn't the kind of mom who coddled. She was the mom who patched wounds without flinching and told you to get back in the fight. It wasn't that she didn't care. She cared too much. So much that it hurt to feel it all, so she learned not to show it. She thought that was strength. She thought that was control. But now, watching herself through Rick's shadow, she wasn't so sure. Because Rick didn't just shield himself, he exiled himself. From love, from warmth, from the things that made existence a little softer. And Beth? Beth was starting to see that same exile forming around her. At first she denied it. She told herself she was just tired. Her life was chaotic. The kids were exhausting, and marriages were messy, and fathers who built weapons in their garages at 3 a.m. were just part of the scenery now. But deep down, something hollowed out beneath her ribcage. A feeling that she was performing her life instead of living it. Rick didn't talk about these things. He never would. But Beth could feel them between their silences. The way he lingered a little longer when she was quiet. The way he sometimes looked at her with something between recognition and regret. They never said it, but they both knew. They were each other's most complicated mirror. Rick saw in Beth the person he might have become if he'd stayed. And Beth saw in Rick the person she might become if she wasn't careful. Still, she didn't pull away. Not entirely. Because for all the damage, for all the coldness and chaos, Rick still offered something no one else could. He saw her brilliance. He respected it. In a world where she was often reduced to roles, mom, wife, fixer, caretaker, Rick treated her like a mine, like a peer, like someone worth listening to. And that was intoxicating. But the line between admiration and emulation is razor thin. Beth began to notice how she handled failure differently now. Less self-reflection, more deflection. Less compassion for herself, more frustration. She started pushing people away before they could disappoint her. Started seeing connection as a distraction. These weren't conscious choices. They were habits, formed from the quiet absorption of Rick's survival tactics. And yet, in the middle of all that, she still tried. Tried to be present. Tried to be loving. Tried to be Beth. Not just the ghost of Rick in a different body. But it was hard. Because when you've learned to live behind a wall, opening the door even an inch can feel like letting in a storm. Still, she hadn't given up on herself. Not yet. There were nights when she sat beside Summer on the couch, listening instead of fixing. Moments when she looked Jerry in the eyes and let her voice soften, just a little. Times when Morty spoke and she really heard him, not just as another source of chaos, but as her son, her child, her reason. Those moments didn't erase the mirror between her and Rick, but they reminded her that she wasn't just a reflection. She was a person, still learning, still reaching, still trying to hold both halves of herself in the same breath, the one shaped by Rick and the one shaped by everything he couldn't be. Sometimes Beth wondered what it would have been like if Rick had stayed. Not the man he became, jaded, unshaven, smelling of engine grease and forgotten guilt, but the version she remembered in fragments. The Rick who used to build toys from scrap metal, who showed her the stars in diagrams and bedtime stories, who kissed her forehead with a promise he didn't keep. What would that father have taught her? Would she still have become a surgeon? Would she have married Jerry? Would she have learned how to cry without apologizing? These questions didn't haunt her like ghosts. They visited like quiet shadows, not to frighten her, but to remind her how little of her life had ever truly been her own. She had grown up with a Rick-shaped absence in her life, and now she lived with a Rick-shaped presence, neither one giving her what she needed, but both shaping her all the same. It was in the little things, the subtle shifts. When she corrected someone at work, she used Rick's tone not cruel, but sharp enough to bruise. When she lost her temper with Jerry, she cut with logic instead of raising her voice the same way Rick dismantled people mid-sentence. And when she was alone, she didn't call anyone. She just sat, quietly, like he did. She told herself it was self-sufficiency, that she was stronger this way. But strength without softness wasn't strength, it was armor. And armor, as she had come to learn, got heavier with time. Beth wasn't heartless, far from it. She just didn't know how to hold her heart and still function at full capacity. So she locked it up and threw herself into structure surgeries, parenting, managing the house, keeping the fabric of her family from tearing completely apart. That was the difference between her and Rick. He burned bridges when they became inconvenient. Beth reinforced them even as they trembled under the weight of everything unspoken. But the similarities kept piling up. One evening, while helping Rick repair a particularly complicated neural interface, she made a joke dark, biting, brilliant. Rick laughed. Not the dismissive chuckle he gave to Morty's chaos or Jerry's confusion, but a real, almost proud laugh. And Beth felt it again. That flicker. That yes, I'm like him. Satisfaction that came with being understood. It didn't matter that the moment passed quickly. That Rick immediately followed it up with an existential musing about consciousness and meat puppets, that he barely remembered it the next day. To Beth it lingered, because for once she hadn't been his burden. She had been his equal. But equal in what? In brilliance or in brokenness? Because Rick's mind was a marvel, but it was also a prison. A fortress built so tall, not even love could climb over the walls. Beth didn't want that. She didn't want to wake up someday older and alone, surrounded by invention, but starved of intimacy. And yet, part of her already was. Even when Jerry reached for her hand. Even when Summer asked for advice. Even when Morty mumbled, "Thanks, Mom," after a rare calm day. She sometimes felt like she was watching it all from the outside. Like Rick must feel always orbiting, never landing. But unlike Rick, Beth still wanted to land. She still wanted the warmth, even if she didn't know how to hold it without flinching. And that's where the tension lived. In the wanting, in the trying, in the space between her potential to become Rick and her stubborn refusal to lose herself completely. So she did what she always did. She walked that line. holding both pieces, pretending not to shake. Because being like Rick didn't mean becoming him. Not unless she stopped choosing. Not unless she gave up the part of her that still cried when no one was looking. The part that still remembered bedtime stories and blueprints drawn on napkins. The part that still whispered, maybe one day he'll say he's sorry. That part, fragile and foolish as it felt, was still Beth's. And as long as it lived inside her, she wasn't lost yet. There was a moment, brief and unassuming, that Beth would remember for a long time. Rick had been working on something in the garage, something dangerous, no doubt, some volatile experiment involving artificial gravity and cloned memory strands. He didn't explain it to her, not at first. He rarely did. But that night, something shifted. He called her over, not with a sarcastic yell or a muttered complaint. Just a quiet, "Hey, Beth, come look at this." She joined him, cautious but curious. And for the first time in a while, he didn't treat her like a student. He spoke to her like a partner. He explained the device, not simplified, not condescending, but with the kind of language reserved for someone who got it. And she did. She followed every word, made 2 adjustments he hadn't thought of. They fixed a sequence together. It was seamless. And for that one small hour, there was no father, no daughter. Just 2 minds, 2 versions of the same fire. Creating, collaborating, connected. When it was done, he handed her the schematic. Didn't say anything. Just gave it to her and went inside. Beth stood there alone in the garage, schematic in hand, feeling the ache of what could have been. It wasn't validation. Not really. It wasn't love either. Rick wasn't built for those things in the traditional sense. But it was acknowledgement, a sliver of it. And that was more than she usually got. She placed the schematic in a drawer. Didn't frame it. Didn't hide it. Just left it there, where she could find it if she needed reminding that she mattered, at least a little, in his universe. And then came the hard part, going back inside. Back to the family that didn't understand this version of her. Back to Jerry, who asked how her evening was and smiled even when she didn't answer. Back to the dishes in the sink, and the kids half asleep on the couch, and the version of herself she still had to be for them. Sometimes the switch was too fast. Beth would enter the house still humming with Rick's energy, analytical, sharp, buzzing with potential only to be met with soft eyes and everyday questions, and she would snap, or sigh, or withdraw, not because she didn't love them, but because she hadn't yet figured out how to be both people at once. The brilliant one, and the present one. She thought of Rick often in those moments. Not the genius, but the ghost, the man who could never make the transition. The one who lived fully in the cosmos, but never quite touched the earth. And the fear would rise in her like a tide. Was she becoming that too? The kind of person who loved in theory, but not in practice. Who understood the mechanics of feelings, but not their weight. Still, Beth kept trying. She forced herself to sit through long dinners, to listen without interrupting, to hug without thinking about molecules and posture, and how long was too long for physical contact. She told herself that being like Rick didn't mean she had to repeat Rick, because deep in her, buried under the intellect, under the detachment, under the echoes of her father's voice, was a different kind of strength, one Rick never quite mastered, the strength to stay, to sit with discomfort, to let people in even when it felt clumsy, to love without turning it into a transaction. She didn't always succeed. There were bad days, days she felt more like Rick than herself. Days she shut the door to the garage and wished she could stay in there forever. But she always came back. Back to the house. Back to the table. Back to her family. Because while Rick ran from the weight of connection, Beth chose to carry it. Even when it bent her. Even when it hurt. Even when it reminded her of how fragile her balance really was. Beth Smith was Rick's daughter. But she was also her own creation. And with every choice she made to try, to listen, to stay present, she proved that legacy wasn't destiny. It was a mirror. And Beth, quietly, bravely, was learning how to look into it and still see herself. Beth Smith had always known that her marriage wasn't perfect. But in those quieter moments between alien invasions, family meltdowns, and interdimensional chaos, she sometimes found herself wondering, was it ever supposed to be? When she married Jerry, she wasn't thinking about compatibility. She was thinking about stability, about choosing something, or someone who wouldn't leave. Jerry wasn't a genius, and he certainly wasn't extraordinary. But he stayed. He smiled. He loved her, even when she didn't make it easy. And for a long time, that was enough. Or at least, it had to be. Beth had spent her entire life being measured against potential, what she could be, what she could accomplish, what brilliance she could carry if she just focused. But with Jerry, none of that mattered. He didn't challenge her. He didn't push. He didn't even fully understand her. But he was there. And when you're the daughter of a man who vanished into science and stars, that matters. But years passed. Children came. And the slow erosion began. It wasn't dramatic. No huge betrayals. No screaming fights in the rain. Just a quiet unraveling thread by thread, smile by forced smile. Beth would come home after a long day, her mind racing from surgeries and existential puzzles, and Jerry would ask about groceries, or make a pun, or try to cuddle. And it was like oil meeting water, two people floating near each other but never quite blending. And yet, she stayed. Because leaving Jerry would mean admitting that her choice had been a reaction, not a decision. That she hadn't really picked him because she loved him, but because he wasn't Rick. He was the opposite. Safe, predictable, present. But safety has a cost when it dulls who you are. And predictability becomes a cage when your mind was born to wonder. So Beth wrestled with herself. She told herself Jerry was enough. That his love was real. That she could mold herself into someone softer, more appreciative, less impatient. But the more she bent, the more brittle she became. Jerry, for all his flaws, tried. He complimented her when she didn't ask. He watched the kids so she could work late. He made her tea even when she forgot to drink it. But Beth, she wanted to feel seen, not just supported. She didn't want praise for managing the chaos. She wanted someone who understood the storm that lived inside her. Someone who didn't just accept her sharp edges, but matched them. And Jerry couldn't do that. He wanted a wife who came home and smiled. Beth wanted a partner who met her in the garage at 2 a.m. with a theory to test. Still, they kept going. Because inertia is a powerful thing. Because divorce was a word neither of them could fully form in their mouths. Because, the kids. Oh, the kids. Beth knew that Summer and Morty were watching. That their marriage, broken, patched, stumbling, was shaping how their children would love in the future. And that knowledge sat like a weight on her chest every time she and Jerry exchanged a tired glance across the kitchen. She wasn't blind to the damage. She just didn't know how to undo it. Because Jerry, for all his awkwardness and insecurity, was trying his best. And sometimes, Beth wasn't even sure she wanted to try anymore. That guilt haunted her more than she liked to admit. Not the guilt of hurting Jerry, but the guilt of wanting more of wanting out when on paper, everything was fine. Fine. The most deceptive word in the human language. Beth's marriage was fine. Their house was fine. Their routines, their conversations, their vacations, all technically fine. But fine doesn't hold you when you cry quietly into your pillow. Fine doesn't make you feel alive. Fine doesn't look into your soul and say, I see you. I love you, all of you. Beth wanted that, even if she didn't know where to find it. There were days when Beth looked at Jerry and tried to remember why she'd fallen for him in the first place. Was it the nervous charm? The unshakable optimism? The way he made her laugh when she didn't want to? Or was it simpler than that, the fact that he was there, steady, orbiting her like a moon around a planet, content just to be near her? Back then, Jerry's simplicity felt like peace. After a childhood spent yearning for a father lost to the stars, Jerry felt grounded, predictable, soft in the way the rest of her life had been sharp. But time has a way of revealing what attraction alone can't sustain. And comfort, when unchallenged, can become complacency. Beth would sometimes catch Jerry watching her, eyes full of a love she couldn't return in full. He'd ask how her day was. She'd say, fine. He'd smile and believe it. And she'd hate herself for how easy it was to lie. Not because she wanted to hurt him, she didn't, but because telling the truth would require a language they didn't speak anymore. They were fluent in logistics now. What time is the parent-teacher conference? Did you pick up milk? Have you seen the remote? But somewhere along the way, they stopped asking each other how their hearts were. Stopped checking in on the parts of themselves that needed more than answers, the parts that needed connection. Beth began to resent Jerry's optimism. The way he always assumed things would work out. The way he believed their marriage would survive, even when it was limping. She envied that innocence. Because Beth knew better. She'd seen what love looked like when it was real and messy and all-consuming. She'd watched Rick love the universe and lose everything because of it. She understood that love wasn't a guarantee, it was a gamble. And their odds didn't feel good. But despite everything, she stayed. Not out of fear, not entirely, but because she still wanted to believe. That maybe, just maybe, the girl who had chosen Jerry still lived somewhere inside her. There were moments, small, flickering moments, like when Jerry held her hand during a terrible movie neither of them enjoyed. Or when he made her laugh without trying, his awkward timing becoming its own kind of charm. Or when she caught him reading parenting articles at 2 a.m., muttering, I think I'm doing this wrong, with tears in his eyes. Beth didn't say anything then. She just watched him from the hallway, arms crossed, heart aching. Because that man, the one who tried, was still worth something. Even if it wasn't everything. Sometimes Beth imagined a different life. One where she'd married someone like Rick, not Rick himself, but someone brilliant, wild, relentless. A partner who challenged her intellect, who saw her hunger and matched it. But then she'd think about the mornings with Jerry, the quiet, sleepy coffee, the way he rubbed his eyes and mumbled, good morning, like it was a prayer, the way he loved their children without hesitation, without complexity. And she wondered if maybe in some quiet corner of her heart, she loved that too. Not enough to fill the space inside her, but enough to keep trying. Beth was not an easy woman to love. She was sharp-edged, deeply conflicted, and often emotionally unavailable. And Jerry, for all his flaws, loved her anyway. That kind of loyalty, it meant something, even if she couldn't always return it in kind. So she stayed. Not because it was perfect. Not because it was what she dreamed of. But because marriage, real marriage, was a decision you made every day. And some days, she still made it. There was one particular night that Beth wouldn't forget. It wasn't during a crisis or after a fight. It was quiet, painfully, almost beautifully so. The kids were asleep. Rick was off-world. And Beth sat at the kitchen table, staring at a cup of untouched tea. It had gone cold long ago, forgotten the thick haze of her thoughts. Jerry walked in. He didn't say anything at first, just shuffled to the counter, opened the fridge, then slowly closed it again, like he'd forgotten why he was there. Then he sat across from her, the weight of routine hanging between them. "Is everything okay?" he asked gently. Beth didn't answer. Not because she didn't have words, but because the words she had were heavy. And Jerry, he wasn't built for heavy. But she looked at him, really looked at him. Tired eyes, hair a little too messy, a shirt with a soft wrinkle from where summer had hugged him earlier. And she realized something. Jerry hadn't changed much. She had. She had grown more distant, more restless, more like Rick. And it wasn't Jerry's fault. He hadn't broken anything. He was still the same man who made her laugh in high school, who panicked when Morty lost a shoe, who proudly told everyone his wife was a surgeon, even when she didn't need him to. And maybe that was the problem. He stayed the same while Beth had begun to fracture, to question everything, to want more and less at the same time. Still, she broke the silence. "Do you ever feel like we're just going through the motions?" she asked, barely above a whisper. Jerry's eyes searched her face. He didn't flinch, didn't joke, didn't offer a silver lining. He just nodded, slowly. "Sometimes," he said. "But I still want to go through them with you." Beth didn't cry. But something inside her cracked. It was so Jerry, the earnestness, the willingness, the absence of pride. And part of her hated how easy it was for him. How love for him wasn't complicated. How he didn't need grand gestures or deep intellectual validation, just time, presence, and affection. Beth used to think that was naive. But in that moment, it felt kind of heroic. She reached across the table, held his hand. And though the gesture didn't fix anything, it meant something. Because it wasn't always about repair. Sometimes it was just about choosing to stay even when the walls felt thin, even when the love felt bruised. They didn't say much more that night. They just sat, fingers loosely laced. Two people, frayed at the edges, still sharing the same table. Beth didn't feel peace. But she felt a small relief, like an exhale she hadn't realized she was holding. Because Jerry, for all his awkwardness, still showed up. And sometimes, that's the bravest thing a person can do. The next morning, everything returned to normal. Breakfast, chores, a sarcastic remark from Rick. The world spinning as it always did. But inside Beth, something had shifted. Not drastically. Not enough to rewrite their story. But enough to keep reading. Because when your marriage feels like a question, even a small answer can feel like a lifeline. And Beth, daughter of a genius, mother of two, woman of too many truths, still wasn't done asking. Over time, Beth began to understand that love wasn't always loud. It didn't have to come with fireworks or poetry or even deep understanding. Sometimes it was just the sound of dishes being done without being asked. A hand on her back as she sat in silence. A blanket pulled over her legs when she fell asleep on the couch. Jerry did those things. Not perfectly. Not always. But enough. And maybe that was love, too imperfect, uneven, a little clumsy, but sincere. Still, there were days when Beth slipped, when the distance between them felt like a canyon instead of a crack, when she looked at Jerry and felt like a stranger living with a roommate, when she missed the version of herself that didn't second-guess every choice she'd ever made. She wondered if Jerry had those moments too. If he looked at her and thought, "She's not the girl I married," because she wasn't. That girl had been softer, more eager to laugh, less aware of how vast and complicated the universe was. Now Beth carried stars behind her eyes. She had touched technology that bent time. She had watched her father rebuild himself in 1,000 different dimensions. And she had learned the hard way that stability was sometimes just inertia dressed in comfort. But still, she didn't leave. Not because she felt trapped, but because even in the mess, there was something worth holding. Beth wasn't sure if she and Jerry were soulmates. She wasn't sure she even believed in soulmates, but she believed in trying. And Jerry's sweet, clumsy, earnest Jerry kept showing up. Even when she was cold. Even when she pulled away. Even when the silence between them stretched a little too long, he stayed. That mattered more than she admitted. Sometimes she imagined leaving. Packing a bag. Finding herself on a distant planet, a new version of Beth, untethered and bold. But then she'd remember the way Morty still asked for her opinion on things he didn't understand. Or the way Summer rolled her eyes and then hugged her with both arms. Or the way Jerry would fix her coffee exactly the way she liked it, even if she forgot to drink it. And she'd stay. Not out of fear. Not because she couldn't leave, but because even in the quiet collapse of what once was, there was something strangely beautiful about rebuilding. Beth began to see love as a kind of architecture. Not the grand buildings that rose out of passion, but the small repairs. The door that squeaks and still gets opened. The floor that creaks but is swept anyway. The light bulb replaced, not because it's urgent, but because it matters. Their marriage was not a mansion. It was a modest, lived-in home. With cracks and mismatched paint. But warmth, too, and history. Beth wasn't sure what the future held. If they'd make it another year. Or 5. Or 50. But tonight they shared a bed. She turned off the light. Felt Jerry shift slightly beside her. He didn't reach for her, and she didn't reach for him. But their breathing synced. Their backs faced one another, but not out of anger. Just habit. Comfort. And in that breath, between wakefulness and sleep, Beth realized this was still a kind of love. Maybe not the kind you dream of, but the kind you build. One quiet night at a time. There was a moment in Beth Smith's life when she stopped being just one person. Not metaphorically, not emotionally, literally. The choice had been made by Rick, by circumstance, maybe even by Beth herself, and from that moment on, there were 2 of her. 2 Beths, one who stayed home, one who went to space, and neither knew which was which. That was the point, wasn't it? Rick had refused to say. He called it Schrodinger's daughter, the ultimate non-answer. He had taken her uncertainty and made it canon, not just a joke, not just a test, but a permanent question she'd carry in her bones. Was she the Beth who chose her family? Or the Beth who needed to escape? Was she the clone, built to stay behind and fill the role of mother and wife? Or the original, the one brave enough or selfish enough to chase the stars? Beth didn't know. And the not knowing haunted her more than any truth ever could. Because deep down, she had always wondered what kind of person she was. Was she loyal or afraid? Was she restless or lost? Now she could look herself in the eye literally and still not find the answer. Because the other Beth was her in every way. Same voice, same mind, same memories, but different choices. And those choices mattered. Space Beth, bold, armored, battle-worn, was everything the earthbound Beth sometimes wished she could be. Unburdened by routine, untouched by compromise, unapologetically herself. She wielded technology and wit like weapons. She commanded ships and broke rules. She wasn't a daughter or a wife or a mother, at least, not primarily. She was an individual, a force, a Beth that never stayed still. And yet, when the two of them stood in the same room, Beth and Beth, it wasn't resentment that filled the air. It was recognition. Because they weren't rivals. They were reflections. Each carried half the truth. The Beth who stayed envied the freedom. The Beth who left missed the love. And between them floated the unspoken truth. No matter which one was the original, neither was whole without the other. Their first reunion hadn't been dramatic. No screaming. No sci-fi showdown. Just a strange quiet. Two versions of the same woman, measuring each other, not with suspicion, but with sorrow. "You look tired," Space Beth had said with a smirk. "So do you," said Home Beth, just in a different way. And they both laughed. The same exact laugh. Sharp and dry and a little sad. There was no clear way to integrate their lives. No manual for emotional duplication. But there was understanding. Instant and instinctive. Each knew what the other had gained. Each knew what the other had lost. Home Beth had stayed for her family. She'd changed diapers, mended broken fences, kept the house from falling apart. Space Beth had chased rebellion. She'd flown into asteroid storms, faced alien tyrants, lived like a legend. But neither path was perfect. And neither woman was at peace. They circled each other like twin stars, not colliding, not fleeing, just orbiting. And slowly, something surprising happened. They began to share. Not just stories, but selves. Space Beth would take the kids to the arcade while Home Beth took a nap. Home Beth would swap gadgets with her double, experimenting with tech she never dared touch before. There was jealousy sometimes, tension, snide remarks and veiled comparisons. But there was also healing, because for the first time, Beth could talk to someone who understood. Not guessed. Not sympathized. But knew. The voice inside her head now had a face. The mirror no longer just reflected, it replied. And though it was jarring at first, Beth realized maybe she had needed this all along. Not a clone, not an answer, but a conversation with the parts of herself she had buried to survive. It didn't take long for the family to adjust. At least, not outwardly. Rick acted as if it was all perfectly normal. Like having two versions of his daughter in the same room was just another Wednesday. Maybe for him it was. Morty, bless his heart, tried to treat them equally. He offered each Beth a hug. He said "Mom" to both and let context sort it out. Summer rolled her eyes and muttered, "Great, now there's two of you." But even she couldn't hide the flicker of fascination. Jerry, didn't handle it as well. He stared a little too long at Space Beth, laughed a little too hard at her jokes, and Home Beth noticed. Of course she did. She watched as Jerry struggled to navigate this new version of his wife, the confident, assertive one. The one who wasn't worn down by routine or self-doubt. The one who didn't need his reassurance because she had built her own. It stung. Not because Beth felt replaced, but because she saw, for the first time, how she might have seemed to Jerry before the years layered on like dust. She wondered if this was the Beth he had always wanted her to be. And if so, what did that make her? But instead of lashing out, she let it pass. Because it wasn't Space Beth's fault. And it wasn't Jerry's either. It was hers, in the quiet, aching way that regrets settle deep in the bones. Beth had made choices. So had they all. Now she had to live with them in stereo. One afternoon, the two Beths sat in the backyard. It was quiet. A breeze stirred the air, rustling the leaves like a soft whisper. They didn't speak for a while. Just sat. The silence, not heavy, just full. Then Space Beth said, "You ever think about who we used to be?" Home Beth didn't answer right away. She was watching a squirrel on the fence. It seemed so unaware of everything, of parallel lives, of stolen choices. "I think about who we might still become," she finally replied. Space Beth smiled. A small, proud curl of the lip. "You still think like a doctor." Beth shook her head. "No, I think like a mother." And with that they found a kind of peace. They weren't the same anymore. And maybe they never had been. Not because of the clone question, but because life had shaped them differently. Experience, not biology, had drawn the line. But they still shared a soul. Maybe fractured, maybe confused, but undeniably shared. There was a night when the two Beths got drunk together, just the two of them, locked in Rick's garage away from the noise of the house. They talked about Rick, the father who gave them everything and nothing. They talked about the kids who didn't seem as thrown off as they'd expected. And they talked about themselves. The things they missed. The things they feared. The things they envied in each other. Space. Beth admitted she sometimes dreamed of staying. Of pancakes in the morning and movie nights and birthday cakes with slightly too much frosting. Home Beth admitted she dreamed of leaving, of chasing comets, of dueling aliens on forgotten moons, of being something more than a name on a family calendar. They clinked glasses, to possibilities, to pain, to being enough. And for a fleeting second, they weren't two people anymore. Just one woman, trying to understand herself from the outside in. It wasn't perfect after that. Sometimes they fought. Sometimes they pulled away. Sometimes Home Beth would catch Space Beth staring at her kids with a longing that made her chest ache. But they never tried to erase each other, because they both knew. Without the other, they wouldn't have survived. One carried the burden. The other carried the freedom. And together, they held the full weight of what it meant to be Beth Smith. Over time, the two Beths began to develop something unspoken between them, a rhythm. Not just coexistence, not just a schedule, but a kind of emotional choreography. They learned when to give each other space, when to switch places for the day, when to let the other be the parent or the daughter or the survivor. Home Beth would wake early some mornings and find Space Beth already in the kitchen, making Morty's favorite eggs. "Ah, No one questioned it anymore. Not the kids. Not Jerry. Not even Rick. Because somehow, both versions of Beth fit. Their presence together no longer felt jarring. It felt full. It was strange, though. Even as things settled on the surface, deep inside Beth, there was a quiet tension. She began to wonder, if you could split yourself in two and both versions found their place, which one was the real you? Or were you only truly whole when you stopped trying to separate? Some nights, she would lie in bed and stare at the ceiling. She'd listen to the house, the soft hum of machines, the distant footsteps of someone up too late. She didn't always know which Beth was sleeping in that room anymore. Sometimes it was her. Sometimes maybe not. But what she realized over time was it didn't matter. She and Space Beth had stopped needing to label themselves. There was no longer a real Beth and a copy. There was just Beth, living two lives, carrying two paths, choosing both every day. There was a moment soft and easy to miss that marked a turning point. Beth was tucking Summer in after a particularly hard day. Summer had been quiet all evening. She wasn't asking for help, she wasn't angry. Just tired. Beth sat on the edge of the bed, brushing a strand of hair behind Summer's ear, the way she used to when Summer was small. And Summer asked, "Do you ever wish you were someone else?" Beth didn't answer right away. She thought of her other self, the one who flew through galaxies, faced danger with a smirk, held laser guns like toys. And then she looked at her daughter, this brave, sharp, wonderfully complicated girl, and said, "Sometimes. But I always come back to who I am." Summer didn't nod or smile. She just pulled the blanket up to her chin and whispered, "Yeah, me too." Beth kissed her forehead, stood up, turned off the light. And as she walked out, she passed Space Beth in the hallway, just quietly leaning against the wall, arms crossed, listening. Their eyes met. Nothing was said. But something passed between them. A softness. A quiet agreement. They weren't trying to replace each other anymore. They were trying to understand each other. To protect the things they both loved. To make peace with the parts of themselves they once tried to outrun. The more Beth lived alongside herself, the more she began to feel integrated. She stopped asking the big questions with such desperation. Stopped chasing certainty. Instead, she learned to live in the paradox. She could be strong and scared, smart and uncertain, nurturing and selfish, staying and leaving. She was both Beth's, not by biology, but by spirit. And that duality wasn't her weakness. It was her strength. Because who better to understand you than you? There came a day when both Beths stood together at the edge of the driveway, watching the sun dip below the horizon. It had been an ordinary day. Laundry, groceries, a rogue alien tried to steal Rick's ship. Summer failed a test. Jerry made dinner. And yet somehow it felt like a milestone. Home Beth was sipping from a cup of lukewarm tea. Space Beth had her boots untied, helmet in hand, a quiet exhaustion resting behind her eyes. They weren't talking. They didn't need to. Behind them the house glowed faintly. Inside were their children, their messes, their memories. The chaos and the comfort all wrapped together. And as they stood there in the dimming light, Beth realized something had shifted. She no longer felt incomplete. Not because she had an answer. Not because Rick had finally confessed which Beth was the original. But because she had stopped needing to know. Her identity wasn't a puzzle to be solved. It was a story ongoing, evolving, sometimes contradictory, always real. And that story now had layers she never expected. A mirror that no longer haunted her. A sister who was also herself. In quiet moments, Beth sometimes wrote in a notebook. Just small lines. Thoughts. Fragments of who she was trying to be. One entry read, "Sometimes I feel like the ghost of myself. Other times I feel like the flame." Another, "I used to think I had to choose. Now I see I am both." She never showed anyone the pages. Not Rick. Not Jerry. Not even her other self. But she didn't write for them. She wrote to anchor something inside herself, to tether her identity in a world where versions were infinite and selves could multiply without permission. And it helped. A quiet ritual in a noisy universe. There was one day, not long after another dangerous adventure, when Rick finally spoke. He walked into the garage where both Beths were working on a gadget together, hands stained with oil, sleeves rolled up, focused and content. Rick paused in the doorway. "You know," he muttered, "I don't actually remember which one of you I cloned." The Beths didn't look up. Home Beth said, "We figured." Space, Beth added. "Doesn't matter anymore." Rick hesitated. Then, with the faintest flicker of emotion in his voice, said, "Glad you're both here." And then he left. Like always. But the words hung in the air. And they mattered more than either Beth would ever admit. Life continued. Some days, they switched roles just to keep things balanced. Space Beth would take Jerry on a date. Home Beth would fly the kids to a cosmic amusement park. They shared holidays, shared stories, shared the deep, strange knowledge of being split and yet still whole. And somewhere along the way, they stopped thinking of themselves as halves. They stopped measuring which life was better or more valid or more free. They had become a constellation, two lights orbiting each other. Each bright, each flawed, each part of something greater. Beth's journey wasn't about choosing who to be. It was about accepting who she already was. A daughter shaped by a flawed genius, a mother fumbling toward love, a partner still learning how to hold and be held, a scientist, a dreamer, a fighter, and a woman who was no longer afraid to look herself in the eye, because she was herself, every version, every path, every scar, and every strength, two Beths, one soul, always. Motherhood didn't come easily to Beth Smith, not because she didn't care, not because she didn't try, but because caring too much was her curse. Even when she was young, Beth had wanted to be a mother, or maybe more truthfully, she wanted to be better than the parent she had. She saw her father, brilliant and broken, a man who drifted through life like a storm in a bottle, and she told herself she'd never do the same. She wouldn't leave. She wouldn't forget. She wouldn't make her children feel like the background noise to a genius's monologue. And yet, years later, there she was, tired, sharp-tongued, stretched thin, trying to raise two children, while the ghosts of her own upbringing whispered behind her eyes. Morty was easy to love in his way. Sweet, anxious, always hoping for approval. He reminded Beth of herself as a child, constantly looking up, reaching for someone who was too busy, too scattered, too somewhere else. Summer was different. Defiant. Confident on the outside, uncertain beneath. Beth often saw a mirror in her daughter, but not the kind she liked. It wasn't always easy to hug Summer, to reassure her, to soften. Sometimes Beth said the right thing. Sometimes she didn't. Sometimes she walked away before the conversation was over. And afterward, she'd sit in the garage or by the kitchen sink, fingers curled around a mug of something lukewarm, wondering why being a mother didn't feel more like it looked in her head. She wanted to give them the world. But too often, she gave them a woman distracted, half-heard, lost in her own quiet storms. There were days Beth would find herself scrolling through old photos summer as a baby, Morty in Halloween costumes, blurry birthday parties with store-bought cake and lopsided candles. She'd feel warmth. She'd feel regret. She'd feel both, tangled up like ivy around her ribs. I was there, she'd think. I showed up. But then she'd hear Summer mention how Rick always made things interesting. Or Morty talk about some interdimensional adventure that changed how he saw everything. And suddenly, Beth would wonder if presence had ever been enough. Did her children love her? Yes, deeply. But did they see her? Or did they just see Mom, the one who cleaned up, who sighed through dinners, who existed around the edges while Rick lit up the center of the room? She tried. God, she tried. But sometimes trying isn't a straight line. It's a spiral full of days that felt too short, of words left unsaid, of hugs that came too late. One afternoon, Summer slammed her door. They'd argued again about rules, about school, about how Beth just didn't get it. Beth stood in the hallway, her breath catching in her throat, 1,000 responses forming and fading on her lips. And instead of yelling, she sat on the floor. Back against the wall, arms resting on her knees, she just sat listening to her daughter's silence. That silence hurt more than any scream, because Beth knew what it meant to feel misunderstood, to want space and not know how to ask for it, to push away the very people whose love you craved. Later that night, she left a cup of tea outside Summer's door. No note, no apology, just a gesture. The next morning, it was gone. Beth wasn't always gentle, but she was present. Even when her heart was fraying, even when Rick's chaos was tearing holes in their reality, even when Jerry's insecurities added weight to her shoulders, she stayed. She woke up. She packed lunches. She stitched wounds. She listened when she could. She forgave when it counted. And in quiet moments, when the house was still and everyone else was asleep, she'd wonder, what kind of mother am I really? Not the kind with the perfectly planned birthdays. Not the kind who journaled every milestone. Not the kind who always said the right thing. But maybe the kind who tried, even when she felt like she was failing. And in a world of collapsing dimensions and infinite versions of herself, maybe that was enough. Rick had never been a model for parenting, and Beth never expected him to be. He was brilliant, yes, a force of nature. But warmth wasn't his language. Support didn't come in hugs or bedtime stories. It came in inventions, distractions, and manic logic. Still, a part of Beth always craved his approval. Even long after she'd become a parent herself. She wanted him to say he was proud. To tell her she was doing okay. That her kids were turning out just fine, not in spite of her, but because of her. But Rick didn't offer things like that. And so Beth chased certainty in other ways. She scheduled family dinners. She checked school assignments. She signed permission slips and pretended not to flinch when Rick offered to upgrade Morty's brain. Sometimes she stood at the window with a dish towel in her hand, watching Rick and Morty vanish into a portal. Her eyes lingered on the empty space they left behind, glowing, humming, quiet. She didn't say it aloud, but the thought pressed against her ribs. I should have gone with them. Not because she wanted the adventure, but because she wanted to understand them the two most complicated pieces of her life. Instead, she stayed behind. Again, folding laundry, reheating leftovers, listening for the sound of Rick's ship returning from who knows where, always hoping that her son would step out in one piece. Beth sometimes wondered how much of herself she passed down to her kids. Summer had her sarcasm, her fire. Morty had her empathy, her need to be needed. And they both had a little of Rick. Whether they liked it or not, his sharp tongue, his unquenchable curiosity, his tendency to self-destruct just before admitting they were scared. Beth had tried to raise them right. Tried to teach them about consequences, about honesty, about boundaries. But how do you talk about rules in a house where physics bends to willpower and nothing stays stable for long? One night, Summer came home angry. She'd been out with Rick another mission, another memory, another weight added to her young shoulders. Beth tried to ask what happened. Summer snapped. "Why do you even care? You didn't stop him." Beth froze. She could have yelled. Could have reminded her daughter that she did care, that she always had. But she didn't. She just stepped forward, wrapped Summer in her arms, and said softly, "I know I didn't stop him. I'm sorry. I wish I could protect you from everything." Summer didn't pull away. And for a few minutes they just stood there, surrounded by the quiet hum of the house. Mother and daughter sharing one of those rare, unspoken understandings. Beth wasn't perfect. She lost her temper. She got distracted. She let Rick get away with too much. But she also stayed up late checking on Morty when he had night terrors. She kept Summer's old trophies, even the ones from contests that didn't matter. She made pancakes on snow days, even when the world was falling apart. She tried to give her kids something constant. Not perfection, just consistency. Because in a universe where planets exploded and timelines collapsed, Beth hoped her children could always count on her, even if she wasn't always sure who that her really was. She'd never win Mother of the Year, not in any dimension. But Beth didn't care about trophies or titles. She cared about moments. The way Morty smiled when she remembered his favorite cereal. The way Summer rolled her eyes but still came to her when something hurt. Oh, the way her kids sometimes looked at her like she might have the answers even when she didn't. And those moments, they were everything. Tiny constellations in the long, dark sky of parenthood. There were days Beth felt like a ghost in her own home. She moved through rooms like she was floating, doing all the right things, saying the expected word but never quite feeling present. It wasn't anyone's fault. Not Jerry's, not the kids', not even Rick's. It was just the wear and tear of holding everything together. Of keeping the lights on, the family functional, the chaos manageable, while never truly letting anyone see the weight she carried. Beth didn't cry in front of people. She didn't collapse, didn't retreat into dramatic outbursts or long silences. Instead, she kept going. Even when she doubted herself. Even when she worried she was messing everything up, She wore strength like a second skin, stitched together from all the things she couldn't say. And most nights, once everyone else had gone to bed, she'd sit quietly at the table, fingers wrapped around a cooling mug of tea, staring at nothing in particular. Just, breathing. Sometimes, that was all she could manage. And sometimes, that was enough. Beth had never really asked for help. It wasn't how she was raised. As a child, emotions had felt like vulnerabilities, things to be managed, hidden, reasoned away. So when Summer came to her once, eyes red from crying, saying nothing but sitting beside her. Beth didn't ask questions. She didn't press, didn't offer solutions. She just took her daughter's hand, held it gently, and let the silence speak for them both. That night, Beth realized something. Being a mother wasn't always about answers. Sometimes it was just about being there quietly, consistently, with love that didn't need to be explained. Still, the guilt never truly left her. Guilt for the adventures she said no to. Guilt for the ones she said yes to. Guilt for choosing Rick over Jerry sometimes, or Jerry over Rick, and always wondering what the kids were picking up from that imbalance. She worried about Morty's sense of self. She worried about Summer's cynicism. She worried about how often they had to parent themselves while she tried to make sense of the world and herself all at once. Beth knew she wasn't easy to read. She could be sharp, dismissive, overly rational. She wanted to be warm, but sometimes she mistook warmth for weakness. She wanted to be nurturing, but often felt like she was just holding everything at arm's length to survive another day. And in those moments, the mirror became cruel. Not because it reflected her flaws, but because it reflected her effort. All the things she did behind the scenes. All the quiet ways she tried. And somehow it still didn't feel like enough. But there were moments, rare, precious ones, that gave her pause. A note from Morty, left on the fridge, reading, "Thanks for making my costume. You're the best." A scribble in Summer's old notebook. Mom's not perfect, but she always comes through. A quiet afternoon where the kids were watching TV and Beth dozed off beside them on the couch, not because she meant to, but because she finally felt safe enough to let go. In those moments, something settled inside her. Maybe motherhood didn't have to look like the stories she once told herself. Maybe it was messy, clumsy, full of mistakes, but also full of love. Real love. Not the dramatic kind, not the fairy tale version, but the kind that showed up over and over, even when no one was watching. There came a quiet Saturday morning when the house felt unusually still, the kind of stillness that only came when no one needed anything. No portal alarms. No late-night yelling. No existential emergencies. Beth sat at the kitchen table, the sun barely peeking in through the blinds, casting golden streaks across the cluttered countertop. Morty was asleep. Summer was out early for a school project. Jerry had taken the car to get fixed. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Beth had the space to breathe. She stared at her coffee. It had gone cold. She didn't mind. In that moment, she allowed herself to sit in the silence, not as a mother, not as a wife, not as Rick's daughter, but just as Beth. She didn't often give herself permission to do that. It was always about being what someone else needed. Supportive, strong, decisive, capable. But here, in the quiet hum of a sunlit kitchen, Beth felt something rare. Peace. Not because everything was perfect, but because she no longer needed it to be. She thought about all the years she'd tried to measure motherhood like a checklist. All the late-night doubts. All the comparisons. All the moments where she wondered if she'd done enough. But something had changed. It wasn't that the questions had disappeared. They never would. It was that Beth had stopped expecting motherhood to make sense. She had stopped waiting for a sign that she was doing it right. Because the truth was, her kids were growing. They laughed. They argued. They made mistakes and came home and kept being themselves, not in spite of her, but alongside her. And that meant something. Later that day, Morty walked into the kitchen, rubbing his eyes. Hey, Mom. Thanks for not letting Rick take me into that brain parasite war thing last week. Beth smiled, gently tousling his hair. You're welcome, honey. He poured cereal, sat beside her. Didn't say anything else. Didn't have to. A little while later, Summer returned, dropped her backpack by the door, sighed dramatically, and mumbled something about group projects being the worst. Beth looked up. You want help? Summer raised an eyebrow. Nah, I mean maybe. Just, can you sit with me while I work? Beth nodded. Of course. It was in these small things, the unspoken requests, the quiet gratitude, the way her children still chose her presence, even when they didn't need her for anything grand, that Beth found her answer. She wasn't perfect. She never would be. But her kids still came home, still leaned on her, still saw her, and that mattered. Later that night, she stood in the doorway of their rooms, watched them sleep. Morty curled up under a tangle of blankets, one foot hanging off the edge. Summer, headphones still in, faint music leaking through. Both peaceful in their own messy, imperfect ways. Beth smiled softly. She didn't know what kind of mother she'd be in other dimensions. In timelines where she'd left or stayed or turned into someone unrecognizable. But in this one, this quiet, unpredictable, flawed little life she had tried. Tried with all her heart. Tried when she was tired. Tried when she didn't know how. And maybe that was enough. Beth Smith had spent most of her life orbiting other people. Rick, the comet of chaos. Jerry, the echo of safe choices. Summer and Morty, the stars she tried to hold in balance. And somewhere between the portals and pot roasts, surgeries and school nights, Beth had forgotten what it meant to be herself. Not a daughter, not a wife, not a mother, just Beth. It was a strange thought. Uncomfortable at first. Like trying on shoes that didn't belong to her. But it lingered. And over time, it became something she couldn't ignore. The first time she really felt it was during a quiet moment in the garage. Rick had been gone for a few days off, chasing whatever wild theory or ancient enemy had drawn his attention this time. The garage was still. Dust particles floated in a shaft of light from the ceiling bulb. A few of Rick's half-finished inventions blinked quietly like sleeping animals. Beth sat on a stool beside the workbench. No reason, no emergency, just because. And in that stillness, she realized something. She didn't miss him. Not in the way she used to, not with the ache of abandonment or the burn of unresolved childhood wounds. She missed what she thought he could be, but not who he was. And for the first time, that thought didn't feel like betrayal. It felt like truth. Beth had spent so long trying to earn Rick's attention, to prove she was smart enough, brave enough, capable enough. But it had always been a moving target. Every success felt invisible, every mistake magnified. She remembered being a child, showing him drawings, science projects, riding her bike without training wheels. He'd smile sometimes, nod distracted. Other times he'd say, "That's cute, but do you want to see something real?" And then he'd vanish into a glowing door, taking the spotlight with him. Beth had told herself that wasn't abandonment. It was brilliance. Genius was hard to anchor. But now, as an adult, she knew better. Genius wasn't the problem. Absence was. There was a version of her out there, somewhere who'd left this family behind. The space Beth. The warrior, the wanderer, the unburdened half. At first, Beth had resented her. How dare she take the easy road? How dare she leave her children, her marriage, her responsibilities? But deep down, Beth envied her too. The freedom, the clarity, the absence of guilt. She envied a version of herself that didn't wake up with a to-do list burned into her brain. But then came the truth, sharp and quiet. She had chosen to stay. That meant something. Not because it was the right choice for everyone, but because it was right for her. She had made that decision not out of fear, but out of hope. Hope that she could be more than the sum of her roles. Hope that staying didn't mean giving up, it just meant choosing to be present. And now, after all these years, Beth was beginning to ask a new question. What do I want? Not what do the kids need? Not what does Jerry expect? Not what would Rick do? What does Beth want? It was a question that had no immediate answer. And that was okay. She didn't need a thesis. She didn't need a 5-year plan. She just needed a starting point. So she began with small things. Reading novels again. Saying no when she meant no. Taking solo walks through the backyard in the early evening, just to feel the breeze. These were her choices. Quiet. Intentional. Hers. There was a day, an ordinary one, when Beth stood in front of the bathroom mirror and didn't rush. No chaos. No Rick yelling from the garage. No Jerry asking where his tie was. No kids yelling about cereal, or portal fluid, or the apocalypse. Just Beth. She stared at her own reflection. Not with judgment. Not looking for flaws. Just looking. And for once, she didn't see a checklist of failures or compromises. She saw someone trying. Someone tired, yes. Someone a little frayed at the edges. But also someone standing, still here, still choosing. And in that stillness, she gave herself something she hadn't in years. Permission. To be tired. To not have all the answers. To need more than what she was allowing herself. Later that day, Beth sat in her bedroom with the door closed, not out of stress, but intention. She'd found an old sketchbook in the garage. One she used to draw in before med school. Before kids. Before everything got so loud. Inside were half-finished sketches. Horses, stars, faces she couldn't remember now. The pencil lines were soft, uncertain. She picked it up again. Her hand hesitated. Was this silly? A waste of time? Should she be folding laundry instead? But then she remembered. There would always be laundry. There would not always be this moment. And so she drew quietly, softly. Not for anyone else. Not to impress. Just because the lines made her feel calm. It wasn't about the drawing. It was about the return to herself. Beth started finding these quiet rebellions everywhere. She didn't tell anyone. Didn't announce that she was on a journey. Didn't post inspirational quotes on the fridge. She just shifted. When Rick offered another grand adventure, she paused before answering. Sometimes she said yes. Sometimes she didn't. And when Jerry defaulted into his usual neediness, she gently reminded him that she wasn't responsible for his self-worth. That was new, and it felt scary, but it also felt honest. Summer noticed first. "You've been different," she said one evening, eating cold noodles at the counter. "Like calmer. Are you okay?" Beth smiled. "I'm figuring that out." Summer blinked. "That's kind of awesome, actually." They clinked chopsticks. Morty noticed too, in his own way. "Grandpa Rick said you're going soft," he told her after school one day. Beth raised an eyebrow. "And what do you think?" Morty shrugged. I think you're just more real, like you're not trying so hard all the time." Beth didn't say anything for a while. Then she leaned down, kissed the top of his head, and whispered, "Thanks, Morty." Because sometimes insight came from the most unexpected places. But of course, Rick noticed too. And he didn't love it. He started pushing harder, offering bigger inventions, riskier trips, more pointed jabs about how she was domesticating herself into irrelevance. Beth didn't flinch. She just looked at him, really looked, and said, "I don't need to prove myself to you anymore." That hit him harder than any insult could. Rick scoffed, called it sentimental nonsense, and disappeared through a portal. But that night, he came back, quietly, no fanfare. And he left a small gadget on the table, something to help her sleep. No explanation, no apology. Just a silent gesture. And for Rick, that was almost a confession. Beth didn't say thank you. She didn't need to. These small shifts, these quiet acts of self-recognition were adding up. They weren't revolutionary. They weren't dramatic. But they were hers. For so long, she had lived in reaction to the chaos around her. Now, she was responding to herself, her wants, her voice, her peace. And with every passing day, that voice was becoming clearer. It's strange how things start to feel different even when they look the same. Beth still woke up early most mornings. Still got the kids out the door. Still stitched cuts and burns in the ER. Still passed Rick in the hallway. Still picked up Jerry's socks. But now her days were laced with a quiet awareness. A choice. She wasn't on autopilot anymore. She was present. Selective. And perhaps most importantly, kinder to herself. She no longer equated exhaustion with failure. No longer punished herself for needing rest or space or softness. She realized that being strong didn't mean being invincible. It meant being human. Being whole. One evening, she found herself sitting with Jerry on the couch. An old sci-fi rerun hummed softly on the screen. Morty was off with Rick somewhere. Summer was out with friends. The house was peaceful for once. Jerry looked over and asked, "Are we okay?" It was the kind of question he asked when he was nervous, when he felt the shift but didn't understand it. Beth smiled, leaning her head back on the cushion. "We're growing." Jerry blinked. "Is that a yes?" Beth laughed softly. "It means we're not stuck at something." He nodded, unsure, but accepted it. For Jerry, growth was hard. He liked routine, predictability. But even he had begun to sense that Beth wasn't folding herself into old shapes anymore. She was unfolding, reclaiming space. And strangely, it didn't drive them apart. It gave their relationship room to breathe. Jerry began stepping up more, not because he was asked, but because he saw her. He saw the woman beside him wasn't shrinking. She was standing taller than ever, and he wanted to meet her there. With the kids, things changed too, not through lectures or lessons, but through presence. Beth became someone they could come to not just as a parent with rules, but as a person with experience. Summer asked deeper questions, not just about science or school, but about choices. "Did you ever feel like you lost yourself?" she asked one night, curled up in Beth's bed, eyes wide with quiet worry. Beth ran her fingers through Summer's hair. "All the time," she said. "But every time, I found a little more of myself on the way back." Summer nodded. That meant something. She didn't need perfection from her mother. She just needed honesty. And Beth had finally found the courage to offer it. Morty, too, became more open. They took walks together, nothing grand, just neighborhood loops. Sometimes they talked. Sometimes they didn't. One evening, Morty pointed at the stars overhead and said, "Do you ever wish you were out there instead?" Beth paused, thought carefully. "Sometimes," she admitted. "But then I remember, everything out there still feels empty when you're not right with yourself." Morty looked at her with the kind of respect that didn't need to be said out loud. He understood now that his mom wasn't just holding it together. She was learning how to live. Rick never fully understood the change. He noticed it, yes, acknowledged it in his own strange ways. But he never quite grasped how Beth had stepped out of his shadow, not by defying him, but by no longer needing his approval. That baffled him. Because for Rick, everything was a reaction. To the universe, to pain, to the things he couldn't control. Beth, meanwhile, had stopped reacting. She'd started creating something different, on a space for herself. She still loved her father, still admired parts of him, still mourned what they could never fully repair. But she was no longer waiting for praise, waiting for apology, waiting for a version of Rick who might never come. She had her boundaries now. Not walls, just edges. Lines that said, "This is who I am, and I won't disappear inside anyone else anymore." There was a moment, months into this quiet shift, when Beth stood in the garage with Rick again. He held up a strange-looking device. "It lets you see the multiversal versions of yourself who made different choices," he said, like a salesman with a smug grin. Beth tilted her head. "Why would I want that?" Rick shrugged. "Curiosity, self-validation, masochism." Beth smiled soft, not unkind. "I don't need to see who I could have been," she said. "I finally like who I am." Rick blinked. For the first time in a long time, he had nothing to say. There was no grand moment, no cosmic revelation or glowing epiphany. Just a morning quiet and unremarkable, where Beth poured herself a cup of coffee and realized she felt okay. Not amazing, not euphoric, just settled. For someone who had spent so much of her life running, performing, fixing the stillness was everything. She stood by the kitchen window, watching the backyard sway in a soft wind. The trees rustled like they were whispering secrets. The sky was its usual pale blue. Morty's backpack was slumped near the door. Summer sneakers kicked off in the hallway. Jerry was snoring faintly upstairs. And Beth? Beth was here. No portals. No panic. Just presence. Later that day, she visited the stables, the small veterinary clinic in the outskirts of town where she occasionally volunteered. There was a horse there named Cassiopeia Skittish. Quiet, never quite comfortable being touched. Beth had been working with her for weeks. Gentle approaches, soothing tones, letting silence do the work. That afternoon, something changed. As Beth stood near the gate, Cassiopeia walked up slow, cautious, and pressed her nose gently against Beth's hand. It lasted only a few seconds. But Beth felt it deeply. Connection. Trust. Choice. That was the kind of moment she lived for now. Not the applause. Not the approval. Just the quiet grace of being chosen by herself, by others in a world that never stopped moving. That night, she sat alone in Rick's garage. He wasn't there. Off-world again. She didn't miss the chaos. Instead, she looked around at the remnants of his brilliance, half-built gadgets, blinking lights, endless notes and handwriting only he could fully understand. Beth didn't feel dwarfed by it anymore. She didn't feel like a shadow cast by his genius. She felt like herself. Brilliant in her own right, capable, complicated, and finally complete. She didn't need to outshine him. She didn't need to run from him. She had learned how to coexist not just with Rick, but with her own expectations, wounds, and worth. There were still bad days. Times she doubted herself. Times the voices came back, the ones that whispered, "You're not enough." But now, she didn't believe them so quickly. Now she had proof, not from the universe. Not from the universe. Not from the universe. Not from Rick or Jerry or the kids. From herself. In the mirror. In the sketches tucked in her drawer. In the warmth of her voice when she answered the phone. She had become someone she respected. Someone she trusted. Someone she could come home to. And that changed everything. One evening, Summer sat beside her in the living room, the TV playing something neither of them was really watching. "Hey, Mom," Summer said quietly. "Do you think I'll ever figure it out?" Beth looked over. "Figure what out?" "Who I am. Who I want to be." Beth smiled gently. "I think you already are. The rest is just remembering." Summer leaned her head on her mom's shoulder. And in that moment, Beth realized this was the cycle healing itself. Not through perfection, not through certainty, but through presence, through love, through choosing to stay and choosing yourself within the staying. Later that night, Beth stood at the edge of the backyard, looking up at the sky. No portal cracks. No incoming ships, just stars. And she smiled, small, quiet, real. Because for the first time in a very long time, she wasn't waiting. Not for a version of herself. Not for a better timeline. Not for Rick to say what he never could. She had chosen herself. Fully, calmly, completely. And with that choice, she had finally come home. Thank you for joining us tonight. If Beth Smith's story brought you even a little closer to peace, to stillness, to yourself, then we're grateful. Here on Sleepy Lore, it's never really about the chaos or the comedy. It's about the quiet truths hiding underneath, the soft questions, the echoes we carry. Beth's journey wasn't easy. It wasn't linear, but it was hers. And maybe that's the kind of story we all need sometimes. Good night, sleepyheads. Until next time, rest well and keep choosing yourself.